Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault. And you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
As the agent for Peyton Ansley, John Milton, you are indicating to me that you're quite familiar with Peyton Ansley, John Milton, and that's basically you. Is that correct?
I am the agent authorized to represent Peyton Ansley, John Milton, as written in all capital letters.
All right, and you understand for my purposes, that language doesn't make any sense. So
no, I do not.
I understand? Okay, well, I'm telling you that. And so I am, until you disabuse me of the motion, or the notion, I am inclined to believe that you are both the agent and the person. So. And it's an
I'm not a person, I am one of the people, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Alrighty. I'm not a person, I'm one of the people. I am the Recovery Addict. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. Come on in, take a seat. Good to be here. Thanks for letting me have breakfast this morning. It was a long night. Oh my goodness. I've got to tell you. We're trying to plan ahead for what we're going to do when the Karen Reed trial is on the long break. Because the long break is coming. Let the music end here. Hang on.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Maybe here. Long break is coming, and I'm trying to plan for what to do. So we've got another court case we're working on, and so I'm getting the footage and everything. I have to get the clean feed, which is a little different than just watching it online. And I'm staying up till 12:30 last night. So yes, I'm probably going to fall asleep today. But 12:30 last night, acquiring all the footage in the format we need, and I glance up at the screen as it's recording, and I look up, and I'm sorry, I just see butt. I see butt.
Is that correct?
I see corpse butt. I'm like, what? Yeah, there's major corpse butt in the trial we were going to watch next week. So I'm trying to figure out how to get around that, because they keep it up on the screen for 10 minutes. So I've got to figure out what to do about that, because I love seeing crime scene pictures. This particular one, it's a individual that was shot 5 times. It was a murder. Shot 5 times in the back. At least I think it was a murder. It looks that way. Twice in the butt. And the ME decided he wants the full scope of the image instead of just taking pictures of the body where it lay clothed. He dropped a trowel and then took the picture. And so now I've got to figure out what to do about that. So we'll get to that when it comes. But that's how my night was. All right, can you blur out the butt? It's close up. It's close up. I don't know. I put a Lego butt over it. There's got to be something. Educational value. No, not really. Anyway, it is. Wow, it's. Oh my goodness.
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Hump day! Welcome to Wednesday. Woo. That was the best one yet. Best one yet, says my son. I've won his approval once again. 7 out of 10, says Reverend Beasy. Yeah.
I could have done better.
Say it.
I could have done better.
My youngest son is up for adoption, just so you know. My daughter's clapping. It's way too early for that. It is a hump day. We're halfway through the work week. We're halfway to the weekend. Sorry about your eardrums. Apologize. Window just shattered in the UK. File your class action lawsuit here to MatthewHarris.com. Let's see. We're so excited today. It's an amazing day. First of all, Sophia Starlin was first in chat this morning. There you are. Sophia, congratulations. You've done this once before, I believe, or actually a couple times. But congratulations. The first in chat every day gets awarded with internet ownership. So today, Sophia Starland, we're going to sentence you with internet ownership. Award you. Yeah, it's a privilege. It's a privilege, not a punishment. Wonderful. You get to hear all the complaints about the hump day yell as well, because I think that's connected to the internet somehow. All right. Thank you, Sophia. Congratulations. We are super excited to start day 14 of this trial. Oh my goodness. Day 14 is upon us. We're starting to get some pretty spicy exchanges. We've had them all along, but they're just getting more and more spicy. You start counting how long RA holds day. That one was really awesome. I should have taken a deeper breath at the beginning. I've got fairly good lung capacity because I like to sing, but I probably could have done a little better. The volume was a little high. I had to fetch my earpod back from across the room. It was amazing. Oh, man. All right. Let me first, oh my goodness, look at this. First thing this morning, Jill de Jesus, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much. Reverend Beasy gifted a membership to kick things off, and Teresa Super says, wait, what? That was a fast month. Here you are already with a light blue colored courthouse. That's the way it works. Teresa, thank you very much, and welcome. It's wonderful to have you here. All right, as far as birthdays go, we have no birthdays. Bummer. I don't think we've had that happen before. No birthdays today. Sad. I think we can play sad music instead. I don't know what else to say. Let's see. Oh, Abby says it's my coworker. Abby, is your coworker listening? Is your coworker, or could she be listening? Are you near your coworker? Debbie says my mom's 8th birthday was yesterday. Half birthdays. Let's sing to Mary. I think we're going to sing to Mary. It's never happened before that we don't have a birthday to sing to. Can we have a mini RA's hump day yell instead? No, it will be ear piercing. They like to go in the higher octaves. Let's see. Names for the birthday song. If Mary can listen. See, we work from home. She's off today, but I can send her the stream via text. Abby, please do that, because we're going to sing to Mary today. And we're also going to sing to Ryan. And Debbie's mom. Does Debbie's mom have a name? Let's get the birthday music ready. I'm glad we have somebody to sing to. Just one second here. We're going to sing to Ryan. Mary. It's my birthday year, says Greenhouse. Yes. Linda. Ryan, Mary, and Linda. There we go. We have three people to sing to. We're going to sing to Ryan, Mary, and Linda. Hubby is Friday. We're going to sing to your hubby on Friday, for sure. Her name is Debbie's mom. There we go. All right, so we do have birthday song after all. We can kill the sad music. Please join with me in singing the world's longest birthday sing-along. World's largest. Hopefully not longest. That would be... We have a trial we want to watch. So join with me. Raise your voices. Blend them with those of your neighbors. That means you don't have to sing louder than them or quieter. You just try to equal. Make sure you breathe deep. Shoulders back. Use your diaphragm for breathing. And project your voice to the back of the room. Warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. Say my name. Says I'm ready. I'm ready. I did the warm up already. All right, here we go. Dancers at the ready. Ryan, Mary, and Linda. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Ryan, Mary, and Linda. Happy birthday to you. Second verse, Big Mike. Second verse for Big Mike. We're going to do that. Big Mike just came in right at the last minute. I hear the buffer. Just in time, Big Mike. You almost missed it. It's a good thing we stalled for a little bit. Big Mike gets his own verse. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Big Mike. Happy birthday to you. And Fergus the cat. There we go. All right. All right. Wonderful, wonderful. To everyone who's celebrating, whether it be Ryan, Mary, Linda, Big Mike, or Fergus the cat, have a happy birthday. Thank you. I realize there are a million places you can be, a million people you can be with and celebrate with, but you've chosen to be here with us. Thank you. That's not lost on us. Hopefully we can make your day just a little bit more specialer. What if we make it the specialist? Is specialist? Specialist is a word, right, Red Pen? Hope this is the specialist's birthday ever. I made that word just for you, for your birthday. All right, my dental hygienist, third cousin's garbage collector, has a birthday today for his neighbor, Agrinas. Just missed it. Just missed it. Otherwise, we would. That's a little hard to fit that in the song. Happy birthday. Help yourself to the free pancakes at Denny's. And thank you for being with us. Have a great day. All right. Let's see. OG Sean White says, please tell me you got my photos in the video I sent to you yesterday. Anyway, happy birthday, everybody. Sean, I didn't look. I'm sorry. Mrs. already had my phone for part of the day, and so I missed part, but let's see what you sent. It hasn't even loaded. Like the last message it has on here is Tuesday. Oh, there we go. 3 attachments. Ooh. Got some pictures. We've got a drive-by. We have a drive-by of 34 Fairview. Like a video drive-by. We have still images of 34 Fairview. Probably the most photographed house on the East Coast this month. And we have a picture of the Waterfall Bar and Grill. Okay, so let me thank you for those, by the way. Thank you. I got them now, Sean. I'm sorry, I just barely got them. If we need to show them, I will. But let's see. Let's kick off the trial because it's a big one. It's a big one. We left off with Matthew McCabe on the stand. He's still going to be on the stand first thing this morning. We're also going to get the beginning of his wife on the stand, Jen McCabe, which just gets crazier and crazier. Cannot wait for that. But we've got a phone call. So either I did something wrong or I'm missing something. Let's see who it is. Oh, Angela, we have a problem. Hang on one second. Angela, I know you can hear me. Hang on.
Are you there?
Angela, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Great.
Awesome. We're on Bluetooth now, which is weird. But I forgot to connect the right way. What's happened, Angela?
Okay. Nothing much. I am buckle up. That's what I'm going to say. The only thing that I'm going to say is buckle up without using the word.
Buckle the what up? Buckle the belt up is what were you going to say? Buckle your belt up?
Let me put it this way. So last year I was at with my brother on a school trip to amusement park, and there was this ride called Helix, which I can send you the link. Someone took a video of the whole ride. It turns you around 360 degrees more than once, and upside down, and so on and so forth. Let me put it this way: I feel like I was riding that ride after.
I cannot wait. I know a few people are confessing to have cheated and have looked ahead. That's fine. That's cool. We're going to try not to have spoilers in chat, but this is definitely getting to some of the juicier bits of the trial. And
and also bring snacks, because this is, like I told my friends, this is better than anything Hollywood could have written. Seriously, I grew up watching telenovelas. Mm-hmm. Yes, I admit to that. Sorry. This is better than any telenovela, anything that Hollywood could write. Even Bollywood could write. Seriously, I have grandma that watched Bollywood movies and series also. So yeah.
I'm excited. I cannot wait. With that, we're ready to kick it off. If you're ready for a redo and watching this again.
Yeah. Well, just so you know, there's no court tomorrow. I don't know if you heard it. So yeah.
I did. Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. Good luck. And
thank you, Angela. I cannot wait. We'll see you. Bye.
Bye.
All right. That's never worked before to have Bluetooth phone calls. I know the Rodecaster has like Bluetooth capability, but I usually have a cable that connects right here, which is missing. I found it. Oh no, that's the wrong cable. Aha! I need this one and something else. Oh, it's time to go. It's time to go to court. Sorry. Let's join court. We heard a sniff. It's beginning. As far as our counter goes, we are up to only 112. I really think the judge may have been watching or heard about our counter and modified her behavior accordingly.
All persons have made business before the Honorable Beverly Canody, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. So I'm going to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. May we have Mr. McCabe, please?
Here we go. Mr. McCabe's in. Marlene Marshall, welcome to the gallery. Great to have you as a brand new member. You're among family here now. Here comes our witness. I think he's got a little more on direct before cross.
Thank you, raise your hand one more time. You solemnly swear the answer to the court and jury in the case down here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is the state continuing their
Good morning, sir.
direct examination.
Good morning. Where left off yesterday, you had gone to bed on the 28th, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Friday night.
And at some point you woke up on the later in the morning on the 29th, correct?
We can assume.
Yes, Saturday morning.
And do you recall, sir, what awoke you on that morning?
Yes, I do.
What was that, sir?
I awoke to the screaming of, Jen, Jen, Jen. So when I woke up, I thought there was somebody in my bedroom. I kind of snapped up out of bed. What the hell's going on? Looking around the room, realized my wife was actually on the phone.
And the screaming that you heard, how loud was that, sir?
It was loud enough to wake me up from a dead sleep. I could hear it. It was loud. Obviously, I was laying in bed and realizing after my wife was laying right next to me on the phone. But it was a loud, Jen, Jen, Jen. It was repetitive.
Is that her ringtone?
And do you know approximately what time that was, sir?
Yeah, shortly before 5 a.m.
And did you recognize the voice that you heard scream?
I did not recognize the voice.
We're on day 14.
As far as that phone conversation went on for, well, let me ask you this first. As far as that phone conversation was concerned, could you hear both sides of that conversation?
Yes, I could.
And that was based on the volume of the person speaking on the other end, correct?
Correct.
And eventually, were you able to recognize or identify the voice on the other end of your wife's conversation?
Yes, I asked my wife, what the hell is going on? After I woke up and popped up looking around the room to find out who's in my bedroom, assuming it was a kid, one of my kids screaming. I asked my wife, what is going on? And I could hear her saying, I'm on the phone with Karen. She can't find John.
And from the course of that conversation continued while you were in your bedroom, is that correct?
Yeah, that conversation continued for a couple minutes. I could hear the dialogue, and then again, right back to Jen, 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 the repeating of my wife's name again.
And as far as the dialogue was concerned, specifically from the defendant, Ms. Reed's perspective, what, if anything, do you recall about that?
She didn't know where John was, and the last time she saw him was at the waterfall.
And about how long did that initial phone call or that initial conversation between your wife and the defendant go on?
From when I woke up.
Last time she saw him was the waterfall?
Minute and a half, 2 minutes. I don't know the exact time.
And after,
give or take.
Do you recall how that conversation
That was
ended
Jen.
with your wife?
Okay, Jen's last time.
Yes, they hung up the phone. I was laying in the bed. My wife was next to me. And I think my wife immediately called somebody else, was calling friends that lived near the waterfall that happened to be out that evening. And she started making those phone calls.
And as your wife was making those phone calls, what, if anything, did you say to her?
Objection.
What, if anything, did he say to her?
Yes.
No, I'm not going to let you testify to that. Next question.
That's hearsay. Statements made outside of court,
With
even if it's him.
With respect to the defendant's statement that the last time she saw Mr. O'Keefe was at the waterfall, what, if anything, occurred to you in reference to that?
In reference to her saying she last saw him at the waterfall, I then told my wife, what are you talking about?
So I'll not what you said, sir, but I think Mr. Lally asked you what you thought, or what you gathered from that.
I thought she was crazy.
And why was that?
Because I saw her vehicle. I saw the black SUV arrive to the 34 Fairview that morning.
You had overheard the conversation from Mr. O'Keefe to your wife the night previous, correct?
That's correct.
And so what happened then?
I told my wife, what are you talking about? She was at.
Not what you said to your wife.
All right, sorry.
It's hard. Ask the question, Mr. Lally, so that he can answer it properly.
So your wife made some phone calls in your presence, correct?
Yes, she did.
And following those phone conversations, what, if any, other conversations did she have with the defendant that morning?
There were multiple calls. I don't recall what calls were made, what time, but the next call, we were informing the defendant that, wait, we saw your car. We saw you come to 34 Fairview. You guys were there. And I heard the response of, I don't remember. I don't remember going there.
And what, if any, other conversation do you recall in those subsequent phone conversations that you overheard from the defendant?
At some moment, as I said, my wife had made a couple phone calls. In one of the calls with Karen Reed, she blurted that she broke her taillight, cracked her taillight, something to that effect, while we were, while Jen and I were still in the bedroom, and she was on the phone.
And as your wife and you were in the bedroom and your wife is on the phone, what, if anything, were the two of you doing?
After my wife had made a few calls, we were completely confused on where the hell John was. The thought process in our head at that moment was we knew that John had mentioned that he was potentially going to be meeting up with another person. So we called that individual, my wife called that individual to see if by chance, again, confused, left at the waterfall. We saw them at the house. Did John not go with her? What happened? Did he get out of the car? Did he go somewhere else? So we proceeded to call a couple other people that we thought he possibly might have met up with, or another individual.
From those other phone calls that you observed your wife making at any point in time, other than her conversations with the defendant, did you observe her to have any conversation with anybody?
You're asking if my wife did?
What I'm asking is not to any content or anything like that, but your wife made phone calls, correct?
That is correct.
And when she made those phone calls, did you observe her conversing with anybody on the phone?
No, she did not speak to anybody. Nobody answered any of our calls.
And at some point, did you yourself reach out to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that?
I know I texted him, and I think I called him as well. Pretty much, where the hell are you? I think it was when Karen Reed and my wife were leaving my house. I think I responded, where the hell are you? Now Karen and Jen are out looking for you.
And in regard to those text messages, did you receive any response from Mr. O'Keefe?
I did not.
And with regard to those texts, you had Mr. O'Keefe programmed into your phone, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And you had had prior conversations with him via text message and phone using that number that you had programmed into your phone?
Yes.
So no response to the text. As far as the phone call that you placed to Mr. O'Keefe, did he answer? Did you speak with him at all?
I did not speak to Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, at some point, do you and your wife proceed downstairs?
My wife proceeded downstairs. I remained in the bedroom.
And what is the next thing that you remember occurring that moment?
While I was getting dressed, I put my jeans on. My wife went downstairs. She was going to make a coffee. My wife and I were proceeding to leave. We were going to leave our house and make a drive to the house of the gentleman that my wife was calling that we possibly thought John could have met up with. And within that moment, again, I don't know the exact time, I then heard yelling out in my front yard.
And when you heard the yelling in your front yard, what did you do?
I realized it was Karen Reed, and I told my wife to please tell her to shut up. She's going to wake up the whole neighborhood.
And where is this, or when is this in relation to that first phone call when you sort of shoot up out of it?
At least a half hour, give or take. Again, I don't know the exact time.
Now, at any point after you hear the yelling out front, you hear the defendant yelling out front, what was she yelling at that point?
She, again, repeated, Jen, Jen. She, for some reason, kept repeating my wife's name. I don't know if she got all the way to my doorway or my wife walked out, but my wife had said, I was actually relieved because I was like, not thinking what happened to John happened to John. I was thinking he was on somebody's couch. So I was like, good, I'm not going to look for him, thinking my wife was going to go. My wife said she's going to go with Karen to go find John.
And at any point in time that morning when the defendant arrived at the house, did you actually go outside or look outside? Or?
I did not go outside. I did look out the blinds of my bedroom window, which is the closest to the driveway.
What, if anything, did you see when you looked out the blinds?
Saw Karen's car in my driveway.
Did you see the defendant, Ms. Reed, anywhere outside as well?
I don't recall physically seeing her. I saw the vehicle. I don't recall seeing her directly, making any physical contact as far as seeing her.
Now, what, if any, concerns did you have in reference to your wife going out with Ms. Reed at that particular time?
I had mentioned to my wife before she was leaving the house that
No, I'll allow this.
That-
What were your concerns?
my concerns were she was going to be driving with Miss Reed in their vehicle, in Miss Reed's vehicle, and my concerns were that she had a broken taillight. What I thought by a broken taillight was that her taillight was out, meaning there was no light. And I didn't think it was a bright idea to be driving around with no physical light on the taillight.
Particularly given the weather, is that fair to say?
Because of the weather, correct.
And so, your wife then leaves with Ms. Reed, is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you know, did you happen to see, like, who got in where as far as the car, who was driving when they left?
I did not see that, no.
Now, was that within the same time frame that you were describing before, about a half hour after you hear the initial call?
Yes, from Miss Reed arriving at my house was, yes, half hour or so after the initial call, and it wasn't long after before they proceeded to leave.
Now, at this time that you're looking out from the blinds and you see the defendant's car and the defendant outside, was it light out? Was it dark out? What are we talking about?
It was dark out.
And so they leave in your home with 4 children, correct?
That is correct.
And when was the next time that you spoke to your wife?
The next time I spoke to my wife was an hour later. I received a phone call from her. I don't know the exact time, but I'm going to say about an hour or so.
And without reference to much of the content of that, all I'm really asking for is, what, if any, indication did she give you as to where she was?
She indicated they found John and at Fairview.
And upon receiving that information, where did you go?
I proceeded to finish getting dressed and drove over to Fairview.
And when you got to Fairview, what, if anything, did you see when you arrived?
When I got to Fairview, I had come down through the Chapman Street entrance, and as I proceeded down the hill towards the Albert residence, I noticed all the first responders, fire engine, et cetera, police cars, and I realized I was not going to be able to get to the Albert residence because it was all blocking the street. So I backtracked, turned around, went back up Fairview to the top to Chapman, took a left down Spring Lane, which is a parallel street to Fairview, and came down Spring Lane to Cedar Crest onto Fairview so I could get to the Albert household.
Now, during your drive from your home over to Fairview and doing all that sort of turning around and coming back around the other way through Cedar Crest, what were the roads like?
It was snowing, careful driving.
And the snowing that you observed that morning when you drove from your house to Fairview, what was that like in relation to the snowing that you observed when you were driving home from Fairview hours before?
Much thicker snow, much more snow on the ground, much more snow to wipe off my car. And again, I had to drive slow.
Now, when you come around to sort of the other side, as far as the first responders, you mentioned police cruisers and a fire truck, is that right?
Yeah, there might have been an ambulance there as well, but yes.
Do you recall specifically seeing an ambulance?
I do recall seeing an ambulance. I don't know if I saw it when I came down or if I saw it when I eventually parked the car, but I do recall seeing an ambulance.
And when you parked the car, where did you go?
I proceeded on to Fairview, and I parked the car along the side of the road because there was another vehicle in front of me. I believe the other vehicle might have been blocking the driveway, but there was another vehicle right on the side of the road as well.
Now, in addition to the other vehicles, as far as cruisers, fire truck, or whatever from first responders, what, if any, other vehicles, or who, if anyone else, did you see outside the house?
It ended up being Kerry Roberts' vehicle was parked as I was at the driveway. Ford Explorer, I think it was.
And again, without any reference to the content of the conversation, did you have any conversation with Ms. Roberts at that time?
Yes, I did.
Did you know Ms. Roberts at that time?
I knew who she was. Didn't really have a relationship with her, but I knew who she was.
And how did you know who she was?
Friends through the town. She did live in the Ponkapog neighborhood, though I believe she moved in and we moved out shortly after. I don't know the actual time period. Her her kids were a couple of years younger. One was 1 year younger than my child, so I knew who her child was through being the grade beneath my youngest child through soccer.
And just to be clear, when you talk about the Ponkapog neighborhood, that's where you used to live on Sutcliffe and where Mr. O'Keefe used to live in the house that was the fur pusher's house?
Yes, that's correct.
So then, after your conversation with Ms. Roberts, about how long was that conversation?
Oh, that was a brief conversation. She informed me that she was going to pick up the, She informed me Karen was going, she was dropping Karen off back at the house. She was going to the hospital, and she was going to pick up John's parents in Braintree. I told her I would come with her to pick up the parents. Like I said, the road conditions were pretty bad, and just for safety reasons, I thought I would go with her, help her go pick up the parents. She informed me that Jen was in the house. Jen is waiting to be interviewed by the police.
So where did you go from there?
I then proceeded to the front door of 34 Fairview.
And when you got inside, who, if anyone, was inside when you got?
When I got to the front door, it was my wife, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Officer Lank.
And when you came in, can you describe, starting with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, can you describe her demeanor when you first came into the house?
Shocked. Just, face was drawn, just kind of in awe. All three of them were just looking like, with a drawn face of, I'm walking in going, what the hell is going on?
And just to be clear, by all three of them, you mean your wife, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert?
Correct.
And just turning back briefly to the phone conversation that you had from your wife, which led you to come over to Fairview in the first place, how would you describe her demeanor on that phone call as well?
Matt, we found John at Fairview. It was a quick conversation. I didn't get any details.
Now, at some point, while you were at the house, did you speak to, you mentioned Officer Lank was there, is that correct?
That's correct.
Recall if there was any other officers in the house at that time or at any later time?
At that moment, it was just Officer Lank at that moment. Other officers came in the house a little later, but at that moment, it was just Officer Lank.
And at some point, while you were at the house, did you have any conversation, or what, if any, conversation did you have with Officer Lank or any other officer?
Yes, Officer Lank asked me to step outside, and we spoke briefly. He asked me about if I knew what happened to John. Obviously, I told him no. I had no idea. I'm just finding out right now. He asked me when I last saw John. I told him I saw him at the waterfall. We saw him at the bar. We hadn't seen him. I believe, again, heat of the moment, I believe I said we saw his vehicle out front, but we never saw John.
Now, at the house on Fairview, about how long were you there that morning?
I'm going to say give her at least 4 hours.
From the time that you got there?
From the time I got there, yes.
And where did you go from there?
When I left Fairview, I went back to my house on Jen and I's house, home.
And your children were still there, is that correct?
My children were all there, correct.
And at some point after you arrived home, who, if anyone else, as far as police officers or anybody like that, came to your home that day?
Two Mass State police officers came to my house.
And did you speak with those officers?
Yes, I did.
Troopers from the state police, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as far as the troopers that you spoke to, do you recall what their names were?
Yes, Trooper Michael Proctor and Trooper Yuri Buchanan, if I said it right.
Probably closer than, now, on that.
Closer than we last
on that
heard.
date of January 29, 2022, had you met either Trooper Proctor or Trooper Buchanan before?
I had never met them.
And where did they speak with you in the house?
Well, they first came in the house and informed me they were going to interview my wife and asked me to leave the room. I went up to my bedroom.
And at some point, did they interview you as well?
Yes, they did.
And where was your wife when they interviewed you?
I'm assuming, I think she wasn't in the room with me. I think she went upstairs. As I said, my kids were home. I don't know if she went in the kids' bedroom to kind of wake them up. And I don't know what she was
in
doing.
the room when they interviewed you, correct?
No, she was not.
And in addition to the troopers that came over to your house, did your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, did he come over at any point in time around this?
Yes, he did.
And if you know, did he speak with those troopers as well?
Yes, he did.
And where were you and your wife when the two troopers were speaking to Mr. Albert?
I was still upstairs in the bedroom.
Your wife, where was she?
She might have come up and seen me, but I think she might have went in the girls' bedroom. I don't recall if we were standing in the same room. I think she might have went in my daughter's bedroom. Again, my kids were starting, it was, I don't know the exact time, 12 o'clock, give or take. So, time to wake up.
So the troopers, when they were speaking to Brian Albert Sr., they were in the downstairs area of the home?
Yes, they were.
And both you and your wife were upstairs?
Yes, that's my recollection.
Now, turning your attention to a couple days later, did you speak with any other troopers from the city?
I did. I only remember the first name of one of them. It was a man and a woman. I just remember Connor something. I don't know their names.
And where did that conversation occur?
I was in my first floor dining room table.
And do you know if those same two troopers that came on a subsequent date spoke with your wife as well?
Yes, they did.
And sort of same arrangement as far as where you were and where she was at the time that you spoke with those two troopers?
Yes, that's correct.
Have one moment, John?
Sure.
Mr. Lally awfully quiet this morning. Prefer when he's louder asking his questions, but.
Just briefly, sir. So, describing your wife's demeanor, you described her to sort of be in shock. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Have you seen your wife display that kind of demeanor before, or have you seen your wife in sort of crisis mode over the course of your relationship and your marriage?
I've seen her in crisis mode. I would call it crisis mode as well in the past.
And sort of typically, how would you describe how she handles situations like that, or what her demeanor is in those types of situations?
She is very calm. Very calm.
She's calm in crisis?
And just so it's clear for the jury, so when you're talking about sort of prior incidents in regard to sort of crisis motives, what types of scenarios or what types of incidents are we talking about?
Well,
previous deaths of my parents, my brother. She's the one that can get in the room, sit, relax, hold their hand, make them feel comfortable. She's much more. I can't do that. She's much more. So she's done that with my family, and she's also done that with our neighbor.
That's a gift.
Further, thank you, sir.
all right, Mr. Yannetti?
Thank you, Ron.
Mr. Yannetti, wake us up, sir.
Good morning, Mr. McKidd.
Good morning.
I'd like to start by discussing January 22nd, the week prior to January 29th. Do you remember that Saturday?
Yes, I do.
You had been at one of your daughter's hockey games that day?
If it's the Saturday before, we're saying?
Yes.
Yes, I was.
And you wound up going to the hillside in Canton, correct?
That is correct.
You went with your wife, Jennifer McCabe?
Yes.
When you got there, you saw Karen Reed and John O'Keefe there together, correct?
I was there previous to them, but yes,
Okay.
I saw them there, yes. Eventually, I saw them there.
I should have phrased the question that ultimately you ran into John and Karen together, correct?
Yes, I did.
And when you came in contact with them, you and your wife and Brian Albert and his wife, Nicole, who's your sister-in-law, hung out with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, there was a big group of people hanging out together, correct.
There were other people in addition to the ones that I've just named?
Yes, there were.
So you were with John and Karen for maybe around an hour or so that night of January 22nd?
I'd say, I don't know exactly what time they arrived, but yes, I'd say they were there for at least an hour.
And during that hour span of time, they appeared to be enjoying each other's company?
Yes.
And the two of them had arrived together, correct?
They walked in together, yes.
And there were no problems that night that you could see between John and Karen, correct?
Yes, I did not see any problems.
Okay. Now, moving on to the waterfall on January 29th. I am not going to go through with you who arrived when and who left when.
Thank you.
And where people sat at which table. We're going to skip all that, and I'd like to streamline the questioning if I can. And I just want to talk to you about 2 or 3 areas. You would agree that at the waterfall, the mood among the people who were there was festive, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Everybody appeared to be happy and enjoying themselves, correct?
Everybody was enjoying each other's company, correct.
Specifically with regard to John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, they appeared to be quite happy that Kaylee had been accepted into Bishop Fian, correct?
John, I recall talking to John about it, and he was happy that Kaylee was at Bishop Fian. I do not recall speaking to Karen about Bishop Fian, but definitely John was happy about Kaylee being in Bishop Fian.
All right. You have previously testified that they were both excited about that, have you not?
If I did, I did. I just know that John mentioned he was out because he was excited about Kaylee being at Bishop Fian. If I looped them both in, then they both were happy. I don't remember what I said when I said it. I didn't, put it this way, I didn't see her, she wasn't happy about it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, I'm just going by your words, sir. As far as you could see, they were both excited about
This
her
is setting up to be spicy.
Yes, yes.
And they had just found out the previous day or so, correct?
I don't recall what day they found out, but I know that John mentioned he had went out for some beers. He was excited because Kaylee got into Bishop Fian, and he mentioned he was out with another one of his friends whose daughter also got into Bishop Fian.
Right. And it appeared to be new news, correct?
Oh, yes. It was news they were waiting on, yes.
Right. You hadn't heard it before. This is the first that you heard it, correct?
I don't know if I heard it, if a kid had already leaked it the day before or that day, but first I heard it from John.
All right. But it was clear to you that it was really important to John O'Keefe that Kaylee get into Bishop Fian and go there, correct?
They applied. He was excited for her to go there.
And it was clear that he believed it was an achievement for her, correct?
Yes.
And you could glean also that John O'Keefe felt like it was an achievement for him as well, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you glean that from him?
He was happy that she got in. I don't know what if he felt it was his achievement, he was happy for Kaylee.
Of course. And he was doing right by his sister's daughter, correct?
I don't know what that means. I can go to any school and do right.
All right. In any case, everything seemed good that night.
Everything was good.
There were no arguments.
There were no arguments that I saw.
John was drinking beer,
In my recollection, yes.
and you had previously testified that you saw Karen was drinking some type of clear liquid that you assumed was some type of vodka drink, correct?
That is correct.
But you didn't think that they were drinking much, correct?
At the waterfall? No, they were only there for an hour, so.
Right. And they got there around 11, correct?
Give or take, yep, 11-ish.
And that bar is pretty strict about last call, correct?
That is correct.
And you spoke with both of them during the course of the night, correct?
Yes.
Neither John nor Karen was intoxicated in your view, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
They were drinking. I don't know what the guideline of intoxication is, but they were drinking.
Nobody in Canton does. Everyone's good to drive.
Do you recall
6 beers. I'm good.
testifying before the grand jury regarding this matter on April 26th of 2022?
If you have that, then I must have. I don't recall my questions, that question specific, but yes.
Right. Well, I didn't ask you about the questions. I just asked if you recall testifying before the grand jury on that date.
I don't remember the date. I recall testifying before the grand jury.
Oh. If I suggested to you that it was April 26th of 2022, would you quarrel with that?
No, did you say would I quarrel?
Yeah.
No, it was definitely around that time.
Okay.
Oh, I'll quarrel.
And at that grand jury presentation, Mr. Lally was there, correct?
Yes.
None of the defense team was there, correct?
No.
Karen Reed was not there, correct?
No.
And there was no judge there, correct?
No.
And April 26th was approximately 3 months after January 29th of 2022?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that your memory about whether or not John and or Karen was intoxicated would have been better on April 26th of 2022 than it would be today?
May we approach, Your Honor?
All right, I'll see you in sidebar. Jurors, feel free to stay.
Sidebar. Now serving. May we approach? The question was, would it be fair to say that your memory on April 26th of 2022 is better regarding the 29th, I think is what he's talking about, than it is today? Now, very few people can honestly answer and say, no, my memory is better now. Because generally, memory over time fades. Details fade. I think that's been established, especially for people who live in Canton. Details fade very quickly on some facts. So you'd think that sooner to the incident they would remember better. But Lally has an objection. We'll see if he's objecting to that question or maybe the direction it's going, maybe sort of getting a gut feel for where this might end up and objecting to that. For some of us, the fading takes seconds, mere seconds. That's how fast it takes for me to go to sleep. If I close my eyes now, I'm gone in seconds. I can't blink today. Just kidding, I can blink. Who is the guy sitting at the little table in the blue suit and tie? The one right behind the Karen Reed's team? I believe he is the guy that runs their tech. He runs their video, their demonstrations, their images, and all that. He's a cable guy.
Yes.
I had just asked you if your memory of your observations of Karen Reed and John O'Keefe from January 29th would have been better on April 26th of 2022 than it would be today.
Yes, I think that's fair to say.
And that's because your memory doesn't get better over time, correct?
I don't know. I would say it's fair to say, yes, my memory would be better that day.
And on that day, you were asked by Mr. Lally, quote, did either of them, strike that. I'm going to go back to the previous sentence just to put it in context.
Yes.
The previous sentence was from Mr. Lally, obviously you've had social occasions with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed before, correct? And your answer was
that the judge?
Yes, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Nope, that was Lally.
I'm going to let that one go.
My answer is yes, I had previous. I don't know if I said, oh, yes, but my answer was yes, of course I had previous relationships with them.
I'm sorry, I cut you off, sir.
I'm saying, of course, I had previous relationships with them.
And the question that I wanted to direct you to, just to put it in context, was did either of them, speaking about John and Karen, on this particular evening seem sort of overly intoxicated to you? Do you recall that question?
I don't recall the specific question, but if that's the question.
And your answer was no to that?
Yes, if that's my answer, then it was no.
All right. In terms of whether you can confirm that that was the question and answer, if I showed you the transcript, would that refresh your memory?
Yes, of course it would.
This is 2103, lines 13 to 15 for counsel. And I didn't ask permission, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Did either of them?
He reads out loud.
Thank you.
He doesn't mean thank you. He means something
Having
else.
reviewed that transcript, did I get the question and answer correct?
Yes, you did.
Attaboy.
Okay. Just a couple more things.
I'm
about
sensing
the
a little bit of
waterfall.
stubbornness.
I wanted to
as
ask you
witness.
about Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, sir.
Yes.
They were both there that night while you were there, correct?
Yes, they both were there.
And they are both pretty big guys, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Yes, they're good-sized guys.
Did you see Brian Albert and Brian Higgins practicing fighting at the waterfall?
Practicing fighting?
Right. Did you see them kind of square up in a fighting stance to each other?
I recall them grabbing each other. I don't recall them squaring up like they were fighting each other. No,
we saw the
they were
grabbing,
playing a little
too.
grab ass with each other. I did see them grab each other. I don't recall a physical, hey, let's go, duke it out. I do not recall that.
Okay, so are you saying, taking you literally, that they grabbed each other's asses? Is that it?
No, I'm saying grab ass. It's a figure of speech.
Okay, but what they didn't grab each other. They were in a fighting stance, weren't they? Didn't they crouch down low with each other?
I'm telling you, I don't recall seeing them crouching in a fighting stance. I recall someone grabbing somebody. I don't remember who grabbed who. I just recall like a bear hug or something. I thought I recall them doing a bear hug.
All right, so you recall them, one of them getting behind the other one and kind of restraining them or grabbing them?
I think there was a bear hug, yeah.
It was like spooning.
That's what's in my memory. I don't.
And you would agree with me that after closing time, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were two of the people who went back to 34 Fairview Road, the Albert home, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But before everyone left, before you left, it was announced around the table that everyone was welcome back at Brian Albert and Nicole Albert's house, correct?
Yes.
Karen Reed and John O'Keefe were both there when that invitation was announced, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that it was expected that Karen Reed and John O'Keefe would go to the Albert home that night, correct?
If they wanted to come, they were welcomed, yes.
And that plan would have been for them to go inside the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what time you left the waterfall?
I left the waterfall after midnight, give or take 12:10, 12:15-ish. I don't know the exact specific time. Well, a little before 12:15, but definitely 12:10-ish, 12:15-ish in there.
And you were one of the last to leave the waterfall?
Yes, as I had mentioned, Nick Kolakikis and I walked out together from the waterfall.
Your wife, Jennifer McCabe, had walked out of the bar physically before you did, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you actually met her in the parking lot?
She was already in the vehicle in the parking lot, correct.
And then you got into the car to drive to the Albert's home, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So I'm going to ask you about the ride back to the Albert's home in a bit, but right now I want to skip to when you got there, okay?
Okay.
When you first got there, your wife parked your vehicle in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
Which side of the driveway did you park your vehicle in?
As I mentioned yesterday, I don't recall if it was immediately on the left, meaning the left towards the lawn, or if she was in the next spot over. She pulled in. I don't remember exactly if it was here or one spot over, but she pulled
How many cars were in
in.
the driveway at that time?
At least two. I don't recall if there was more than two.
So if there was at least two, those two would have been parked abutting the garage area? In other words, would they be, let me rephrase. So there are 2 lanes in that driveway, correct?
My recollection is 2 lanes, but there is more space I know when we go over and we've gone over, there's more space to kind of park 3 cars.
Right?
To the right, correct.
Okay.
But we weren't to the right. We were either left or middle.
You were behind one vehicle, whichever lane you were in, or were you pulled right up to one of the garage entrances?
I don't recall if we pulled all the way in or not, but I don't remember.
So there were at least 2 vehicles in the driveway before you got there, correct?
In the driveway?
Yes.
Yes, there were cars in the driveway.
And when you parked in the driveway, fair to say that there was no black SUV at the Alberts home?
Are you referencing Karen's SUV? I don't know what color the Alberts cars were.
Oh, okay.
Are you referencing their SUV?
Put it this way. Yes, I'm referencing Karen's SUV.
That was not at the home.
And that was not in the driveway, correct?
Karen's SUV was not in the driveway.
And it was not adjacent to the property or on the street anywhere that you could see?
Correct, it was not there.
All right, but you say that there was a Jeep in the street at that time, correct?
There was a Jeep parked in front of the end of the driveway in front of the mailbox.
And that Jeep belonged to Brian Higgins?
I found out it belonged to Brian Higgins. I didn't know it was his Jeep when I arrived.
And it had a plow on the front of it?
Yes, it did.
It was parked adjacent to the Alberts property on Fairview, facing up the hill toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes.
And at the time that you arrived, that was the only vehicle that was parked on Fairview Street adjacent to the Albert property, correct?
Yes.
And your testimony is that that Jeep remained parked in front of the Albert house, just to the left of the driveway as you faced the house, until Brian Higgins finally left and drove it away at the end of the night, correct?
That's my recollection, was his Jeep was out in front of the mailbox.
With the court's permission, could we display Exhibit 66?
Okay.
So what time did Brian Higgins leave? Would this contradict the testimony from the 3 people in the vehicle that came to pick up Allie?
So, Mr. McCabe, I'm highlighting with a spotlight the front of the Alberts home. When I get to the point where the Jeep was parked, can you stop me? And you can adjust it right or left if I go too far.
Objection, Your Honor.
Can we have him use the laser pointer first and then?
Sure. Hope you're better than I am.
Yeah,
Coach?
I was hoping I didn't have to
you
do
have
this.
the other laser pointer.
I don't have one.
That's fine.
No.
You could,
Mr. Lally has a laser pointer. There we go.
The Jeep was right there. From the edge of the driveway to right there. I believe it was a 2-door Jeep.
Okay, it looks like a part of
Like a Renegade?
the Jeep would have been blocking the driveway.
No, where the mailbox is, the Jeep was right there. It was not blocking the driveway.
I'm going to step a moment.
Sure.
The mailbox that's spotlighted there, would that have been where the back of the Jeep was?
Yeah, the back would have been right in the vicinity of the edge of the driveway in the mailbox.
I see. So it wasn't blocking the driveway at all when you saw it?
No.
And it was facing to the left as we look at Exhibit 66, correct?
Facing, heading to the left of the house, correct.
Okay. We can have the lights back on. And as you testified, that Jeep was there the whole night. Brian Higgins didn't go out to move it at any point, correct?
I never saw Brian Higgins go outside to move his Jeep.
About 5 minutes after you got to the Albert home that night, you saw a black SUV parked outside the home, correct?
Yes, again, I don't know the exact minutes, but give or take, 4 or 5 minutes.
Okay. And when you saw that black SUV parked outside the Albert home, Higgins' Jeep was still there, correct?
Yes, to my recollection, the Jeep was still outside in front of the mailbox.
The black SUV was parked in front of Higgins' Jeep with the plow on the front, correct?
That's correct.
How far or close to that Jeep was the black SUV?
I don't recall the exact distance. Again, when I looked outside, I noticed my focus was on the black SUV, which looked outside would have been in front of the front door.
With regard to the distance between the Jeep and the black SUV, was it greater or smaller than the distance between you and me right now?
Oh, it'd be smaller. If I'm the end, if you're the end of the Jeep and I'm the end of the Lexus.
Let's say that I'm the rear end of the black SUV, and you're the front end of the Jeep.
Yeah, I'd say you'd be a little closer to me.
With the court's permission, may I walk closer to the witness so that he could give an estimate?
Sure.
And you can just stop me, sir.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, when I looked outside, I was focused on the SUV. I wasn't focused on the Jeep or the truck. I don't know the exact distance. You could walk 3 more feet or 3 feet that way, but it was out in front of the house. That's all I can tell you.
You will agree with me that you've given conflicting information about where the black SUV was when you first saw it?
If you tell me I gave conflicting information, you can show it to me. I don't recall. I've always said the SUV was in front of the house.
Right. And when you said in front of the house, you meant that as you look out the front door of the Albert residence, which on Exhibit 66 would have been the door to the left, that's the classic front door?
The classic front door looking at the house on the main part of the Colonial.
Looking straight out from there, that's where the black SUV was positioned, correct?
In that vicinity, correct.
Right. It would have been sort of directly in front of you as you look out that front door, correct?
Like I said, in the vicinity of looking out the front door was the black SUV. If it was 3 feet this way or 3 feet this way or 3 feet that way, I don't know. It was just out in front of the house.
Right. And that was where it was when you first spotted it, according to your testimony today, correct?
Yes.
But you spoke to Michael Proctor during the afternoon of January 29th, did you not?
Yes, I did.
That was the very day that these events occurred, correct?
Yes, it was.
You would agree with me that your memory of where that black SUV was when you first spotted it on January 29th would have been better on that very day than it would be today, correct?
Possibly, yes.
It's almost 2.5 years later?
2.5 years that I've lived in my memory, yes.
But your memory does not get better over time, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
On January 29th
Ask
of
and answered.
2022, when you spoke to Michael Proctor, you told him that you saw a black SUV parked to the right of the residence as you look at the property from the street. Did you not?
I did not. Can you elaborate what you mean by to the right of the residence?
Well, I will just repeat the question. Did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022 that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house?
What right? Looking at the house to the right or looking at the house to the left? When you say right, I don't know what you mean by right.
Is your memory exhausted as to what you told Michael Proctor?
No, not at all.
So if your memory is not exhausted, would you agree with me that while you were at 34 Fairview, you told Michael Proctor that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house?
That could have been the second time I informed him of seeing the SUV.
Okay. if I suggested to you that that was the first time, according to what you told Michael Proctor, would you dispute that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is your memory exhausted as to whether or not that was the first or second time, according to what you told Michael Proctor?
My memory is not exhausted.
Okay, so if your memory is not exhausted, do you deny telling Michael Proctor that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't know if I can answer it. I believe it's the second question.
All right.
I told him I saw an SUV and parked in front of the house. Then I saw an SUV move further up the road, which looking out of the house would be to the right of the house. So that would be when I saw the SUV to the right of the house, would be the second time I saw the SUV. I've always stated the SUV was in front of the house if looking out the front door.
Okay, so when you talked, so you deny telling Michael Proctor that when you first saw the SUV, by the way, sir, is this funny? I'm sorry.
This is not funny, sir. Not at all. It's been 2 years of misery.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you're smiling now. That's why I asked.
You keep repeating the same question.
Well, I'm trying to get an answer that you won't give me, sir. When you talked to Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, when you first observed the big dark SUV, you said to him it was parked to the right of the house.
Objection.
This is the last time on that question. Is that right?
That is not right. The SUV, the first time was in front of the house, coming out the front door. The second time was to the right of the house.
All right.
You have to move on.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So you did not say that, but you did say that you were making those observations from the front door, correct?
As I stated yesterday, I recall.
That's a yes or no question. I'm sorry.
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer it yes or no?
I can't. I said yesterday it's either I looked out the window and I looked out the front door. I don't remember which order.
Well, you told Michael Proctor that the first time you looked out, it was out the front door. Did you not?
I don't recall what I told Michael Proctor on April.
You don't recall. May I approach, Your Honor?
Boom,
Yes.
he got that. He doesn't recall. Now he can refresh his recollection. He's been avoiding that by saying his memory was not exhausted.
You'd read the first few sentences of that second paragraph.
Second paragraph.
To yourself. If I were the judge, I'd have blinds in that courtroom. That sunlight coming in. Too bright.
May I approach?
Yes.
You had said that you don't remember what you told Michael Proctor. Did that report refresh your memory?
I'm not saying I don't remember what I told Michael Proctor.
Well,
I'm stating what I remember.
Hold on a second, sir. You just told this jury that you don't remember what you told Michael Proctor. Those were your words.
Yes, at the point I'm reading, I don't remember the exact wording, but I know what I told Michael Proctor.
All right. And you told Michael Proctor that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house. Did you not?
At some point in the conversation, yes, I told Michael Proctor that a big dark SUV moved to the right of the house.
Moved to the right of the house? Is that what you just said?
All right, let me rephrase. At some point, there was a big dark SUV parked in front of the right of the house. I physically didn't see it move, so I need to rephrase. I can't say move.
Right, but what I'm concentrating on now, sir, is not what your memory is today or what you testified to the jury today. I'm concentrating on what you told Michael Proctor that very day on January 29th of 2022. Okay? And you initially told him that it was parked to the right of the house, the big dark SUV, and that you made those observations from the front door. And then you stated you looked out the front window and observed the same big dark SUV had moved to the other side of the property.
So
correct?
the objection sustained, you have to break that down, and I thought we moved on from this, Mr. Yannick.
No, we haven't gotten to the second part of the...
So bring the document, I'll see you at sidebar.
I think there's a sigh there from the judge. She couldn't hold that one back. Okay, so why the obstinance? Clearly, we have a police report, and it is hearsay. The police report is not evidence, but we've got a police report from Mr. Proctor, Michael Proctor, where he took a statement from this witness, and the witness said, probably initially said that the house was to the right of, the car was parked to the right of the house, meaning that would be like the further towards the flagpole position. And then later, he made in that same statement, at least in the police report, Michael Proctor indicates that the witness then said that he looked out again and the car had moved to the other side of the property, which would basically put it from being at the flagpole back to the closer to the mailbox, which is backwards from what he's testified in this court, which was started out near the mailbox and then moved to the other side of the property closer to the flagpole. The obstinance is showing up. The frustration is there. I think I'm not sure if this is somebody who was trying to hide something or just really doesn't like Mr. Yannetti. Let's see. Oh, my logo is covering the number. My logo should not be showing. I need to turn that logo off. Hang on. We'll get it fixed here. Yeah, I really think it's that Mr. McCabe just basically hates Mr. Yannetti and wants to make his life difficult right now. I don't get the feel that he's lying about this right now. He's being very meticulous in his answers. Okay. Settings, channel. Under branding. Let's see.
Oh, thank you very much.
One last question on this, Mr. Yannetti.
Yes, with regards to Trooper Proctor's report that you have in front of you, right? It's II for identification?
Yes, I'm reading the
You will agree with me that he reported your conversation as saying that the vehicle was first to the right and then moved to the other side of the property, correct?
Objection. Sustained.
You testified before the grand jury regarding this issue on April 26th of 2022, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And you talked about the vehicle moving from point A to point B, correct?
Yes, at some point.
And you estimated that it was 15 to 20 feet or so that the SUV moved along the property line, correct?
Yes. Again, I don't know the exact distance, but estimates.
And you, at that point in time, you were asked to clarify what you had meant when you said that the vehicle was first on the right side of the property. Do you recall that testimony?
I do not.
Do you recall that Mr. Lally asked you, to the right would have been toward the driveway side of the property, and that you answered that's correct?
I don't remember the conversation. And again, to the right looking at the house or to the right looking out of the house?
Well, that's what I'm talking about. To the right looking at the house would be toward the driveway, correct?
To the right looking at the house would be toward the driveway, correct?
Right. And that's your testimony where the vehicle started out, correct? And then moved toward the flagpole the second time?
The vehicle started in front of the house and moved towards the flagpole, correct. So looking out of the house, it moved towards the right.
Now, excuse me.
He just discovered he's wearing a tie. He's like, oh, look at this, a tie.
You told Michael Proctor that initially it was parked closer to the driveway or the mailbox when you first saw it, correct?
Objection.
Objection sustained. We're moving off of this, Mr.
Okay, yes, Your Honor.
You guys were, he
Wherever
was not
it was
moving off
when you
this.
first saw it, where was the Jeep in relation to that black SUV when you first laid eyes on the black SUV?
Again, I was focused on the black SUV. My recollection, the Jeep was still in the same spot, which we had pointed out earlier on the exhibit.
Correct? In terms of where it was facing, the black SUV was behind, I'm sorry, the Jeep was behind the black SUV.
Jeep would have been behind the black SUV, correct.
And wherever it was along that property line, you would agree with me that before the black SUV arrived outside the Albert home, you didn't notice any tire tracks in the snow on the street in front of the house, correct?
Before, yes, that's correct.
Before the black SUV arrived.
Correct.
And at all times that you saw the black SUV, first or second, it was always facing toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it was always facing in the same direction that you say that Higgins' Jeep was facing, correct?
Yes.
And that would mean that the passenger side of the black SUV was the closest side to the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
And it was the closest side to you when you were first looking at it, correct?
Yes.
And now your testimony today is you don't recall if the first time you looked at that black SUV, it was through the front door or if it was through a front window, correct?
Correct. I don't recall which one I looked out first. I know I looked out both of them at some point. I just don't recall which one was first.
Whichever one it was, when you first laid eyes on that black SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe in the passenger seat, correct?
That is correct.
How long a span of time was it between the first time you looked out and saw the black SUV and the second time?
Again, I don't have the exact time. I'm going to guess 3, 4, 5 minutes at most.
And what you did in between those 3, 4, 5 minutes was you went back to the table or near the table in the kitchen dining room area where everybody was congregated?
That's correct.
And you went back there to talk to people and socialize, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you came back to the front of the house and either went to the front window or the front door, and that's when you noticed that the black SUV had moved to the other side of the property, correct?
Yes, at that moment, it had moved to the right of the property.
It had driven forward, correct?
I did not see it drive, but it had moved, yes.
It had moved
So it had to
forward.
get there somehow, yes.
All right. It was now closer to the flagpole than it was the first time, correct?
That is correct.
And the flagpole, as you look at the property, not from your vantage point looking out, but as you look at the property from the street, that would have been to the left, correct?
Yes.
And again, it was still facing toward Chapman Street.
Yes.
In terms of how many times you saw the black SUV having moved outside the house, you would agree with me that you have contradicted yourself about how many times that it moved, correct?
No.
Yesterday and today, you testified that it had been in 3 different spots and then it was gone, correct?
Yes. Three times I looked out and saw the SUV.
Right. And, you know, again, in May of 2024, yesterday and today, all 3 times it moved, it was moving further or farther up Fairview toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you've testified now in May of 2024 that the 3rd time that you saw it, the black SUV was even past the fire hydrant, just about to the neighbor's property, correct?
Yes.
But again, your memory of where it was the last time that you saw it, or how many times you saw it, I should say, would have been better on January 29th than today, correct?
Again, assumption, yes, I guess it should be.
And in fact, when you were talking to Michael Proctor, you had just observed the black SUV just hours before speaking to him, correct?
Yes.
Not 2.5 years before. Right?
Oh, yes.
And when you spoke to Michael Proctor, you told him that you only saw the black SUV in 2 different spots, correct?
That's what it says on this paper. My recollection is always been, I saw the black SUV in 3 different spots.
And you just called it a paper. It's a police report, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained, Mr. Yannetti.
Now, since you talked to Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, it's fair to say that you've had multiple conversations about this case with your family, correct?
Of course, I've talked about this case.
That includes in-person conversations, correct?
With my family?
Yes.
Yes.
As well as phone calls and texts?
Yes.
You've also, since you talked to Michael Proctor, have had multiple conversations about this case with your in-laws, correct?
Yes.
That also includes in-person conversations as well as phone calls and texts, correct?
That is correct.
And since you gave that statement to Michael Proctor, you've had multiple conversations specifically with Brian Albert, correct?
Yes, I've talked to Brian Albert.
That includes in-person phone calls and texts, correct?
That is correct.
Would you agree with me that in terms of the changes in your version of events from what you've testified during this trial to what is in Michael Proctor's report, you put the SUV farther down Fairview toward Chapman Street now, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your testimony during this trial puts the SUV past the fire hydrant almost toward the neighbor's house, correct?
That is correct.
But however many times you saw that black SUV, you'd agree with me you never observed any damage to the rear of that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You never saw any damage to the rear right taillight, correct?
Correct.
You'll also agree with me that every time you saw that black SUV, the vehicle had its headlights on, correct?
I was looking, as we talked about it moving up the property, I was looking at the back. I could see the back of the SUV. The assumption is the headlights were on, but I wasn't looking at the headlights.
All right. Well, that would have meant that the area in front of the vehicle was lit up, correct?
Yes, but like I said, it was further up the road.
Now, sometime after that black SUV first arrived, you noticed that there were tire tracks, I should say, in a V shape on the street in front of the Albert home, correct?
That's correct.
And those tire tracks were from the curb in front of 34 Fairview toward the neighbor's property across the street and then back toward the curb, correct?
Yes, it came out, waved out towards the across the street and came back in.
All right. And the pattern of those tire tracks that you observed were consistent with the vehicle making a 3-point turn, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't know if the vehicle made a 3-point turn. It could be consistent with because it was a wavy pattern. I've never looked at a tire tracks after I've done a 3-point turn to determine what they actually look like, but in and back out.
There was nothing about those tire tracks that ruled out a 3-point turn to you, correct?
No.
All right. You didn't see those tire tracks again until the black SUV arrived at the home, correct?
Yes, I didn't see them previous to the black SUV.
And Higgins' Jeep was already there before the black SUV arrived, correct?
Yes.
So Higgins' Jeep was already parked and stationary when there were no tire tracks in that area, correct?
I didn't notice I parked my car, we parked in the driveway and I walked in the house, so I wasn't looking at the tire tracks. But Higgins' Jeep was already parked.
Right. You didn't see tire tracks at that point, is my point.
Yeah, well, I didn't see any.
And at the point that you saw those tire tracks, there were no other vehicles in the area along the Albert family property line on Fairview other than Higgins' Jeep and the black SUV, correct?
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay, so now we're going to go back to where I had left off with regard to meeting your wife, Jennifer McCabe, in the car after leaving the waterfall. You recall that we sort of left off with you getting in the car and starting the drive home.
Yes.
Once you got inside the car, your wife ultimately called John O'Keefe along the ride home, correct?
John O'Keefe had texted my wife, and my wife had called him. He was asking where to. We think he was asking for the where to, where's the address. So she called him to tell him.
And you knew that he was asking that because the Bluetooth of the car was connected to her phone, correct?
I believe the Bluetooth was on. Again, I could hear his conversation.
Yeah.
My assumption is the Bluetooth was on.
Right. You could hear both sides of the conversation, correct?
I could hear John as well, yes.
Yeah, your wife and John, correct?
Well, yes, I was sitting next to my wife. I could hear her.
And you heard John tell your wife that he was planning to go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
He had told your wife in your presence that he and Karen would meet your wife and you there, correct?
He said we're on our way.
Right. And you knew, again, the plan was to go inside 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, that was the plan.
You heard your wife tell John that 34 Fairview's off Chapman Street, correct?
Either I was also talking, so I don't know if my wife was repeating, but yes, we did say off of Chapman Street.
It could have been you, could have been your wife, but he was told it was off Chapman Street, right?
That's correct, yes.
And then your wife hung up with John, at least temporarily, but then John called back, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
He indicated he needed more specific directions to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And then you heard your wife, or maybe you participated in the conversation, I won't rule that out, but between the two of you, you did give him more specific directions, correct?
Yes, we did.
And either you or your wife, and you can correct me if you know if it's one or the other, but one of you told him to go down Chapman and take Fairview as if they were going to Bella's house, correct?
Yes, we had mentioned go down Chapman to Fairview, you know where Bella lives, drive past Bella's street, the house will come up on your left.
Right, and I believe you previously explained that Bella was a friend of John's niece Kaylee and also your daughter Olivia, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So that was a good way to orient him as to where to go, correct?
Yes.
And once you did that, John O'Keefe never called back for any clarification, correct?
Yes, not to my recollection.
All right, and with regard to your state of mind, based on that conversation and the instructions that either you or your wife or both of you gave John, you certainly assumed that John and Karen would be arriving at Fairview coming from the Chapman Street direction, correct?
That was my assumption. Okay. As I had stated yesterday, there's multiple ways to go, but that was my assumption.
And it was an educated assumption based on the conversation that you had, correct?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Okay.
If I may hand the
Thank you.
document. I have handed you something. If you could take a look and tell the jury whether you recognize what that depicts.
Yes, this is a map showing Cedar Crest Road intersecting with Fairview Road. On the opposite side shows Chapman Street intersecting with Fairview, as well as other streets in it's called the Cedar Crest neighborhood, in the Cedar Crest neighborhood.
Okay. And realizing that you don't have a compass or a ruler, does it appear to be generally to scale in terms of where the roads are?
Yes.
And it appears to be a fair and accurate depiction of the layouts of particularly Cedar Crest, Fairview, and Chapman Street?
Yes.
Okay, I would offer that, Your Honor.
Is there any objection?
No.
Exhibit 86, Your Honor. And Mr. McCabe, why don't you hand over the other one?
Hand it over, Mr. McCabe. Bump, 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 bump. Now they're doing it on purpose. They know they can be heard.
May I display that for the jury, Your Honor?
That will be exhibit 88. Oh, thank you.
What is displayed on the screen, Mr. McCabe, does that appear to be what I just showed you in exhibit 88?
Yes.
You see that there's a red bubble there Does that have any meaning to you as you look at the map?
Yes, it'd be the location of 34 Fairview.
Okay. And as we look at the map, Cedar Crest is up the top and Chapman is down the bottom?
That is correct.
With regard to the directions that you gave, or you or your wife gave John O'Keefe, if they were coming as you directed them on Chapman Street, would they be taking a right onto Fairview or a left?
If they went the way that we mentioned, they'd be taking a left.
Okay, so in terms of looking at this map, they'd be traveling on Chapman Street really from the left to the right as you look at Exhibit 88, correct?
Yes, left to right, correct.
All right, and that would allow them to take a left down Fairview, heading towards Cedar Crest, correct?
That is correct.
And you would agree with me that that would put the driver's side closest to the Albert property if they just kept going straight all the way to Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes, the driver's side would have been closest to the property.
Okay, we can turn the lights back on. That would mean, well, strike that. So you agree with me that your state of mind was that was the direction that they would go?
That's what I thought they would have, that's how I thought they would have come into the neighborhood, correct?
But you never saw the black SUV traveling in that direction or parked in that direction, correct?
That's correct.
That would mean that in order for the SUV to be facing in the other direction, one way would be for it to make a three-point turn, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
So we're saying if they came down from Chapman and then spun around and facing back up towards Chapman, is what you're asking? Yes, at some point she would have had to turn around.
Or do a three-point turn, correct?
She could do a three-point turn, or she could just loop around at Cedar Crest and come back up. Either one.
Right. And a three-point turn would be consistent with what the V-shaped tire tracks that you saw when you looked out the front of Brian Albert's house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you were interviewed by Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, you had not spoken with Ryan Nagel, correct?
No.
So it's fair to say you did not know what, if anything, Ryan Nagel had seen in terms of how or what direction the black SUV arrived in, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you spoke to Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, the phone conversation that your wife had with John O'Keefe that you were either participating in or listening to, that was regarding the directions. That was fresh in your mind on January 29th, correct?
Yeah.
Those directions had just been given to John, the night before or really hours before, correct?
Yes.
So on January 29th, when you're talking to Michael Proctor, believing that John had driven down Chapman Street, you were trying to square in your own mind how the vehicle wound up in the other direction when you looked out the house, correct?
Objection.
Were you?
Can you just repeat that again?
Yeah,
I think I heard you. I just want to make sure.
It wasn't a great question. I'll see if I can make it any better. You're talking with Michael Proctor on January 29th in the afternoon, correct?
Yes.
And he's asking you about the positioning of the black SUV, among other things, correct?
Yes.
Again, I'm just getting to your state of mind. Your state of mind was that you gave the direction, you or your wife gave the directions to John, and you're thinking he came down Chapman, but you never saw the vehicle in that direction. It was only in the other direction facing toward Chapman. Is that fair?
Yes.
And so you're naturally trying to square in your own mind, trying to make it make sense as to how that happened, correct?
Objection.
You can answer that. Were you trying to square that in your own mind?
I wasn't trying to, I don't know if I was trying to square it. I just knew that for some reason her vehicle was facing up Chapman. Are you asking?
All right.
I don't know what she did. I just know her vehicle was facing up Chapman.
And to you, that was the significance of the V-shaped tire tracks when you're talking to Proctor, right?
Objection.
Was it?
If I recall, I said there was a V-shaped tire tracks, and I believe the question was, could it be consistent with a three-point turn? I said it could be. I didn't know if it was a three-point turn. It could be because there was weird tracks. Again, I did not see the vehicle. I don't know if she pulled in the driveway and turned. I don't know if she went to Cedar Crest and turned. I don't know if she did a three-point turn and turn. I have no idea.
All right, but just one last question on this three-point turn. You offered the V-shaped tire tracks as an explanation for what could have happened, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that one.
I had stated there was a V-shaped tire tracks. I didn't say it was a three-point turn.
All right, well, you'd agree with me in any case that if John and Karen entered from Cedar Crest and you saw them where you saw them, there'd be no need for a three-point turn, correct?
So you're saying if she didn't come from Chapman, she came from the other side, Cedar Crest, there would be no need for a three-point turn? Or any type of turn, because she was already facing that way.
That's right. If she came from Cedar Crest, she's already in the very direction that you saw the black SUV when you looked out, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, your testimony during this trial is that you were looking straight out from the house to the street. And, you know, again, I understand your qualification. It could have been 3 feet this way or 3 feet that way. But your memory is that the car was essentially right in front of you, give or take, the first time you saw it.
My memory is the car was right in front of the front door.
Yes, okay. And you were looking straight at it, correct?
As I had stated earlier, the first time I looked out, I don't recall if I was looking straight out from the front door or if I was peeking out through the window, but it was, my sight would had it lined up in front of the front door. So if I looked out from the front door, then it would have been, yes, straight in front of me.
And you would agree with me that when you were looking at the vehicle from wherever you were looking at it, you were looking straight over the front lawn, correct?
I would have been looking over the lawn, correct? Again, I was focused on the vehicle.
Hold on, Mr. Yannetti.
I said I was focused on the vehicle. I was focused.
I didn't know that he was not done with his answer.
My fault.
We only can have one person speaking at a time. The court reporter can't be expected to have two different people at the same time. So please be cautious. The lawyer needs to be cautious of that.
I will try, Your Honor. Did you get your full answer out, sir?
I did.
Okay. You would agree with me that the V-shaped tire tracks were farther away from you than the front lawn?
Yes, they were on the road.
And if you were able to clearly see those V-shaped tire tracks, you certainly were able to clearly see the Albert's front lawn, correct?
As I mentioned, I was looking over the lawn, but I'm assuming the lawn was somehow in my visibility. I wasn't focusing on the lawn.
Okay. I'm going to try that question again and see if I can get a yes or no answer. If you were able to clearly see the V-shaped tire tracks, you were certainly able to clearly see the Albert's front lawn, correct?
If I looked at it, it's a confusing question. As I said, I was focused on the road. I wasn't looking at the lawn.
But let me be clear. I'm not asking you if you looked at it. I asked if you were able to clearly see it.
I would be able to, yes.
And when you looked out at that black SUV, and saw the V-shaped tire tracks, you did not see a 6'2" man lying on the front lawn, correct?
No, I did not.
And at no point in time, whenever you looked at that black SUV, did you see John O'Keefe inside the vehicle, correct?
No, I did not see John in the vehicle.
At no point in time did you hear any yelling outside 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I did not.
At no point in time did you hear any scream of pain outside 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I didn't.
At no point in time did you ever hear any crash noises outside 34 Fairview?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
And last question on this point, at no point did you hear any noises at all outside 34 Fairview that attracted your attention?
No, there's music playing in the house, so I didn't hear anything.
Okay. Now, after being at the Albert home for a period of time early that morning, you left the home approximately 1:40 a.m. or so?
Yeah, give or take 140, 145. I don't know the exact time.
And you walked out with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, and two of Brian Jr.'s friends, correct?
Yes, Brian's two friends were joining Jennifer and I. We were driving them home.
And whether you knew their names or not that night, you subsequently learned their names to be Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel?
That's correct.
And you all came out of the house together, correct?
Yeah, I don't recall who was where when we walked to the car, but we all left the house at the same time.
And directly in front of all of you was the front lawn, correct?
If I was to walk straight out the front door, yes, the front lawn's in front of me.
And when you were walking out, the black SUV was gone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you first came out of the house facing that front lawn, you didn't see a black baseball cap, correct?
That's correct.
Or a black sneaker, correct?
That's correct.
Or 45 pieces of red plastic taillight, correct?
That's correct.
Or even one, correct?
That's correct.
And once again, you didn't see a 6'2" man lying on the front lawn, correct?
No, I wish I did, but I didn't.
As you were walking out with your wife and these two other women, none of them yelled that they saw anything like that, correct?
Correct.
And then you all piled into the vehicle which was in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
I've ever heard that before.
You and
Alberts.
your wife got into the front, the driver's seat and the passenger seat, correct?
Yes, I sat in the driver's seat. My wife was in the passenger seat. I had to brush off the car, but that's where we sat.
And the other two women who were friends with Brian Jr. got into the second row passenger seat, correct?
Yes.
And I believe your testimony is you don't know who was where within that, but they did get in there.
Yes, they were behind us. I don't know who sat in what seat.
Once you got inside the vehicle, is that when you realized that you had left something back into the house?
I don't recall leaving something in the house.
I'm sorry?
I don't recall leaving something in the house. If I did, I did. I don't recall leaving something in the house.
You don't recall going back into the house?
No, I don't recall going back into the house.
If you went back into the house, the front lawn would have been directly in front of you from the driveway, correct?
The lawn would have been to my left, and I would have went up the walkway to the house.
Okay, well, that's my next question. When you went up the walkway, the front lawn would have been to your left, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then coming out, you would have had the same view that you'd had the first time, correct?
Yes, I would have come back out the same way down the steps to the left.
And without going through all the various items that I asked you about in terms of not seeing on the front lawn, you know, the speaker, the cap, the tail light, etc., you didn't see any of that stuff at any point the second time, correct?
Correct. I did not see anything.
Okay, so now you're finally back in your vehicle and you are backing out of the driveway, correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that to get to your, well, strike that. Is it fair to say that to drop the women off, your plan was to head toward Chapman Street?
Yes, that's what we did.
Which would mean that as you back out of the driveway, the rear end of your car would have been facing towards Cedar Crest.
Correct.
And then you would straighten out, and now you've got a straight shot up toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes.
And it would also mean that you drove the length of the Alberts property, correct?
Yes.
While you did that, sir, Julie Nagel never said, "What was that?" Did she?
I did not hear Julie say that.
She never said she had seen a black object, correct?
I did not hear her say that.
She never said that she saw a black blob, correct?
I did not hear her say that.
And she didn't say that the black blob that she supposedly saw was 5 or 6 feet in length, correct?
Again, I did not hear her say it.
And she never said that she might have seen a person, correct?
I did not hear her. You talk about in the car?
Correct.
Yeah, I did not hear her say it in the car.
And you were right there driving, correct?
I was driving, obviously focused on the road. The windshield wipers, it was snowing pretty heavily.
You didn't have earplugs in?
I didn't, but they were all talking in the car.
You didn't have AirPods in?
No, I didn't.
Certainly not the noise cancellation AirPods, correct?
Correct. I did not have earpods in.
And you never stopped the car because you never heard Julie Nagel say anything about anybody being in trouble, correct?
I did not hear her say it.
Okay. You woke up the next morning, as you said, to screaming, correct?
Yes.
The screaming was so loud that you thought that the person screaming was actually in your bedroom, correct?
That is correct.
That was, and it startled you, fair to say?
Yes, it did.
And then ultimately, you learned that Karen Reed ended up in your driveway, correct?
Yes.
You could hear her screaming outside, correct?
I could hear her outside, correct.
She was hysterical.
She was screaming, Jen. She just kept repeating Jen.
In a hysterical manner.
Yeah, Jen, Jen, yes.
And she was screaming so loud that she was in danger of waking up the whole neighborhood, correct?
She was loud, correct.
And other than screaming Jen, Jen in that hysterical tone, you really couldn't make out her words a lot of the time, correct?
Not when she was outside my house, no.
Skipping ahead to when you went back to Fairview that morning, it's fair to say that when you went, did you say that you went inside Fairview at maybe around 7 a.m.? Is that a good estimate?
Yeah, I don't know the exact time, but it would say, give or take, could be a little before, a little after, but somewhere in that vicinity.
And I believe you testified that the only people inside that you saw there were your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, in addition to Officer.
At that moment, that's who I recall seeing there.
Okay, so there were, and you didn't know where Brian Jr. was, whether he was sleeping, but you didn't see him.
I don't recall seeing him at that moment, no.
Okay. And Officer Lank was the only police official that you saw inside, correct?
At that moment, correct.
Okay. Now, in the days after January 29th, you participated in a group text exchange with 3 other people. Do you recall that?
Could you name the 3 people?
Sure. You had a group text chat going with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, and your sister-in-law, Nicole Albert, correct?
Oh, yes.
I'd like to ask you some questions about that group text chat, if I might.
Sure.
You would agree with me that on February 1st of 2022, that was 3 days after John O'Keefe passed away, correct?
Yes.
And at some point on February 1st of 2022, you were physically either at or near the Albert home at 34 Fairview in Canton, correct?
I could have been. I don't recall if I was there.
Do you recall watching what investigators were doing in the neighborhood on February 1st?
I do not. If you could show it to me, I could maybe reflect my memory. I do not recall that specific day.
You don't recall monitoring what troopers were doing in the
I was not
neighborhood?
monitoring anything that the troopers were doing. If I had driven down the street, dropping someone off, picking somebody up, and saw the troopers, then I saw the troopers. I was not monitoring anything.
Directing your attention to 1:34
I would have
p.m. and
monitored.
27 seconds.
Get the scanner going.
You texted your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, quote, troopers back out front, but in front of Asian house. Did you not?
If I texted that, you could show it to me.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Did he say in front of Asian house?
02150.
No, show it to him, don't.
I'm sorry.
Attach it?
Oh, you show it to
Show it to Mr.
I'm
Miller,
sorry.
and don't reference what it is.
You think this is my first try?
Just getting carried away with the evidence.
Thank you.
Judge said to instruct
I'm
both
showing you a
sides how to do
document,
things.
sir, and if you look up or look at it by yourself and look up at me when you're done.
with you?
I don't use glasses, but I can't see this. So maybe I need glasses. I'm making it out. I got it.
I do have
Is it a light?
No, he says he doesn't.
No, it's
wear-
not. It's just dark, but I got it.
It's Doc. Doc.
Go up front.
To yourself. Aziz, light.
If you're struggling,
I'm reading mine, right? The middle one?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You take
yeah.
all your time, the time you
Yep,
need.
I got it.
Words are hard.
Yep, I see it.
Okay. If I may just grab
Yes.
that back.
Thank you.
There's like blinding sunlight coming in behind him. He's like, it's too dark. Too dark.
Having reviewed that document, is your memory refreshed?
I see that I texted what you said I texted. The troopers were outside of the house, yes.
Right, that's my question. This is a page that contains the group text that you had with Jen McCabe, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes.
And in terms of the question that I asked you, you now acknowledge that you testified troopers back out front, but in front of Asian House, correct?
That's correct.
Mr. McCabe, what is an Asian house?
The next door neighbors to the Alberts were Asian.
So you mean that a family of Asian origin lived next door?
Yes.
They were the next door neighbors to your brother-in-law and sister-in-law?
Correct. They lived, if you come out of Fairview, they lived to the right of the Alberts.
And did you know their last name was the Chungs?
I had no idea that. I've never met them. I don't know their last names. I just knew it was an Asian family next door.
And you didn't feel the need to ask their names or try to call them by their names?
I've never met them, sorry.
Objections sustained. You know what, Ms. Giannetti, let's come to sidebar, please.
Ms. Giannetti is trying to point out that it's, I would say, not politically correct to refer to people based on their heritage in that manner. I don't think the structure itself had any particularly distinctive architecture that would indicate it was from a certain region, other than the community it was built in. Always refer to me by my heritage. Please do. Yes. Can't just say next door neighbors. I'll say I'm not impressed with Mr. Yannetti's line of questioning. He's struggled to get answers, and the answers he's got, I just don't think were worth the effort in the eyes of the jury, especially in where the car was parked. The gotcha moments he's trying to get are fairly, well, I wouldn't say they're not significant, but they seem to be petty. It's not really impeaching the witness. I wouldn't mind living in an Asian restaurant.
When you did tell
free food,
the group chat about the troopers being at that house, nobody asked you to clarify which house you were talking about, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did anyone ask you to clarify?
Nobody asked me to clarify that I recall.
In fact, Brian Albert responded with just a question right now. Do you recall that?
Yes, I think that was on the screen you just showed me.
And you responded yes, correct?
Did I get to see all the text or no?
And with the court's permission,
yes.
I'm going to give you the previous page in case you need it.
Just give it to him. Thank you.
Is that the judge? Just give it to him. Quit
I'll
stalling.
give you one, and if you need the other, just let me know.
No problem. Thank you.
Oh,
And
my
again,
goodness.
just look at it silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
So am I to assume where you said Brian Albert said right now?
Yeah, would you like to see that?
So would that be the last one and then this is the next one? I'm just making sure.
I understand, I appreciate that. You tell me.
Okay.
If with the court's permission.
Sure.
Thank you.
Some long texts. I rarely text that long. Well, I do sometimes, but I don't do it often. He's got like 2 pages of texts and 1-word responses from the other party.
That's what I was just looking for.
If I may collect the document.
I didn't read the rest of it.
No, take your time, please.
Take your time. Yada, yada, yada. Something, something,
Okay.
something.
Thank you.
There we go. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You would agree with me that after you told the group in this group text that the troopers were back out front, in front of that house, Brian Albert's response was, right now?
Yes.
And then you said yes, correct?
Yes.
And then Brian Albert replied, okay, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. As of the reading.
Oh, is that how he replied?
That's what it just said, yes.
All right. Now, at that point, you texted the group that you were trying to get a picture of what you were seeing, correct?
I didn't see that on the text.
And you don't deny that you said that in the text, correct?
Can you show me the text, please?
Oh, sure. Oh, did you say you didn't see it in the text?
I didn't see that, no.
I'm sorry.
Bring it back.
That's probably because I didn't give it to you.
Just give it to him. Just give it to him.
May I push?
Yes.
These are the hoops we jump through to hand papers to a witness. Need the court's permission to get close to them. You have to show it to the opposing counsel and let them.
Have you shown those both to Mr. Lally?
That's the next page after this one. I'm showing you 2 pages.
Okay.
Our time, our clock, and the court's clock are almost identical. Like
Again, read it to
nearly
yourself
to the
and look up at me
second.
when you're done.
Which is pretty cool when we're on replay.
Do you have a phone with a flashlight on you?
I don't have a phone on me. If you have a flashlight, I'll be able to see it.
Do you mind? Oh,
It's
needs-
dark.
Madam Court Reporter, Mr. Clerk will. Oh, okay.
Whose phone? Everyone's trying to figure out their flashlight app.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jim.
All right, much better.
He thinks he's got good eyesight, but he doesn't.
I got it now.
We having a rave?
Grab that from you.
Thanks.
Having reviewed that, do you acknowledge that you texted the group that you were trying to get a picture of what you were seeing?
Yes, I said I was going to try to take a photo.
All right. You would agree with me that you were watching what was going on, correct, on February 1st?
No, I just happened to be driving through the neighborhood at that moment.
So you happen to be driving through, and then you texted the group to tell them what you saw, correct?
Yes.
And then you didn't just keep driving up the road and leave the area, did you?
I think I did.
Well,
unless you tell me I went back, I think I did. I said I was going to try to take a picture.
right, well, that's my point.
Yeah.
You weren't, just having seen the troopers back out there at that house, in your mind, you still weren't done, correct?
I was going to take a picture to show them, oh, the troopers are outside your house.
Right, so in answer to my question, you weren't done with that scene, correct?
I think I was, because I don't know if I took a picture.
Well,
I think I went through. I mentioned I was going to try to take a picture. I don't know if I took a picture or not.
You didn't intend to be done at that point, correct?
I didn't intend to be done?
Right, because you wanted to take a picture of what was going on.
I was going to take a picture to show them that the troopers were outside in front of the house.
You wanted
correct.
to continue to monitor what was going on, did you not?
I was not monitoring what was going on. I just happened to drive by at that moment.
May we be seen at sidebar?
Okay.
Possibly impeachment material here. Shows 11:01 on their court clock, which is what I'm showing 11:02 now. Look, there's a matching red computer to match the red phone with the light. Mandy Winslow, Super Chat says, just popping by to say hi. And I passed my licensing exam with flying colors. Mandy, we knew you would. Congratulations. Insurance greatness is in your future. All the blessings of a huge, what's it called? Portfolio of renewable life insurance policies or something with all the benefits, the financial benefits for you. There should be. I think there's like a cash payout for you every time you write one, right? Get lots of those. That's awesome, Mandy. We're super excited for you. We knew you'd do it. We had faith in you. You were made for this. It was insurance, right? I'm not suddenly switching your careers on you. I remember insurance. Ooh, jury out. Do we get a proffer? Proffers are spicy. Oh, they're spicy. The judge lets them go a little further in a proffer, confrontational wise, than when the jury's present. I think we get a proffer.
Is there any objection from counsel if Mr. McKay brings his own phone back in? Should he need a flashlight again?
No objection.
So why don't you do that? Sure. Okay. You're all set. Thank you.
No objections. We just reserve the right to be able to go through it entirely to check for messages and things like that are on it.
All right. Thank you.
All rise for the court, please.
Well, she bails on us. I thought we were getting a proffer. No proffer, just a fan. Skip that. All right, we are going to skip the fan. Dang it. I hate it when I push that button. I fat fingered it. I should have used my other device, but let's move this right here. Run to A. There we go. Okay, we're going to skip the fan because we need this juiciness. With Mr. McCabe's flashlight phone coming back in. So look at the fan. Let's see. There we go. Boom. Breaks over. Actually, I need more water. This is a refilled water bottle. The water tastes awful. Comes the heat. Let's see if we get a proffer after the break. Still a possibility. No, it looks like we're standing for the jury. Never mind. Jury's back. No proffer.
Back in session, please be seated.
All right, can we bring Mr. McCabe back in, please?
Witness, please.
Was hoping for a good McCabe proffer. Now the clock says 11:28. We're 22 minutes behind on our real time.
Thank you.
Was it Yannetti that offered his readers to somebody?
Yes.
Somebody borrowed glasses already. Ooh, there's the phone. Hopefully you got enough battery for the light you're going to need.
All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you, Ron. Mr. McCabe, I'm going to approach this in a little bit of a different way to hopefully make it easier on you and me and the jury. I'd like to hand you, with the court's permission, the 4 pages that you've already reviewed, just to have you identify them. If I may, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
And I'd just like you to take a look at them and just confirm that's what you've already seen before we took the break.
Does not appear to be taking pictures of the documents. But as far as product placement goes, I think Apple might have paid for today. We've already got the earpods with the noise cancellation.
Yes,
mentioned.
these are the ones you showed me earlier.
Now we're demonstrating flashlight capabilities.
Yes.
Having reviewed those, sir, does this appear to be an accurate transcription of the sequence and the content of the group text chat within that time frame?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
All right, the only concern I have is I don't want to give the jury something they need a flashlight to read.
Well, my next...
It's actually
so
just
can
this
I see
witness.
it?
Of course.
Why don't I see counsel?
Okay, so now the judge is going to see if she can read the text chats, which I believe here the problem is they're looking at blue bubble with white letters, blue and white, and it might be the printing, it might be reflective ink, but the white letters are just not jumping off the page at him. I think that's seems to be the ones he's had problem reading. Or those I believe were his own texts. So can I share with you while we have the sidebar an unrelated comment? The joys of parenting. My youngest son, well actually for Christmas, we gave my daughter a little game. It's a fun little game where you throw these double-sided suction cup darts. And it's sort of like lawn darts, but they're suction cup. So you use a little board like a dry erase board. Anyway, it's a really fun game. We love it. I'll have to give you a link if you want to know about it. But my youngest son has figured out that these little darts, which are little, rubber darts that are double-sided, he can take it and stick it on his forehead, and it will stick. So he'll stick it right to his forehead, and then he pulls it off, and it makes a very satisfying, pop. Well, apparently, if you do this enough, it creates enough suction to give yourself a hickey right in the forehead. So he has a hickey right in the middle of his forehead, the size of a dart. And let me get you a link. They're really fun. As far as games go, it's a blast. It's one of those games that kids will play, and they'll put down a device to play. Here, let me show you what it is. Just one second while they're doing this. But I don't recommend sticking them on your forehead. Let's see. second. This is the one we got here. Just 1 second here. Okay. There it is. It's right there in chat. And that is an affiliate link. If you do choose to buy it, I think I might get 20 cents or something. So just heads up. Thanks, Amazon. Fun game though. Fun game. It's we've played it. It's okay. Here's why I like it. It's a game where all ages can play against each other, and it's almost like it takes some skill to learn how to throw correctly, but I can play against my youngest son and we can play competitively and he can win. It's not like me, like, oh, I'm trying not to win to give him a chance to win. He can actually win, and there's some chance involved, and it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun to play. But it's a cool little invention. Whoever came up with the Pop Darts Pro Pack was just awesome. Don't stick to your forehead.
Okay, Mr. Bates, if you would display the first page, 2150.
All right, we get to read. Ish. Yeah, they are hard to read. This is terrible.
How is your distance vision? Are you able to read what's on the screen?
I don't know why it's on blue. Can I have them in front of me while you're displaying them?
Yes.
Please. Thank you very much.
And feel free to use the flashlight there.
Yes, thank you.
There we go.
Oh yeah, that's much better.
Much better. Okay,
Yes.
now we can all see it. With regard to your initial text exchange that we talked about, can you confirm what you texted at 1:34 and 27 seconds in the afternoon of February 1st of 2022?
Yes. Do you want me to?
Yeah.
Oh, troopers back out front, but in front of Asian House. Looks like more has been dug up there for at least, looks like it.
Okay. And Mr. Bates, if you go down the page to see the responses. And who was it that responded to your notification that the troopers were back out front?
That
Uncle
would be
Brian.
Albert.
Uncle Brian.
Brian Albert Sr.
Senior.
And his response was?
Right now.
And that was at 1:34 p.m. and 45 seconds?
Yes, it was.
And you took that to be a question, correct?
Yeah, asking right now, yes.
And we can move to the next. Yes, 2151, please. Would I block you, sir? Yes, please.
Embiggen.
Okay. And you responded to Brian by saying what to his question about right now?
I responded, yes.
And that was at 1:34 p.m. and 56 seconds?
Yes.
You would have still been on scene at that time?
I'm not sure if I was still on scene, but I was obviously, if it was in the area, it must have been in the area, correct?
And the next exchange, Mr. Bates? And who responded to you?
Brian Albert again.
And his response was?
Okay.
Do you have a memory as to whether or not Brian Albert was on scene at that time or if he was somewhere else?
I don't have a memory of where Brian was at that time.
Given the fact that you're saying troopers are out front and he's asking right now.
I'd assume he's not, I'd assume he's somewhere else, yeah.
response to the group, I should say, was what?
I had to pick up a car, so I drove through.
Right, so this is a little further than we talked about.
Oh, I know, we're getting to the next one.
We're getting to the next one. She's like, this is further than we allowed. He's like, yeah, we're going further. We've got some good stuff coming.
So take this one down, please.
I mean, just have a moment here, I'm sorry. Yes, the second bubble, please, Mr. Bates, on 2152. Okay, now we're at 1:35 p.m. and 16
Trying to
seconds.
get picture.
Yes, that's correct.
And your text to the group of you, your wife, Brian and Nicole Albert is what?
Trying to get pictures.
All right, and at this point, I've asked the next bubble be displayed, and then I'm going to skip to the bubble after that once you see it. The next bubble comes from Brian Albert.
Yes, Brian Albert.
All right, and that's at 1:35 and 30.
Mr. Yannetti, let him,
I'm sorry.
the screen speaks for itself. If
What-
it
what-
doesn't, then the witness can.
Of course. What time is that at?
1:35:32.
All right, and his response, does that appear to be a typo?
PK, I'm assuming.
All right, the next couple after that would be 2153, please, to talk.
Is that John Keefe's brother in the blue shirt? Leaning forward, trying to get a good view.
And that is from whom?
Brian Albert.
All right, and the time there, are you able to make that out?
Does that say 1:35:34 or 1:38:34?
Whatever it says. If you can't see it, you can't see it. Next.
Sure, and his response was?
Okay.
Does that appear to be correct in the PK?
I'd have to go back and...
Well, the previous one you tested.
Next question.
Sure.
Judge is not
All
like
right,
this.
we can take that off for a minute. I'd like to just go over two more areas of these group chats with you. You would agree with me that later that same day on February 4th, the four of you, your wife, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, discussed in that group chat the fact that Michael Proctor was talking to Kerry Roberts over the phone, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
At 3:01 and 48 seconds, you commented on the interview of Michael Proctor with Kerry Roberts, did you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we be seen?
Okay. Jurors.
What? Oh my gosh. Lanny is not happy, and Hot Mike is picking it up. Man. I will say that to the past couple sidebars, we can't hear what's happening. I wish we could. Other trials we have been able to, but it would appear that the defense has been winning the objection, at least gaining some ground on the sidebar. So the objections by Mr. Lanny have been overruled. So let's see if this one is as well. But the judge, in her last little comment, says she's trying to push this along. I think she's tired of this line of questioning, or at least what they're trying to get at. Stephanie, by the way, welcome. Love that we can be here with you and keep you sane. Jamie L., member for 13 months, says time flies when you're having fun. It sure does. Congratulations on 13 months. Love that orange courthouse. It's early in the day for the judge to be frustrated. I'm curious as to why she's frustrated, but because there hasn't really been. I mean, there have been other days where the defense has been blatant in their overstepping what they're allowed to ask. Like, they ask questions that any first-year lawyer would know that would not be admissible. That we've had days where we've had those questions back to back, the gotcha moments, the mic drops, like, I just want to ring the bell and then I'll withdraw the question. We've had those are days you'd expect the judge to be frustrated, because that's sort of like abusing the system, right? You're using the ability to say something and then retract it or have it overruled, and then as if with no penalty, right? That as a judge would frustrate me. But today there hasn't been a lot of that. If anything, there's been a lot of questioning about sort of mundane topics, which don't seem really central to the issue. We already have very differing opinions from, and I would say, some credible witnesses that say that where the cars were parked out in front of the Alberts home was different than what this witness says. I don't know. We'll see what's up with the judge here as this goes on. We're gonna get spicy. Because after him we get his wife, back to back. I don't think we have anybody in between, and that's gonna be a lot of fun as well, I'm sure. Need some more spice, says Melissa. A little bit. Teresa, congratulations on 2 days of being smoke-free. That's wonderful. If we can help in any way, please let us know. That's awesome. We support people on their path to sobriety, no matter where they are, day 1 or day 1,000. It's wonderful. We're here to support you. I use the term sobriety widely, and a lot of times you don't think of like smoking as sobriety, but in reference to addiction, that's how I'm using it. But congratulations, you got this. You're celebrating 2 days of clean air. That's it. It's wonderful. Still have Karen watching. She watched very intently during the sidebars. Looks like they're coming back.
I think you can hold it. Thank you.
Let's see where this one was ruled. Quick huddle means probably means that the judge sustained the objection.
So I'd like you to not leave the witness in the dark if there's something that he can have.
What I'm going to do now, sir, is to hand you 3 more pages and ask if you can identify those.
Okay, so he gets to still go on the same questioning, but the judge wants him to speed it up. Aziz, light. The facial expressions are great. This is going to be a I don't recall this conversation moment. I've seen the lights. Does this work? How am I today years old and just finding that out? Siri, flashlight.
It's on now.
Everyone's is on now. Siri, put me back in the dark.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
Siri, it's way too bright in here. Can you do something about that?
Sorry, I don't understand.
Siri, can you turn the lights off? It turned off the lights on my TV. Look. Look, my purple light. Siri, turn my lights back on.
All right, Mr. McCabe, generally, do you recognize those,
Yeah.
sir? All right, so go
just
ahead.
marching it up, yep.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Yannetti.
The pages that I've handed to you and that you now have in your possession, those are from the same group chat that you identified earlier, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it appears to have the same sequence and content of the group chat as well?
Yes.
I would offer that one.
Over the Commonwealth's objection, again, I'm not sending anything to the jury that they can't read. So let's mark this for identification.
Ooh, look at the mannerisms.
And the substance of those, each individual one will be question by question.
Understood. So, Mr. Bates, with regard to page 2160, I'm looking for the second bubble.
Do you have an extra copy for me to follow along? No?
Nope. You have to read it just like the
Jim,
jury judge.
was it, Mr. United, was this in the, what was marked for, you're using that? All right.
I believe we have extra copies here.
Thank you.
All right. And if it's a question by question objection, just.
May that be displayed on?
May what be displayed?
Well, I just offered that as an exhibit, and I'm asking.
And I did not take it in. I said the content on a question by question, so it's each bubble.
All right. You saw that at 3:01 p.m. and 48 seconds on February 1st that you texted, quote, very weird that she's been barely interviewed. The whole dead comment was just told. I was supposed to have them talk last night and forgot to tell Proctor to call her. Do you recall that?
What?
I recall it, correct.
And those were your words, correct?
Yes, they are.
And may that be displayed?
No, it's in. We may display it later, but I'd like to move this testimony along, so that's in evidence.
And then in that discussion, at 3:03 p.m. and 15 seconds, it was Brian Albert who texted, quote, hope they don't think she's making it up after the fact for some reason, end quote, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Can you read the timestamp again?
It's the second
it's on
page.
page 02161.
Oh, I found it.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's in the middle. I got that timestamp correct?
3:03:15.
Why is the judge
And,
rushing this
I
part?
read that accurately. Hope they don't think she's making it up after the fact.
Yes, that's correct.
And then less than a minute later at 3:05 and 32 seconds, you replied, yes, she was hardly interviewed, and I think just answered what was asked. Oh, I'm sorry, strike that whole question. I skipped his next response,
The judge
which was
say.
at 3:05 and 2 seconds, where he said, but if they barely interviewed her, that's on them, correct?
That's from Brian. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, with regard to that exchange, you would agree with me that you were talking about Kerry Roberts being interviewed by Michael Proctor, correct?
I don't want to make an assumption. Do you have the text previous to this that shows that we're referencing Kerry?
I do, and I'll show you that only to refresh your memory.
Yeah, I don't want to assume something.
I understand. I'm going to show you one page and ask you to look at it silently to yourself.
Okay.
And I've opened the packet for the page.
Okay.
You can just look up at me when you're done.
Yeah, again, my assumption it's Kerry based. Can I go back another page?
Feel free.
That's forward. Okay, that's back there.
Okay, that's what I was looking for.
Yes.
Take your copy back.
Did those previous pages refresh your memory about the context of your group chat conversation?
Yes, it did.
And certainly it was talking about Kerry Roberts being interviewed, correct?
Yes, it was.
And
Big
you were
sigh.
passing along information about that interview to Brian Albert, were you not?
Yes, I was letting him know that Kerry was being interviewed.
And you were telling him things that she was saying, correct? Remember you said the whole dead comment was just told?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
All right, in any case, we're going to move on to the very last discussion that I'd like to ask you about. Earlier that day, February 1st of 2022, at 12:50 p.m. and 37 seconds, Brian Albert texted the group, which would have again been his wife Nicole, your wife Jennifer, and you. And that text was...
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so I can't, which bubble on which page?
02148.
Right, on which page?
That's the page, 02148.
Okay, so I don't have
And
it.
the bubble is the second of the three bubbles.
So I don't have it.
I don't have it.
I don't know what the objection's pertaining to.
Sidebar. Come on up. Sidebar.
Jurors, I apologize that this is taking so long.
Whoa. Judge is frustrated with the delay.
You know what, Mr. Yannetti, why don't you...
This is that for the court, Your
Big
Honor.
sigh. Big sigh.
So you're objecting to it, so I'm not going to let you say what it is. You can show it to the witness.
Yes, will do.
Which one is this?
Second bubble on 02148.
Hang on, she just ruled without looking at it?
Then the third bubble on 02148.
Another sigh.
And then the first bubble on 02149. That's all I'll be asking him about.
Thank you.
All right, so I won't allow, based on the objection from the Commonwealth, the second bubble on 02148. I will allow the author of the third bubble on page 02148.
No. The second bubble on 02148.
Is not allowed into evidence.
I need to be heard on that then.
No, all right, I'll hear you at sidebar.
Whoa. Whoa. The judge did her version of a mic drop. She threw the evidence. She's like, whatever. She's like, fine. You've used the code word when he said, I need to be heard. That's the code word. I require the judge's time so that I can make an objection on the record for appeal reasons, because I believe the judge is wrong. She's mad. Karen knows judge is mad. She's facing the jury. Jury is going out. Sidebar continues. She can't deny if he says I need to be heard. That's frustrating because she's trying to speed it along, apologizing to the jury in the midst of what's happening while while she's expressing frustration for one side, that doesn't look good, right? That's the judge showing a preference to one side or the other. And I think part of the problem, I would bet that part of the problem is the way the state provided information to them, because they're required to turn things over to the defense in discovery, but sometimes in that transition, you don't get the cleanest, best copy. They might make copies of everything for you, but it's not the neatest. It might not be the digital format that, it might still be digital format, but in this case where they have these printouts, it looks like a copy of a copy. It's a color copy of a color copy. And so the defense version might literally be poorer resolution than what the prosecutor has. And that's sort of biting them right now because the judge is frustrated about how difficult it is to read. She's frustrated that the witness is up there on a stand in her courtroom squinting at evidence with a flashlight trying to make out what it is. And she's already said a couple times, I'm not going to send this to the jury. There's no way I'm going to send them something they can't read. Karen's not liking the sidebar right now. It sounds like the voices are probably loud enough in the courtroom that she can hear what's going on. Nodding, which means probably Mr. Yannetti is making a point right here. And then we wait for the judge's response. That was a sigh. The first thing was a sigh. Who's whistling?
Yes, please.
Can I have the jury back, please?
Another big sigh. Or making up for it in sighs today, Your Honor. And another one. The seismograph is off the charts right now. Seismic activity is occurring. We need to finish this testimony before Mr. McCabe's flashlight dies. The battery can only last so long. Who's up there on the jury pool? Anybody we recognize? I heard the judge.
And Mr. Jackson, if you are planning on doing this with the next witness, I'd like you to let Mr. Lally know which ones of these you intend to use so that we can avoid all of this. And if you have a copy from me, that would be helpful for objections.
Oh, so Mr. Lally's mad that he wasn't told which ones they were going to be cross-examined on? If Mr. Lally's mad about that...
Court, all rise for jury.
That means he probably did not prep his witnesses on these texts if he didn't think they were going to be used. That might be why he's frustrated. Because the prep for witnesses, I would say, has been spectacular from the state side. That might bring in answers that are a little more helpful for the defense.
Stianetti.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Fire away.
Mr. McCabe, when we broke, I was just about to ask you about the last exchange here.
He won the objection.
You will agree with me that on February 1st of 2022 at 12:51 and 49 seconds, you texted the group chat to say, ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yep, I'm reading it right now. Yes, that's correct.
And who is the Chris you were referring to?
That would be Chris Albert.
Brian's brother, correct?
That is correct.
And then you then texted your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, quote, tell them the guy never went in the house, correct?
Yeah, that's part of the same text. Yes.
Mr. McCabe, who was the guy that you were referring to? Does he have a name?
That would be John O'Keefe.
When you told the group to tell them the guy never went in the house, that was you talking about how you should all get your stories straight, correct?
No.
You would agree with me that your stories are all straight in terms of the guy never went in the house, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
John never went in the house. It's not a story, it's a fact.
Yeah. Well, when you said, tell them the guy never went in the house, Brian Albert was on that exchange still, was he not? He was still part of the group text?
Yes, Brian is on the exchange.
And Brian Albert was the one to respond, wasn't he?
Let me switch pages here.
He responded, did he not?
Yes, he did.
Yeah. And then at that point, you knew Brian Albert was the oldest brother of the Albert family, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The oldest sibling in that family, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in his response to your instructions that his younger brother, Chris, should say that John O'Keefe never went in the house, or the guy never went in the house, you would agree with me that he responded with one word, correct?
Yes, he did.
And in response to you saying the guy never went in the house, Brian Albert's response was, exactly, correct?
Yes, that's his response.
We're done here.
We're done here.
All right. Commonwealth, any redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Oh, what a mic drop. We're done here.
Now, Mr. McCabe, John O'Keefe never went in the house that night, is that correct?
That's correct.
And from this text communication, as far as Chris Albert was concerned, was Chris Albert ever at the house on that night?
No, he was not.
And this is something that you, obviously, this death of John O'Keefe occurring, how it did, where it did, and why it did, that was something that you discussed.
Can you keep your voice up?
Yes, I'm sorry. This tragic occurrence, as far as what happened to John O'Keefe, his death, where, why, how, that was something that you discussed within your family, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Why?
I didn't hear that
Why
one.
was it a discussion in your family?
You're talking about the immediately after? It was, no one knew what happened. John never showed it, never came in the house, so we had no idea what happened to John.
And John was someone you were friends with, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, did you ever tell anybody what to say at any point in time to the state police, to any investigator whatsoever?
No.
Did anyone in your family or in your presence ever tell anyone that in front of you?
No.
Now, you asked some questions about when you were looking out and you saw the SUV, correct?
Yes.
And your focus, as you indicated in your testimony, was on the SUV, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, during the time that you were looking out, did you ever see a pickup truck outside?
I knew the pickup truck was out there, but again, I didn't look at the pickup. I kind of saw it, but was focusing on the SUV.
And
I saw a vehicle out there, let's say that.
my question is more so, as far as the tire marks that you were talking about in the road, was that before or after the pickup truck was in?
It was after.
Now, you were asked some questions about directionality and things of that nature as far as coming down Chapman or Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so if someone had driven by the house, missed the house, and then went on to Cedar Crest, turned around, presumably then they would be taking a left or a right from Cedar Crest onto Fairview, is that right?
Yes, if they passed the house, they would have come to Cedar Crest and turned around and come back onto Fairview.
And you were asking questions about whether or not you saw Mr. O'Keefe from your vantage point in the SUV, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
You didn't see him, correct?
I did not see him.
Could you see anyone inside from where you were?
I could not see anybody in the vehicle.
Do you see anything about the windows as far as their tint or anything like that?
I don't recall the tint. I couldn't see inside, though.
As far as any statements that Ms. Nagel made on the way home, is it your testimony that you, Ms. Nagel didn't say those statements or that you didn't hear those statements?
I did not hear those statements.
Now, turning to February 1st, do you recall what you were doing on that day when you drove by Fairview?
I don't recall what I was doing. I don't recall exactly what I did that day.
And were you going specifically by Fairview, or where were you?
Based off of reading these text messages, I was doing something, picking up a car or something, it says. I don't recall where, and I cut down Fairview.
Now, as far as your statement in those text messages where you said, looks like more has been dug up, you recall that?
I don't recall it. I read it in the text message.
Do you recall what that was in regard to? As far as what were they digging?
Sorry. I do recall. They dug out the snow. It looked like the snow banks. It looked like there was more snow dug out in the around the scene.
And by the scene, you mean around where the flagpole fire hydrant that was?
Correct. Yes.
And do you recall any sort of change in the weather between the 29th and February 1st?
I believe the temperature rose. Snow was starting to melt, if I recall.
Now, when you and your wife your wife is talking to Mr. O'Keefe and you were given directions, there was some reference to Bella's house, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that was sort of used as a directionality as far as Mr. O'Keefe would be familiar with where Bella's house was?
Yes, that's correct.
What, if any, relationship in the past were you aware of between Mr. O'Keefe and Bella, and Bella's mother?
At some point, Bella's parents were separated, since divorced. At some point, Mr. O'Keefe had a relationship with Bella's mother.
And after that conversation in which that was referenced as far as Bella's house, did you ever hear from John O'Keefe again?
Never heard from him again.
Nothing further.
Anything?
Just very briefly.
Okay.
You were just asked if you ever told anyone, if you told anyone what to tell the state police or investigators, and your answer was no, correct?
Yeah, I don't recall telling anyone to tell anybody anything.
So with regard to your statement, tell them the guy never went in the house, who's the them?
Do you mind if I go back and read?
Take your time.
I think I know, I just want to read it. The them was Channel 4 went into D&E.
You done with your answer?
Yeah, you just asked me who them was.
And the answer is, you were instructing people on the group chat to tell Channel 4 that the guy never went in the house, correct?
Yes, this was on February 1st. As I said, none of us in the house had any idea what happened to John O'Keefe, so we instructed, I was saying, we don't know what happened, he never came in the house.
All right, so,
That's what was my statement was.
Sir, I didn't ask you for any of that just now, did I?
You just asked me why I said that.
I asked you who the them was.
Objection, Your Honor.
You didn't. You look like you asked me to elaborate.
Okay. So your answer to my question is, the them was you were saying that Channel 4 should be told that the guy never went in the house. Yes or no?
Channel 4 was who I was referencing. Yes.
No further questions.
All right, you are all set, Mr. McCabe. I will take those documents.
Where did Channel 4 come in? Do you think there's a text in there that has reference to Channel 4? Is that the one the judge ruled was not appropriate? Not
Your
coming in?
next witness, please, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The call will call Jennifer McCabe to the stand.
Woo woo! Oh man, it's heating up. It's heating up. Let's celebrate. It's going to be fun. This is witness number 39. I don't know if this will be spicy on direct, but I can imagine it will be spicy on cross, because she was involved in a lot of happenings throughout this. Both the before, the during, and the after.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Sure. Jennifer McCabe, MCCABE,
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Approximately 20, well, my whole life I lived in Canton, except when I first got married, I lived in Stoughton for a year or two.
And where you live currently in Canton, how long have you lived there?
I live at 12 Country Lane, and I've lived there about 10 years.
And prior to that, where did you live in Canton before Country Lane?
15 Sutcliffe Ave in Canton.
And how long did you live on Sutcliffe?
Approximately 10 years.
And with regard to both addresses, who, if anyone, do you live there with?
I live there with my husband, Matt, and my 4 daughters.
And how old are your 4 daughters?
15, 16, 18, and 20.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th and to January 29th of 2022. Do you recall those dates?
I do, yes.
And do you recall what days of the week they were?
Friday and a Saturday.
So starting with Friday, January 28th in the evening, do you recall what was going on that night or where you went? What were you doing?
Well, first, I set up at my house for a team dinner for my daughter's hockey team. Then I met up with some parents for my daughter played for the Canton High basketball team, so we met up with some parents before. We had a drink, appetizers. My younger 2 were with us. We fed them dinner, and then we went on to Canton High School to the basketball game.
Now, starting back, the oldest daughter with the hockey dinner at your house, that was your daughter Allie, is that correct?
Yes.
She's your oldest?
Yes.
Now, the daughter who had the basketball game, is that your second oldest?
Yes.
And with regard to her, she was on varsity team, is that right?
Yes.
For Canton High School?
Yes.
And with respect to just basketball in general, when the kids were younger, what, if any, role did you have in regard to that?
I'll allow it, but then you'll move on quickly.
Of course.
I was a basketball coach for the rec, or the town program.
Coach mom.
I believe with Emily, I started approximately when she was in 5th grade, and then I was also a coach for my daughter Olivia, I think starting when she was in 6th grade, and with my youngest, I think I coached from 1st grade on, up until 8th grade.
Now, as far as the
aside from the judge
high school game was concerned, is there sort of a typical start time for high school basketball game?
6:30.
Yeah. Move on. We know the time. Move on.
It's 6:30.
After the basketball game, where did you go?
My husband and I dropped my youngest daughter home, and then we proceeded to meet my sister at the waterfall.
And which sister is that?
My sister, Nicole.
How many sisters do you have?
3.
And do you recall about what time it was that you got to the waterfall?
Approximately 9 o'clock.
And when you say we, who do you mean?
My husband, Matt, and myself.
And do you recall which vehicle that you were in going around Canton that night?
I believe it was my car, yes.
And what kind of car was that?
Denali, Yukon, I think. Denali, yeah.
I think she means Denali.
So bigger type vehicles?
Yes, big SUV.
Who is dying in the background? Do you hear that?
You got a cell phone around that time, is that correct?
Yes.
Your cell phone, what if any connection did that have between the cell phone and the vehicle?
At that point, I don't think mine was connected. I'm not sure.
Now, when you arrived to the waterfall, did you go right in, or what, if anything, did you do?
I waited a few minutes because my husband was on a phone call.
And at some point, did you and your husband man go in?
Yes.
And when you arrived in the waterfall, where within the waterfall did you go?
We walked in, and I believe we sat at the third table.
And at the time that you arrived, who, if anyone, was there that you were familiar with at that date?
Chris and Julie Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Tristan Morris.
And at some point shortly after that, or at some point after that, who, if anyone else, came in and joined the group that you were with?
Nick Kolikitis did, and then his wife did a little bit after. And then Brian Albert and Brian Higgins arrived. And then Karen and John arrived.
And prior to Karen and John arriving, who, if anyone, from the group had left?
I believe Tristan left, maybe to go sleep because he had to plow, I think.
Now, with reference to Karen and John,
Mm-hmm.
you're talking about John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
And how long had you known John O'Keefe?
Approximately 10 years.
And how was it that you first came to know John O'Keefe?
John's sister and her husband lived in the neighborhood, and my daughter became friends with John's niece when they were in kindergarten. And during that kindergarten year, John's sister and then brother-in-law passed away, and John moved in and took care of the kids.
And just for clarity purposes, this would have been when you were living at the home on Sutcliffe?
Yes.
And then after John moved in with his niece and nephew, what, if any, role or what, if any, relationship did you have with either John or his niece specifically?
So my daughter was very good friends with his niece. And so, you know, she would be over all the time. And JJ would come over with Patrick and pick her up. And he would come in and talk to us and hang out.
And how would you describe your relationship with John O'Keefe?
He was my friend. I love John. He was an amazing guy.
Now, with reference to Karen Reed, and just for clarity purposes, do you see Karen Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Did you identify just as to where she's seated or an article?
She's seated between her attorneys.
John just asked the record to reflect identification
Yes.
by the witness. Now, with respect to the defendant, Ms. Reed, when was it that you met her?
John had reached out to me saying that he was dating a new girl and that she had MS and I also have MS. So he said he would like for me to meet her.
And how long have you had MS?
I believe it will be 10 years this October.
And do you recall specifically when around that was, what year, what month, anything like that?
That I met Miss Reed?
Yes.
Yes, they came over in July of 2020.
And came over to your house, is that correct?
Yes, they came over to the house. They brought the kids, swam. I have a pool.
Now, over the course of, you were familiar, obviously, that Ms. Reed was dating Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Over the course of time.
Yes. Sorry.
Over the course of time from July of 2020, when you met her, to January of 2022, how often would you see Ms. Reed?
It would vary. You know, there were times that we would bump into them, or depending on their sports, or, you know, for my daughter's birthday party, when it was time to pick up, they'd come over and hang out, or Halloween. It just varied. We have 4 kids, so we're always kind of in all different directions. Sometimes it depends on what sport month it is and what team we're with.
And how would you describe your relationship with Ms. Reed?
I enjoyed Miss Reed. I really liked her. I thought we connected from the beginning. She was very easy to talk to. she had MS, I had MS, and there's not a lot of people our age that I personally know that have it. So it was nice to have someone who understood like what I was going through. So we had that in common.
Now, with respect, to either, starting with Mr. O'Keefe, was your friendship the type where you would have any sort of discussions about his relationship with Miss Reed or any girls that he dated at any point in time that you were friends with him?
At different points, yes.
And what, if anything, specific do you recall him telling you about his relationship with Miss Reed specifically?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Going to allow it, but we still got a sidebar. It's going to be whoever is breathing on scuba tanks. Can you stop doing it? What is scuba? It's like a subsurface breathing apparatus. I don't have my shirt. It's an acronym. It's air tanks underwater that you breathe with. Yes, it's a full day today. Full day, although we've skipped. I think we've skipped the first break already. Self-contained underwater breathing apparatus. There we go, Greenas. Knew somebody had Google handy. Just kidding. I'm sure you knew that one. Okay, I'm trying to get the spice meter working, and I can't find the seismograph image.
So, Ms. McCabe, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his relationship with Ms. Reed, is that something that you spend any real time talking about with Mr. O'Keefe?
No, occasionally, hey, how are things going? How's she feeling? How's she doing? Very general.
And same sort of question with regard to Ms. Reed, is that a conversation that you had as far as her relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, similar. Mm-hmm.
Now, on that evening, if I could turn you back to the waterfall.
Mm-hmm.
You arrive about 9. About what time was it that you left?
Approximately midnight, a little give or take.
And so during the 3 hours or so that you were there, how would you describe sort of the mood or demeanor of the group that you were with during the time you were there?
Fine, friendly, normal, typical night, just out having a drink, listening to music.
And you mentioned about 11 o'clock or so was that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came into the bar?
Correct.
And when they came into the bar, where did they go in relation to where you were?
They came right over and talked to the group that we were with.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant came over, what, if anything, did you observe the defendant do or have with her when she came?
Oh, she had brought a glass with her and kind of took it out of her coat and just kind of chuckled about it.
What, if anything, did you observe about the glass?
I believe it had ridges on it.
What, if anything, did you observe as far as what was in the glass?
It was clear.
Was there any other kind of like a straw or a lime or anything like that?
I don't remember.
As far as you knew, at some point did you become aware of where Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed had been prior to coming over to the waterfall?
Yes.
And where were they?
CF McCarthy's.
Where is that in location to the waterfall?
Just right up the street.
Now, over the course of the evening, you were at a bar. Fair to say you were drinking, is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall specifically what you were drinking?
I think beer.
And same question with regard to Mr. O'Keefe. Do you recall him drinking, and if so, what, if anything, was he drinking?
I can't be certain. possibly a beer, but I can't be certain.
And with respect to Ms. Reed, same question as far as do you recall her drinking, and if so, what, if anything, do you recall her drinking?
Again, I remember just a clear glass, a glass with a clear liquid in it.
Any different glass beyond the one that you've already testified about, or no?
I don't remember, sorry.
Now, when you left the waterfall sometime around midnight, is that correct?
Yes.
And well, let me ask you this first. I'm sorry. So, with respect to the time that you were at the waterfall, did you speak with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, briefly at the bar.
And do you recall just generally what it was that you talked about?
Yes, his niece had just gotten into Bishop Fien, so he was very excited.
And with respect to Ms. Reed, did you speak to her at the bar?
Yes.
And do you recall what, if anything, the two of you spoke about?
Yes.
And what was it?
Karen had shared a little bit of frustration that morning, or one morning she had taken Kaylee to Dunkin' Donuts, and John, was frustrated, didn't, saying, don't take her, she's gonna, make a habit of it, meaning like she's gonna come to expect it every day. And then we just talked about how, challenging it is with kids. And, she mentioned that that's kind of all they have a fight about. And I said, yeah, well, welcome to parenthood, and, she just was a little bit frustrated, felt like the family needed to be doing more to help. And she just wished she had, more time, just her and John. But again, it was just, girlfriend to girlfriend kind of venting.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, observations did you make as to how he was dressed?
Baseball hat, jeans. That's what I remember.
Do you recall any sort of winter coat or heavier coat or anything like that?
No.
Now, over the course of the evening at the waterfall, what, if any, discussion was there amongst the group as far as going somewhere next, or what to do after the waterfall?
Karen had asked Chris if we could go up to D&E. She wanted to go up to D&E and have him cook some food.
And was that something that was brought up by the defendant once, or more than once, or something?
Many times.
And what was sort of the response from the group in regard to going to D&E and making food?
So Brian, Chris, and Matt do this annual weight loss challenge every year, and it was in the midst of that. So they were like, no, we can't go up there. We're not going to eat. We'll do it another time.
Anything to avoid eating pizza
now,
there? Is that what I'm hearing?
That conversation, what, if any, other... let me ask you this. Why did you go to the waterfall in the first place?
So I went to meet my sister, Nicole. She was heading there because she was going to go have a drink with her. Her son was going to have some friends and then meet out. So I was going to meet them for a drink for my nephew's birthday.
To be clear, that nephew was Brian Albert Jr., is that right?
Yes.
And did Brian Albert Jr. ever show up at the waterfall that evening?
He did not, no.
Do you know why not?
Brian suffers from anxiety, and during that time period, he was really struggling.
So he decided to stay home?
He just decided to stay home, yes.
And so after the discussion about going over to D&E and then the communication of not going over, what, if any, other discussion was had as to where people were going or what was happening after leaving the waterfall?
Brian Albert Sr. Just made a general, hey, I'm going to go home, have a drink with Brian if anyone would like to come.
And was that something that was just to certain people, or was it expressed at the table, or how was that expressed?
It was expressed to everyone, like, hey, we're going to go back home, have a beer with Brian if anyone would like to come.
Now, after that was sort of put out to the table, what, if any, discussion did you have in regard to that with either Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, or both?
Both of them. I said, oh, you guys should come. Do you want to come?
And did they indicate that that was something that they wanted to do, or did they indicate that they were coming?
They both wanted to come, and they said they were coming, yes.
Now, when you left the waterfall, who, if anyone, left with you or left at the same time?
I believe I walked out with Karen. I know I walked out with Karen, and I believe Miss Kolakidis as well.
Prior to you leaving, your sister Nicole and her husband Brian, had they left prior to you leaving?
Yes.
And so you're walking out with the defendant and Ms. Kolakidis, is that right?
Yes.
And when you were walking out with them, what, if anything, was the sort of conversation or the discussion as you were walking out the door?
Well, Matt and John were still inside. So at one point I said, oh, Karen, why don't you just come with me? Figuring, because, you know, Matt can talk to anyone, and God knows how long he was going to stay in there. So I was just like, hey, do you want to drive with me, and they can meet us?
Your husband's a talker, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as the car that you had parked there before, where was that parked in relation to the waterfall?
I believe I had to kind of walk straight out.
In the parking lot?
In the parking lot, yes.
And after you had exited from the waterfall, at some point did you observe Mr. O'Keefe come out as well?
Yes, he did.
And did you have any conversation with him in the parking lot while you were out there?
I believe briefly, Karen, him, and I all spoke, yes.
Do you recall briefly what you spoke about?
Them coming back to Fairview.
And after sort of the two of you parted ways, did you observe where Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant went?
I just saw them like they walked left, I walked straight.
And if one were to walk left in the direction they were walking, where would that bring them to?
Washington Street, the main street.
So you went over then to your car in the parking lot?
Yes.
And while you were in your car in the parking lot, well, let me ask you this first. When you walked out of the waterfall, what, if anything, was different about the weather from when you had walked?
It had started to snow.
And as far as the snow was concerned, what was that initial point when you walk out of the waterfall? Was it accumulating or anything like that?
Yes, I would say, you know, it was starting to cover the car, so you'd have to put your windshield wipers on to clear it.
So you didn't have to get the scraper out or anything like that, just click on the windshield?
Flip on the windshield wipers. I probably was lazy and just rolled the windows down to get it off the windows.
And so you're
Calibrating
in
the
car
spice meter as we speak.
For some period of time waiting for your husband, correct?
Yes.
And about how long is it that you're waiting for your husband before he comes out?
Actually, it wasn't long. I think I turned the car on, and then I saw him walking, and I pulled up.
And while you're waiting for your husband, or shortly after he gets to the car, what if any communication did you receive at that point?
I received a text from John saying where to.
And with respect to that, did you respond in kind via text, or how did you respond, if at all, to Mr. O'Keefe?
I was driving, so I called him.
And when you called him, if you know, was that something that was done through Bluetooth with regard to the car, or?
Yes, it would have been, because it was my phone and I was driving, so I would have had it over the car.
So your phone would have been paired up with your phone?
Yes, I plugged it in when I got it. I always plug my phone in when I get in, if I'm driving.
And with your husband in the car, it's fair to say that he could hear both sides of the conversation as far as you and Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And so that initial call that you placed to Mr. O'Keefe, is that done while you're driving?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were you telling him as far as that initial call was concerned?
He had asked for he said where to. I gave him the address, and then I believe I, just started giving him directions, and I actually think Matt spoke over me and was saying, go this way, go this way. And then I said, yeah, you just go down to Fairview, it's at the bottom.
And so as far as the directions, do you recall anything specifically about what you told Mr. O'Keefe as far as where the directions were?
Well, he actually called back a second time. And when he called back a second time, I instructed him that it was by a friend's house, one of his niece and my daughter's friend. And I said, oh, just, it's right, go past Bella's street. It's at the bottom of the hill.
And before we get to that, just as far as that initial phone call, essentially Fairview Road, you're familiar with?
Yes.
And it's where your sister lives with her family, correct?
Yes.
And if I could just ask, with regard to your sister's husband, Brian, how long have you known him?
Canonical Heat. Thank you
Since
very
I was in
much.
kindergarten.
10 memberships.
Very long time.
So they had dated for some period of time before they got married, and they've been married for some significant period of time.
Yeah, she had a crush on him for years. Then they dated, I think, for 10 years, and before they got married. So yeah, they've been together most of my life.
So you're familiar with Fairview in the sense that there's on one end of it is Chapman and one end of it is Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
And just in that initial phone call that you had with Mr. O'Keefe and you and your husband are giving directions, do you recall if you were indicating to him to go to Cedar Crest or to go to Chapman in order to get onto Fairview?
Go to Chapman.
And is that the way that you went as far as going from Washington Street downtown to Fairview?
Yes.
Thank you so much, and congratulations on 2 months. Appreciate you.
How long a drive is that going from the waterfall to Fairview Road?
Approximately 5+ minutes, depending on if you hit lights.
Now, if you're indicating you're indicating to someone to come down Chapman, and you said it was, I'm sorry, your testimony is it's sort of towards the end from that direction?
The end of Fairview, the bottom of Fairview.
And that's to my point as far as the bottom. What any kind of incline or decline, or how does the road sort of situated as you come from the Chapman side down to where your sister lives at 34 Fairview?
It's a hill.
And the hill goes down, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that somewhat of a precipitous? How would you describe sort of the hill?
Well, the first hill is a bit steep, and then it flattens a little, and then there's another hill. But the second hill is more long.
So there's actually 2 hills as you're going down, correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned second call, Mr. O'Keefe then calls you.
Yes.
And about how much time elapsed between when you first talked to Mr. O'Keefe and the second?
Approximately 4 or 5 minutes tops.
During either call that you had with Mr. O'Keefe, could you hear anything? You had it on Bluetooth, correct?
Yes.
Could you tell whether or not he was connected to a Bluetooth? Could you hear anything in the background?
I couldn't know.
And as far as when you were speaking to Mr. O'Keefe, did he express an intent that he was going to the house at Fairview?
Yes, he was driving there and he was trying to find it.
And when he indicated that he was trying to find it, was he expressing that in singular or plural or something else?
No, more general, like where is it? Type.
Did he make any reference during the time that you were talking to him to anyone he was with?
No.
And now, as far as this second call, you indicated, what did you use exactly as sort of a geographic locator?
My daughter and his niece's very close friend lives on a side street off of Fairview. So I just said, go past Bella's Street, and it's at the bottom.
And Bella is someone that, through his niece, John O'Keefe would have known, correct?
Correct.
Now, at this time, what, if any, relationship were you aware of between Bella's mother and John O'Keefe?
They had dated
No, I'm going to allow it.
They had dated briefly years before.
Now, was that sort of the substance of the conversation that you had with Mr. O'Keefe? In that second phone call?
Yes.
Now, after that second phone call, did you speak to Mr. O'Keefe on the phone at any point in time after that?
No.
Now, you arrived at the house on Fairview. Do you recall where you parked when you got there?
Yes, pulled into the driveway.
And the driveway, at the house at Fairview essentially has two garage doors, is that correct?
Yes.
Sort of widens out as you get to the top, closer to the house?
Yes.
Do you recall where in relation to the driveway it was that you parked when you got there?
I just remember pulling in, there was definitely a car in front of me. There possibly could have been a car to the left.
You exit the vehicle, go into the house, correct?
Correct.
When you get to the house, who, if anyone, do you observe in the house?
When I walk in, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert, Julie Nagel, and Sarah Levinson are all sitting at the kitchen table. My sister Nicole was in the kitchen wiping the counters because she's always cleaning. And Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were in the, I guess you'd call it the TV room area, just standing and talking.
And ma'am, I'm sorry, I'm just having a little trouble hearing you. So
Oh, okay.
that microphone, you can adjust that any way you want, so anywhere you want to put that.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's actually not the microphone, it's the speakers in the court that are turned down.
And so when you come into the house, where were, you mentioned a table, where were people situated?
In the kitchen.
Now, with respect to what was going on at the house throughout the course of the evening that you were there?
I sat at the table and I just spoke to Brian and Katie and the two girls most of the night.
And just so we're clear, when you're talking about Brian, that's Brian Albert Jr. or Little Brian?
Yeah, little Brian. Yeah, little Brian.
Now, as far as at any point in time when you were at the house, you familiar with a gentleman named, someone named Colin Albert?
I am, yes.
And how do you know?
He is my friend's son and my sister's nephew.
Your friend Julie's son, correct?
Yeah, so my friend Julie's son.
And your oldest daughter, Allie, was Colin friends, or is Colin friends with your oldest daughter, Allie?
Yes, they're born a week or two apart, and we've kind of just, they've done everything together. They're very good friends.
Now, at any point in time that you were there on that early morning, did you see Colin Albert at all?
No.
And when you arrived at the house, obviously you're familiar with your daughter and the car that she drives around that time. Did you see your daughter there, Allie, at any point in time?
No.
Were you aware at any point in time in that early morning hour that you were there that your daughter had been there at any point in time prior?
Sustained.
Now, with reference to the home, at any point in time, did John O'Keefe ever come inside the house that night?
No.
During the time that you were there, let me ask more specifically, about how long a period of time was it that you were there, or about what time did you leave?
I believe I left approximately around 1:30, 1:45, approximately.
And do you know about what time it was that you arrived there?
I'd say approximately somewhere between 12:20, 12:30. Well, 12:20, I believe, 12:20-ish, because the last call from John, when I went back and looked, was 12:18.
Now,
good memory so far.
Similar to what I asked about the waterfall, as far as the sort of mood, demeanor inside the house, what, if anything, do you recall with respect to that?
Good. Everybody was in a good mood. There was no, Brian and Brian were talking. My sister was cleaning. I was talking with the kids.
Going on.
You know, just a normal night.
Brian and Brian had
Now,
spooning.
while you were in the kitchen dining room area for the time that you were there, did you see anybody or observe anybody from the group that you just described go anywhere else in the house as far as away from that area?
Julie.
So beyond Julie Nagel going outside, did you see anybody else go upstairs, downstairs, to a basement area or anywhere else in the house?
No.
Now, given that you, when you were in the car and you were driving, you hooked your phone up to the charger, is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall charging your phone at any point in time when you were at your sister's house on Fairview that night?
I don't recall.
And you mentioned Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson. Were those people that you knew prior to that night of the 28th?
I was familiar with who Sarah Levinson was, maybe had run into her at different points. Julie Nagel was closer to Brian, so I would see her. I think she's dog sat for me when I've been away. Like Brian will do it, but then if he's not available, Julie will do it. I don't know if she had dog sat for me before then or right after then, but I was definitely familiar with Julie. And she possibly could have dog sat for me prior to that.
All this seems believable
now
so
with
far.
Reference, there was also someone there by the name of Brian Higgins, is that correct?
Correct.
And that is also someone who was there prior to you getting there, is that right?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you know about Mr. Higgins, or did you know him prior to that?
I had met him a few times. He's Brian Albert's friend.
So other than being your brother-in-law's friend and meeting him a couple times, you didn't really know him that well, fair to say?
Good, yes.
Now, you mentioned at some points that Julie went outside, correct?
Yes.
Nagel went outside?
Yes.
And do you know what she was going outside for?
Yes, her brother had come to pick her up. And so she was going to go tell him, try to get him to come in.
And what, if any, conversation did you have with Ms. Nagel or Ms. Levinson in regard to their going home prior to Ms. Nagel going out and talking to her brother?
Objection. I'll sustain it in that form.
What, if anything, had you said to Ms. Nagel prior to her going out prior to her going outside?
Objection. Sustained.
Hearsay.
Now, if you know, about how long was Ms. Nagel outside?
I believe it was just a few minutes.
And at any point in time while Ms. Nagel was outside, what, if anything, were you?
Excuse me?
But when Ms. Nagel went outside, what were you?
I was sitting at the table, and then my nephew had said another car was out there.
And after your nephew said that, what, if anything, did you do then?
I went to the front door.
And the front door of the home leads sort of, you walk in there's a foyer and a staircase in front of you?
Yes.
And as far as the front door was concerned, is there any sort of other door that's, is it just sort of the wooden front door, or is there another door in front of it?
The door was open, so it was just a storm door.
And the storm door is made out of glass, is that correct?
Yes.
So when you went over to the storm door and looked out, what, if anything, did you see?
I saw a vehicle.
And can you describe the vehicle that you saw?
I saw a dark SUV.
And as far as Ms. Nagel, did you make any observations of where she was when you looked outside?
I kind of just looked at the vehicle, and then I saw lights kind of over to this side. But then once I saw the vehicle, I took out my phone and I texted John.
And just so we're clear, as far as when you say this side, so you're standing at the storm door, see the vehicle, and where is the vehicle in relation to you and where you're standing at the front door?
It was straight ahead.
Now, the headlights that you were saying is sort of off to the side. From your perspective, looking out at the street, is that to the left, to the right, or something else?
Left.
And as far as this dark SUV that you saw, could you tell anything else about it as far as the make or model, or did you recognize it at all?
No.
Now, at this time on January 29th, 2022, were you familiar with any sort of vehicles that Mr. O'Keefe had?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicles did he have?
Gosh, I don't know the brand. It's, it was a small SUV type.
Do you recall, like, what color it was?
His might have been grayish. I'm not 100% sure.
And any other vehicles that he may have had?
Yes, he had this old-fashioned car that he loved, but Kaylee is so embarrassed of it. But yeah, he had that as well.
Okay,
Now,
I need to know the
as
models
Ms. Reed
here.
was concerned, were you familiar with what kind of vehicle she had at that time?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicle were you generally aware of her driving?
She had a Lexus.
And was that a sedan or an SUV, or what kind of vehicle?
I think it was like a small SUV.
Now, the vehicle that you saw outside of the residence of Fairview when you looked out the storm door, was that consistent with what you knew Ms. Reed to be driving at that time?
Yes.
Now, as far as that vehicle was concerned, at any point in time over the course of the evening, did you see anyone exit that vehicle or come out of that vehicle at all?
No.
Certainly never saw anybody exit that vehicle and walk over and come inside the house?
Sustained.
as far as that vehicle when you first saw it, could you tell whether or not it was running or anything like that?
It was running, yes. I could, I could tell it was running. It had the taillights. I could see the red.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, okay?
Okay, sorry.
She could see the red from the taillights.
Now, in addition
which
to
would
the
be
taillights,
the
that you
passenger
saw,
side.
the headlights or anything like that?
Yes, the headlights were on.
And as far as the interior of the vehicle, were there any lights on inside the vehicle that you saw at any point in time?
No.
And as far as the windows of the vehicle, what, if anything, did you observe as far as their coloration? Was it tint or anything like that that you saw?
Didn't observe, no.
Now, you see the vehicle sort of straight ahead of the front door, and then you pull out your phone to text Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall what you texted to him at that point?
I think I said here, question mark.
You think you said here, is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Show Mr. Jackson, okay.
So let's compare if they put these up on the screen, if they're much more clear, easier to see than what the defense says.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Key, I'm showing you a three-page document, just asking you to look at that and look over.
Okay.
Judge is rocking it.
Just generally speaking, that three-page document, do you recognize the contents of that?
I do.
Or what do you recognize it to be?
It's my text messaging with John.
So from sort of the early part of the 28th and around midnight through, the 29th, through the entirety of the 29th.
Yes.
May I approach you, Your Honor?
Yes.
Almost.
Is there any objection, Mr. Jackson? Okay.
There is an objection. We're going to approach and talk about it. I just want to see the quality. Let's see, let me size this down a tiny bit. There we go. Nope. Size back up. It's not quite working the way I want. Enable crop. Left. What's being cropped? Box 3. Spice meter has to be perfect, and it's just not right now, so trying to give it a little tune-up. All right, we might have to recalibrate the spice meter tomorrow and the day after. It's going to get hot. It's getting hot in here. Why have some people said that she has a crush on John? I haven't heard that part. I haven't heard anything about that. The most we've heard so far today is that is it Bella's mom and John at some point had a brief relationship that they dated. That's all we know. Not sure if we're going to get to cross today. This witness is, I think I would say one of the key witnesses. She has information about being out the night before with John and Karen. She has information about arriving to the Alberts, the time spent at the Alberts, departing the Alberts, and then also she has all the information about about being out with Karen looking for John in the morning. She was in her car driving around. So she's going to be probably one of the lengthier witnesses in this trial just because of that. And she also seems to have a very sharp memory, which I'm curious to see if it's consistent, if the memory stays just as good when defense starts asking questions. But she has a lot of answers, and her descriptions of things, I would say that her story tends to implicate Karen more than most of the stories we've heard so far. She's got her dates and times figured out. Colin left at 12:10. The rest got there about 12:18. She is sharp. Got text messages. We've got text messages coming in. Hopefully we get to see these ones here in just a minute. There will be more text messages. I know there are a lot of text messages with this witness. I'm going to turn the spicy meter down just a little bit because it's a little quiet right now. Oh, yay, the part for my wife's stove is out for delivery today. Guess what I get to do? Woohoo. Need an animation? Beep.
Actually, great timing. So we'll have you back here at 2 o'clock. And Ms. McCabe, I'll just ask you to let the jurors walk out first and then. Okay.
Court, all rise.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Karen's on board with whatever Mr. Jackson has got up his sleeve. Laura, judge is trying to get your attention.
Okay, so we're still in session?
Be seated.
Everybody sit
Just
down.
so the court has it, I have an extra copy for the court.
That's what I was hoping for. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
The court clerk's been
Then,
replaced by a
Mr.
lady
Riley,
in
you'll be
white.
able to make those redactions that are necessary over the luncheon break?
Yes, Your Honor, I think we can, and by we, I mean Ms. Gilman, because she's the one who can actually do these things. But no, I think we will be able to sort of take the whole numbers off of it and be able to print new copies without the numbers so that they can be
So
used.
the same version?
Exact same thing,
Therefore,
just with...
authentication, redacted for purposes of admission and publication.
Yes, yes.
All right. Great. I appreciate that. We'll see you at 2 o'clock.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so while they go to lunch, we're going to skip ahead. How about we work through lunch today? Any objections if we do that? I'm not going to put it up to a poll, but would you guys be too upset if we skipped lunch altogether? The Brown Barn. We are a little bit behind. We're intentionally a couple days behind on trial. So we will be catching up a little bit more, but we'll never be all the way caught up. Mrs. Ari objects. It depends. Do we have lunch? Do you guys make me some food? Mrs. Ari, thanks for being here, by the way. That's my wife. That's my wife. Everyone else says no objection, but honestly, if there's one objection from right here, that does have some veto power. No lunch, does that impact your vote? Yes, it does. Yes. Oh my goodness. All right, we are as far as time goes on this, we are about almost 2/3 of the way through for today. So if we go to lunch, we're going to have an early out. If we don't go to lunch, we're going to have an early out. We've got about, let's see where we are. Well, we have exactly 3 hours left, including the lunch, which would cut an hour out. Actually, don't actually care. All right. Okay, we're going to continue. We're going to continue then, because I'm waiting for the spiciness in this one. It's going to be coming soon, I'm sure. Let's see, 4:15 to 5:15. There we go. Back up a couple minutes. And they came back right on time. Wow. Like almost to the minute, which is impressive. All right, here we go. Some Caesar salad. Salads are yummy. Okay, here's our spice meter and our seismograph. Little activity on the seismograph today. Something's been a little shaking going on, shaking in Cyan. Spice meter is up.
Please be seated.
I'm not sure. Oh, big sigh.
Thank you.
I'm trying to see if I can get the spice meter to have flames. We do have flames, but we have a blue screen between.
Right, so Mr. Lally, just before you begin, folks, I neglected to tell you before or during the testimony of Mr. McCabe, and I don't want to keep repeating instructions, but I do want to remind you, when it comes to electronic communications, before you can consider them in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent the communication was in fact the person identified as doing so. If you do not find it more likely true than not that the person identified as sending the message was the one who sent it, then you may not consider that electronic communication in your deliberations. All right, thank you. Mr. Lally, go ahead.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to introduce, well, let me in those pages that I've just placed before you, do you recognize the content of those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to?
They are text messages between myself and John.
And from sort of specifically that time period of the early morning of January 29th through the morning of January 29th?
Yes.
And what's contained in those, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the content of those text communications?
Yes.
Now, with reference to Mr. O'Keefe, this is someone that you knew and you had his information put into your phone as far as a contact?
Yes.
And on prior occasions when you had contacted, or specifically that morning when you had left the waterfall and you talked to him on the phone, you called him, and who answered? You called the contact that you had as John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Okay, who answered the phone?
John.
Okay. And then the contact that you had put in as John O'Keefe called you, and you answered, and who was on the other line?
John.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
So that's proof of life right there at that
Almost
time.
seek to introduce and admit the next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. And this is subject to what we talked about at sidebar?
Yes.
Understood.
Thank you. That's exhibit 89, Your Honor. All right, thank you.
Your Honor, with respect to what's now been marked as exhibit 89, if I could, with the court's permission, publish that to the jury?
Yes.
Okay, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as that exhibit?
Yes.
And this is a text communication between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'm sorry to do this. May we approach?
Sure, why don't you take that down, Ms. Gilman?
Did they forget to redact the
Yeah.
numbers?
Thank you.
I think they were supposed to redact some numbers on there. Were they redacted? Let me see if this works right. Can I make both the seismograph, the spice meter, and everything go if we need to? If we need the screen, here's we go. Let's try this. This is advanced switching right here. Ready? Not really. It's pretty simple stuff. But if we need the screen to be completely clear to view something, I can just cut like this. Boom! We got it. We got it. I can take everything away at the same time. That way, if there's a text that we're covering up, I'll just go clear screen. I do that by tying the transition for my downstream keyer and both upstream keyers, as well as the super source, to the next transition. That's how I do it. Sorry, I asked.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. So, Ms. McKay, with what's for you and what's up on the screen as the exhibits, there are sort of green bubbles and blue bubbles, correct?
Correct.
And can you tell the jury as far as who's communicating which direction, as far as the green bubbles are who and the blue bubbles?
Green is John and blue is myself.
And so the first text from this particular date, if you could just read to the jury as far as from whom the message is sent, what the content is, and then what the time period is.
So John sent to me where to at 12:14.
And if it assists you, if you have that in front of you,
Oh, okay.
you can look at that and look at that. So the next bubble down is a blue bubble, is that correct?
Correct.
Similar to the one before, can you just read as far as that? Well, before I get to that, I'm sorry. So you receive that message from Mr. O'Keefe. You call him, have a conversation. He calls you back to have a further conversation.
Correct.
And then subsequent to that, could you read the next blue bubble down as far as from whom, what the content is, and what time it is?
So this one is from myself to John, and it says here at 12:27. So at that point, I see a car out front, and I text him here.
Testify to as far as looking out the front storm door, seeing a car, and then you sent the text. That's the text.
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to that. And ma'am, similar, if you could just, who sent it, what's the content, and what is the time?
I sent to John, pull behind me at 12:31.
And what were you referring to when you said pull behind?
So at this point, the car had moved from the prior spot where I originally saw it. So I thought, what is he doing? Why don't they just pull behind me in the, in the driveway?
That seems logical.
And again, with this bubble, if you could read out.
From me to John saying hello, and it was at 12:40.
And at this point in time, as far as, let me ask it this way. When you're sending these text messages over these periodic time periods, what, if anything, are you doing sort of in between?
So I originally went to the front door, saw the car, texted them, then texted John. Then I went back, kind of sat at the table, just either threw my phone probably in my back pocket. And then a couple minutes later, I got up again and saw that the car had moved. So I had sent the pull behind me. And then a few minutes later, I went back to the window, to the front door, I'm sorry.
And when you went back to the front door, what, if anything, did you see at that?
So at this specific point at 12:40, when I say hello, I cannot be certain whether they were still out front or if they had left.
And from any of these text messages that you sent, what if any response did you receive from Mr. O'Keefe after the weird scene?
None.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, to the next bubble. And similar to the prior ones that you did.
Sure. Jen to John, where are you? And that was at 12:42.
The next bubble.
Myself to John, hello, at 12:45.
Now, this is later in the morning, and we'll get to that a little bit more in a moment, but at some point you left the residence of Fairview, you went home, and you were awoken by something, and then at some point you texted John later on that morning, the 29th.
Yes.
You know, the next couple of those text messages that you sent at that point?
Correct.
If you could just, similar to the other ones, read from these.
Myself to John, please answer at 4:59. Myself to John, Karen is worried. We need to find you at 4:59. Myself to John, please answer so I know you're okay. 5:04.
May I approach this retrieve? Now, Ms. McCabe, if I can take you back to at the house on Fairview. Again, you're sending these text messages and going back to the table and then going back to the window at various times.
To the front door.
To the front door,
Yes.
And at any point in time, do you see anybody exit from the dark SUV or the black SUV you see in front of the house?
No.
And at any point in time, did John O'Keefe come into the house?
No.
And at any point in time, did John O'Keefe respond to your text messages?
No.
And at any point in time, did John O'Keefe call
No.
Now, at some point subsequent to this, have you had occasion to look at your phone or at your call history?
Yes.
And through review of that, were you able to see phone calls that your phone made to John O'Keefe's phone around that same time frame that you were texting him and going to the store?
Yes.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
These messages don't seem like a cover-up to me. These seem legit. Is that a judge sigh?
And I'm showing you a 4-page document. Actually, look at that and look up when you finish. And if I could suggest, I think it starts in reverse order from page 4, timing-wise, up through page 1. Just generally speaking, ma'am, do you recognize what's contained in that 4-page document?
I do.
And what do you recognize?
The calls between myself and John O'Keefe.
And am I correct that it starts in sort of a ascending order as far as the earliest calls are on page 4 and then the most recent are on the first page?
Yes.
And the phone calls that you were testifying to about before, as far as talking to him on the way from the waterfall to the residence at Fairview, did they appear in those?
They do.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach briefly?
Okay, may I have that?
I see. It's interesting. I've heard a little bit of testimony on a couple issues where people say we didn't think it would be safe to drive, so I was driving cautiously. My hands were at 10 and 2. After being at the pub, going out drinking. It's like, I had to drive slowly, 10 and 2 the whole way. We've heard Mr. McCabe tell us that he told his wife he was concerned about her going out with Karen Reed looking for John because Karen Reed's car had a cracked tail light. We've heard you don't text while driving. All this. None of them seem concerned at all about the drunk driving, Cheryl. None of them seem driving drunk. That's just what you do, apparently. But they've got concerns about everything else. I mean, where to park. But no issues whatsoever with a few bears. Knocking down a few bears and then going for a cruise. And apparently the only person who didn't was Colin Albert. He's the only one who called for an Uber, called his friends, and may or may not have somehow either gone straight home or gone to the high school at 1:00 in the morning. I don't know. That Life 360 thing we'll have to dig into some more. Now, some of the calls that we heard just testified, or some of the texts we heard testified to, were when they say something awakened you, and then you texted John. Karen awakened Jen, and then she called John. So Karen was awake at that point.
So, Ms. McCabe, as far as the first calls that you were testifying about, as far as when you spoke to Mr. O'Keefe on the way from the waterfall to the residence at Fairview, were those contained within those calls?
Yes.
And, as far as, is there a time that's associated with those calls that you observe in those 4-page documents?
Yes.
And what are they?
12:14 and 12:18.
And turning your attention to page 1, that would be sort of the last in line there. What time is the last call between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe, and who's calling you?
I'm calling him at 5:25.
Okay. May I approach her?
Yes.
I'm up to introduce him as the next exhibit.
Is there any objection?
There's not, Your Honor. Thank you.
Exhibit 9901. Thank you.
Now, Ms. McCabe, you had mentioned that during the course of the evening, shortly after you arrived at the residence at Fairview, you observed a vehicle outside of your sister's house, correct?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with court's permission, I would ask to publish with this witness Exhibits 71, 72, and 73.
Okay.
Oh, goody. We finally get to see the front of the Albert's home. We've been waiting for this moment.
And Ms. McCabe, first and foremost, what's up on the screen is Exhibit 71. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay, I think you can just go right to what you want her to identify, please, Mr. Riley.
So, Ms. McCabe, in front of you on the desk, there should be a laser pointer. Just
Judge is over it. He's like, we've seen this
And if I could ask
100 times.
if you could direct, well, first and foremost, with respect to this photograph, do you observe in this photograph where you first saw the black SUV in front of the house?
It was directly if I was staring out the front door. So this angle is kind of unique to see it. But if you go from the front door directly straight out, so maybe the edge, if you understand what I'm saying.
Using that just direct the jury's attention.
So if there's the front door and I look straight out. But the perception is almost like a side view. It's not straight on, so it could have been a little over here.
So, Ellie, why don't you show another picture if this one isn't helpful?
Judge is like, just speed through these.
Yes, so just be follow this and then come straight.
By that little bit of snow.
Lastly, Exhibit 73. Now, Mr. McCabe testified that at another point you come to the front door and you observe the vehicle in a different spot, correct?
Correct.
If you could, again, using the laser pointer, just bring your attention to where in this photograph, if at all, you observe where the vehicle was a second.
It was right above, right near the flagpole.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Now, turning your attention to back in the home, at some point you indicated you looked out and didn't see the black SUV there anymore?
Correct.
And what was your thought as far as where John was or where John had gone at that point?
At that point, I thought maybe they decided not to come in, maybe they got into an argument, or maybe Kaylee had called.
Did you think much of it at that point?
No.
Now, you leave the home around what time?
Approximately 1:30, between roughly 1:30, 1:45.
And when you leave, who, if anyone, goes with you?
So it's myself, my husband Matt, and I had offered, when Julie Nagel's brother had come to the house earlier, I had offered Julie and Sarah Levinson a ride home because we had just gotten there and they had wanted to stay later. So I also drove home Julie and Sarah. Well, my husband drove them home.
And so you exit the house, go out to the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And your husband Matt was driving?
Yes.
And where are you seated in the car?
And the front seat.
And do you recall where Miss Levinson and Miss Nagel were seated in the car?
They were in the back seat.
Do you recall which one was on which side?
I do not.
And when you come out of the house and you're starting to go home, what, if anything, had changed as far as the weather from when you had gone in to when you had come out?
The snow had, accumulated more.
And when you get into the vehicle and as the vehicle is pulling away, what, if any, conversation do you recall having with anyone in the car?
When I got in the car, I kind of turned around to Julie.
I'm going to allow this subject to maybe strike. There's a portion that's relative. Go ahead.
I turned around and was facing them and talking to them, and I believe Sarah Levinson had laughed or made a joke because I had bread or something in my car, and we made a joke about that. I had had my niece earlier that week for the week, and so I had brought stuff in the car because I was dragging her from one of my kids' sporting events to the next.
And
dragging, not literally.
Do you recall which direction, or did you observe which direction your husband Matt exited from?
I love them too. They really cut me up.
Did he head towards Chapman, or did he head towards Susan?
Chapman.
And so, as far as I may not have asked this before, but as far as the black SUV that you observed in front of the house, which direction was that vehicle facing?
Chapman.
Each of the times that you saw it?
Yes.
And so, as with that vehicle, as with the one that your husband was driving, which side of the vehicle would have been closest to the house in Fairview?
Passenger.
Now, as you're driving past the house, heading towards that, how were you positioned within the car?
I'm turned, chatting to the girls.
So, and when you're turned, are you turned towards the window, or are you turned towards the console? Which way are you turned?
Turn the console towards the back seat, so my back is to the window.
And either of these girls, did you know where they lived?
No.
Do you recall whether or not you found their homes by way of sort of GPS, or was it just sort of verbal directions?
I'm assuming they just gave Matt directions to where they lived.
And so you drop each of them off. Do you recall which order they were dropped off in?
Julie, then Sarah.
And then following dropping off Sarah, where did you and your husband go?
Home.
And this whole trip sort of from Fairview to dropping off Miss Nagel, Miss Levinson, and then going home, about how long a period of time did that take?
It could be 20, 30 minutes, maybe about approximately 20 minutes. I'm not exactly sure.
You arrived home sometime after 2 a.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And when you and your husband Matt got home, went inside the house, and where did you go?
I went upstairs to bed.
And at some point, did your husband come up as well?
He did.
Didn't she
Was it a
Google
long
something?
period of time between when you arrived home and when your husband came up?
I don't think too long. I think he had like some cheese or something because he was on a crazy diet, and then he came upstairs.
Now, did you go right to sleep, or what, if anything, did you do when you went up to bed?
I asked him to watch a show. He said no, he was going to fall asleep, which he does usually immediately, and I went on my phone.
And what, if anything, do you recall doing on your phone as far as going on?
I was researching, my husband and I did briefly talk. My daughter had gotten an offer to play on a club
Just tell us what you were doing, please.
Sure. I was researching a basketball team, and I believe I also texted my sisters, and I texted in a group chat with my husband and another individual.
Now,
Her son?
if I could just turn your attention back to when you were at the house on Fairview that evening, and I believe this is the last time, so I apologize for the back and forth, but when you were there, what, if any, videos or any music or anything did you pull up on your phone to share with the group that you were there?
So one of my sisters loves the song Raining Men, and she always, well, not always, maybe every once in a while, she's a little too much to drink and takes out an umbrella and sings and dances, and it's like a big family joke. And my other nephew had previously been over and showed me the video from whenever, I don't know if it's the 1970s, of It's Raining Men. So I just was playing it, showing my other nieces and nephews, and we were just like laughing because they all have umbrellas, and it's just something, it's like an inside family joke. So I played that, I think, a couple of times.
Quick, get
So
the umbrella.
After you get home
Jen's
and
playing
you're
It's Raining
looking
Men.
at the basketball program and things of that nature, what, if anything, else did you do before you went to bed? Or went to sleep, I should say?
Nothing. I possibly could have gotten up to go to the bathroom. I do that almost every night.
Now, at this time you had an iPhone, is that correct?
Yes,
Did you also have an Apple Watch?
I did, yes.
And do you recall whether or not you were wearing the Apple Watch that evening or when you went to bed or anything like that?
I do not recall.
And as far as the Apple Watch is concerned, is that something that you routinely or always take off before you go to bed or not?
Mostly, but not always. I mean, there are times I go to bed with it on. More often than not, I take it off, but there are times that I do sleep with it.
And with respect to this particular evening, do you recall whether you had it on or whether you took it off or even had it on at all that night?
I don't recall if I had it on that night.
Now, turning back to that last exhibit as far as the phone calls were concerned, were there certain phone calls that you made to Mr. O'Keefe's phone around the time that you were observing the vehicle outside?
Yes.
Do you recall making any phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe at that time?
I don't.
Fair to say that at no point while you saw the vehicle outside did you have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe?
I didn't.
Now, you go to sleep, and at some point later on in the morning, you wake up, correct?
Correct.
And what is it that wakes you up, and when about was that?
I woken up to my phone ringing.
And do you know what time it was?
4:53.
And according to your phone, who was calling you at 4:53 in the morning?
John's niece.
And so that would be John's niece, Kaylee, is that correct?
Correct.
And how old was she at this time?
I believe she was 14.
And she had just gotten into Bishop Thean, correct?
Correct.
So she was in 8th grade going in, finishing up her 8th grade year of middle school, correct?
Yes.
Is that a normal thing, that Kaylee would be calling you at 4:53 in the morning on a Saturday?
No.
So you answer the call, is that correct?
Yes.
When you answer the call, who, if anyone, is initially on the other end?
Initially, it's Kaylee.
And what, if anything, did Kaylee say to you?
that John didn't come home, and Karen and we wanted to talk to me.
And even in that initial call when you're speaking to Kaylee, what, if anything, do you hear sort of in the background when you're talking?
Karen screaming.
And could you hear what she was screaming?
She was just screaming, Jen, Jen, Jen!
Fairly loudly, is that correct?
Extremely.
Now, at some point, does the defendant get on the phone with you?
She does.
And what, if any, conversation do you have with her at that point?
She proceeds to scream my name multiple times, and she tells me that John didn't come home, they got into a fight, and that she left him at the waterfall.
And how do you respond?
I had just woken up. I was confused. I didn't know what she was talking about. I was like, what are you talking about? And then she, told me that they had gotten into a fight and she left him there, and now where is he? And she was just kept screaming my name over and over. And so then I remembered that Chris Albert had still been at the bar. So I thought, well, maybe John walked home with Chris, because Chris lives close to the waterfall.
And so at some point that conversation ended, and you recall how that ended?
I told her that I was going to call Julie and see if John had ended up with Chris.
And so you hang up with her, and then what did you do then?
I called Julie Albert.
And did Julie pick up the phone?
She did not.
And as you were calling Julie, did you have any conversation with your husband, Matt, around that time?
Yes. He, had kind of shot up out of bed when Karen had called. When Kaylee had called, because Karen was screaming. And then he was, what's going on? And I said, well, I'm calling Julie because Karen, they got into a fight, and I was trying to explain it to him. And he said, what are you talking about? We saw them outside of your sister's house. And at that point, I hung up.
And when you hung up, Julie had not answered yet, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as Miss Reed, is that someone who had your phone number? Did you have her plugged into your phone as a contact before that date of January 29th?
No.
So never had any kind of conversation with her over the phone as far as a text or a phone call or anything? You didn't even have her information?
Correct.
And so after hanging up while calling Julie, what, if anything, did you do then?
And then I'm not sure if I called Kaylee back or if Kaylee called me back.
But at some point you get back in touch with Kaylee, or at least her phone, correct?
Yes, I get Karen. I get in touch with Karen again, and I say, Karen, we saw you outside of my sister's.
And what was her response to that?
She told me that she didn't remember going there, and then she started yelling, Jen, Jen. And then she was saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And then she proceeded to say that she had a cracked taillight.
And this is while you're still in your home and you're in your bedroom, correct?
Correct.
And what was your response to that?
I thought she was honestly just talking crazy. And then she said, oh my God, I left him there. She was extremely irrational. She said that it told me again that they had gotten into a fight. So now she was just kind of all over the place, just screaming. She was very hard to understand. So my brain started going, okay, well, if she left him there, where could he be? Who could he be with?
And as you're going through that sort of process, what did you do next?
So then earlier in the night, there was another individual who we had been in contact with, or my husband had been talking to, and he had mentioned that he was gonna meet up with John at Waterfall as well, but he never ended up coming. I knew he was at a house close to Fairview, so I thought, well, maybe if they got into a fight, John might have, maybe he just ended up on his couch.
Who was that individual?
Tom Beatty.
And who is Tom Beatty in relation to, how did you know him?
He has two daughters that are the same age as my daughters.
One of those daughters at least around the same age as Kaylee?
Yes.
And so, based on sort of that process, thought process and what you're doing, what did you do then?
So then I start calling Tom.
And at any point in time that you call Tom, did Tom pick up the phone? Did you speak with him?
He did not.
And so, following that, what did you do from there?
So I know at some point I was starting to call John. My husband was as well. At that point, I get up and I'm like, okay, well, we got to go out and look for him. And in my head, I was thinking I'll drive over to Tom's and maybe he's there. I then go downstairs. Matt gets up. He's starting to get dressed. I go downstairs. I make a coffee. And I'm not sure how much time passed, but then all of a sudden I hear screaming out front.
Now, if I could just take you back for a second, as far as a decade or so that you had known and been friends with John O'Keefe, with his either his niece or his nephew or both home, is him not coming home, is that something that had ever happened before, you were ever aware of before?
I was never.
Ask it differently.
Had John ever gone out at night and then not come home when the kids were home?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
Not to my knowledge, no.
So at some point you make your way downstairs, is that right?
Correct.
And then what, if anything, did you hear once you were downstairs?
Screaming
And where was the screaming coming from?
out front
And when you heard that screaming, where did you go?
into my front door.
At some point, did you open your front door?
I opened my front door, correct.
And then what did you see when you opened the front door?
Miss Reed came running up my walkway.
And prior to, during any of the other conversations that you had had with Miss Reed, did you know where she was when you were talking to her?
No.
I'm showing some buffering on my end, if you guys see that.
Calling from the house, that
Yes.
was your assumption?
Mm-hmm.
And then
So
subsequent,
is that a yes or a no?
Yes.
and as far as the second call that you were talking about, do you know where she was when she was talking to you then?
The first couple calls, I know she was at the house, and then I don't know.
So was opening your door, hearing the screaming from out front, was that something that surprised you?
Yes.
And when you hear the screaming, if you could just explain to the jury, how loud was the screaming that you were hearing?
Very loud.
And what, if anything, was she saying at this point?
It was more of the, Jen, did I hit him? And then she would yell, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And then she was yelling, we have to go to Fairview.
And
I'm not
in
gonna sleep
addition to
tonight.
Ms. Reed, what, if anything, else did you see when you opened up the door?
Just,
That's in a better way. Did
yeah.
you see a vehicle?
Yes,
And where was the vehicle and what did the vehicle look like?
it was in my driveway. I believe the driver door was left open.
And what kind of vehicle was it?
A black Lexus.
Consistent with what you had seen outside of Fairview the night or earlier in the morning?
Yes.
And so as she's coming up your walk towards your front door,
Running, yes.
and then what, if any, conversation did you have with her there in reference to that?
I just said, Karen, I was trying to calm her down. Matt came, I believe, and was yelling down that she was going to wake up the neighborhood. And then she was yelling that we had to go to Fairview. So I told Matt that I was going to go with Karen.
Initially, before that, what were your plans as far as going to look for John before Miss Reed showed up at your house?
My husband and I were going to go to Tom Beatty's.
Now, once you decide that now you're going with Miss Reed, the defendant, where did the two of you go?
So as we walked out, there was a car pulled up and then a plow.
Recognize the car that pulled up?
No.
And I'm sorry, I interrupted. So the car pulls up and then the plow, and then what happens?
So in the car was Kerry Roberts, and so she kind of rolled down the window and was like, Karen, what are you doing? And then the plow was behind her. So Kerry pulled up, and I told Karen that I was going to drive her car because I didn't want her driving because she was hysterical. So we got in her car, and then Kerry Roberts called Karen. And then Karen was screaming, and, saying that she had cracked her tail light. We need to go to Fairview. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? And then she would just scream our names. Kerry was telling her to shut up, that we needed to just go back to John's and we'll drive in one car and let's go to John's. Maybe he's there and he's passed out and you didn't see him.
Now, when you open up the door initially and you come outside and you see the defendant out there screaming and all of that, again, with respect to the weather, what was the weather at that point?
It was like dark and it was almost like a whiteout.
And so you get into Ms. Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And you're driving that vehicle from your house to Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes.
That's Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
You're familiar with that residence? You've been there plenty of times before?
Yes.
Now, with respect to Kerry Roberts, did you know Kerry Roberts prior to this morning of January 29th?
I had met her once before.
And can you describe for the jury sort of the circumstances of that or how you knew her prior to January 29th?
Way back when, after John's sister and brother-in-law died, I would have Kaylee a lot and Kerry would have Patrick. And one day John said, I get a discount at Reebok. I'm going to take you guys for sneakers, get all your kid sizes. So he took Kerry and myself and we went to Reebok and bought sneakers for all my girls and me. And then he took Kerry and I to the hillside for lunch just to thank him for, helping, because that's what he did.
Now, was Kerry Roberts someone that you had as a contact saved in your phone? Had you ever texted her or called her or talked to her over your phone before?
No.
So you indicated that Ms. Roberts then calls Ms. Reed's phone while you're in Ms. Reed's car, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that, Ms. Reed's phone, was that similar to your phone that earlier in the morning? Was that hooked up in any way or matched or paired with the vehicle that you were driving?
Yes.
So fair to say you could hear both sides of the conversation as far as Ms. Reed talking next to you and then obviously Ms. Roberts on the other end?
Yes.
So the conversation that you were talking about as far as Ms. Roberts saying, shut up and we're going to Meadows Ave and all of that, you could hear Ms. Roberts saying that?
Yes.
Now, the vehicle, when you get into the defendant's vehicle, she pulled in straight into your driveway, is that correct?
Yes.
So fair to say you had to back out of the driveway, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you were operating Ms. Reed's vehicle in reverse, what, if anything, showed up in sort of the center console area of that vehicle?
I do not remember. I don't know.
Do you recall anything as far as the camera or anything like that?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
You back the vehicle out of the driveway and you proceed to Meadows Ave, correct?
Yes.
And about how long a drive is it from your house to Mr. O'Keefe's?
Approximately 5-6 minutes.
And when you get to Mr. O'Keefe's house, where do you park?
I pull in the straight in the driveway.
And after you pull into the driveway, at some point you all get out, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall who pulled in first as far as who was in front of who on the way to Meadows, yourself or Ms. Roberts?
I believe I was in front.
You would have pulled into the driveway and parked, and Ms. Roberts would have pulled in and parked behind you, correct?
Yes.
And so after the three of you get out of your respective vehicles, what happened then?
Karen brings us to the back of the car and says, look, see, I have a cracked taillight.
And where on the vehicle was she directing yourself and Ms. Roberts' attention to?
The back right.
So the passenger side, rear part of the vehicle?
Yes.
And when you looked at that area of the vehicle, what could you see at that?
I saw that there were missing pieces, but there was also snow covering it. And Karen was screaming, look, look, and then Kerry was screaming back at her. It was very chaotic, so I didn't stare in depth, but what I can tell you is I saw missing pieces from the taillight.
And
this was at Karen's house?
And at some point, about how long a period of time is this that you're out in Mr. O'Keefe's driveway looking at the cracked hill?
Not long, because then Carrie's, yelling at her, telling her she's crazy and that she was driving around drunk and she could have hit anything, and kind of rushes us to go into the house to look in there for John.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask if I could publish on the screen what's been marked as exhibit number 2.
Okay.
And Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
What is that?
That is Meadows Ave, John's house.
And the driveway that you're talking about as far as where you pulled in, that's not visible in this photograph, correct?
Correct.
So from facing Mr. O'Keefe's house on Meadows, which side of the photograph would the driveway be, the left or the right?
The right.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Her testimony.
Showing you another photograph. Just ask you to look at that. Look up finish.
Her testimony is basically that Karen Reed called, says John's missing and broke
You
my
recognize
tail
what's in that
lights.
photograph?
Yes.
And what do you recognize?
That's John's car.
And where is John's car in relation to John's house?
It's parked to the side of the driveway.
And you also see sort of the garage area in that photograph?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to seek to introduce in a minute as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish that to the jury now as well.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Cave, with reference to what's up on the screen, is that the photo that you just had before you?
Yes.
And there are 2 garage doors on the house at One Meadows Ave, correct?
Correct.
Left and a right, is that fair way?
Yes.
And you've been inside Mr. O'Keefe's house a number of times before, correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the garage door on the left, what was contained within that part of the garage?
His old-fashioned car.
The one that Kaylee didn't like?
Yes.
And on the right side of the garage, what, if anything, was in there?
It's pretty open.
How would you describe Mr. O'Keefe as far as how he kept things around his house, either in the house or the lawn or things around his house?
John was very meticulous. Everything had its place.
Now, when you arrived there on the morning of the 29th, Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle wasn't parked in that position, correct?
Correct.
From sort of the outside of the residence, were you aware of there being any sort of security cameras or anything affixed to the house of One Meadows Ave at that time?
Yes.
And how were you aware of that?
John told us he was, I don't remember, years prior, I believe, he came over and he was so excited that he got in a ring and he would always show us it. He just was always watching.
And when he would show you that, how would he show you? On what kind of device?
On his phone.
So he had the ring application hooked up to his cell phone?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that morning when you arrived, if you could, using the laser pointer, just sort of delineate for the jury whereabouts you had parked Ms. Reed's vehicle when you pulled in, if you see it in this photo.
So it would be right there because John's car was further over.
So Mr. O'Keefe's car was further over toward the fence?
Towards the fence, yes.
And so when you arrive there, you're looking at the taillight, and at some point you go in the house, correct?
Correct.
How did you get into the house that morning?
The right garage door was open.
Now, is that something normal as far as when you get to Mr. O'Keefe's house that a garage door is open in a snowstorm?
No.
And so you go in through the garage door and then you go into the house, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, you can take it. So, Ms. McCabe, if you could describe to the jury sort of how you, when you come in through that right garage door and you start to go into the house, what is it when you see when you first come into the house, and what is sort of the layout of Mr. O'Keefe's house?
You walk in from the garage and there's a mudroom.
And typically when you would walk into Mr. O'Keefe's house, what, if anything, would you or anyone else do when they walked into his house?
Take off your shoes.
And why was it?
He didn't want dirt or that morning snow probably getting all over his house.
And so that was a pretty well-known rule for anybody that spent any time at his house on Meadows End.
Yes.
And so when you and Ms. Roberts and Ms. Reed walked into the home that morning, into the mudroom, what did you do? What did Ms. Roberts do? What did Ms. Reed do?
I took off my boots or shoes, whatever I had on. Carrie Roberts took off. Karen just ran straight in the house.
You and Ms. Roberts both took off your shoes, and Ms. Reed then just walked into the house with boots or shoes or whatever she was wearing on.
Yes.
And then once you get into the house, where is it that the three of you went respectively once you got in?
We all dispersed. I looked in the TV room where there is a couch. Then I kind of walked through a dining room, and then I peeked into a living room. I went upstairs. I looked in John's room. Carrie was also running around different rooms. And then I went into Kaylee's room.
And during this time when you and Ms. Roberts are sort of going around room to room, what was the defendant?
I'm not sure.
When you see her doing the same thing that you were doing?
No.
Now, with respect to, you went at least peeked into John's bedroom, is that right?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you note about the bed when you looked in?
It was made.
And so then you go into Kaylee's room and check on her, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time, did you see Patrick at any point?
No.
And were you aware of where Patrick was, or did you know at that point?
At that point, I believe Kaylee told me he was at a sleepover.
So you have some conversation with Kaylee, is that right?
Yes.
And about how long a conversation did you have with Kaylee?
Probably about a few minutes.
And when you left from Kaylee, what is it that you said to her as you were leaving?
Objection.
I promised Kaylee. I promised Kaylee that I would find John and everything was going to be okay.
So after that, where did the three of you go from there?
After that, the three of us got in the car and we drove to Fairview.
And when you say you got into the car, which part of the game?
Carrie's.
I'll tell you, this witness is either really good. Oh, look at that look. Holy cow. She is drilling holes in the witness with her eyes. That is incredible. Wow. Daggers.
Yeah, I'm showing you two photographs again. If you could just look at those and look up when you're finished.
Tell you, if
did you recognize what's in those photographs?
It's a good thing the bailiff's
Yes.
there, or a crime
Why do
might
you recognize
about
those?
be committed here.
The defendant's vehicle.
And may I approach?
Yes.
You want to call them up to seek to introduce them as the next two exhibits?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish the jury as well. Ms. McCabe, what's depicted in this photograph is the defendant Ms. Reed's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And in sort of focus here is the right rear passenger side of that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And the tail light, if you could, with the laser pointers, just direct the jury's attention to where you observe that. Now, man, with respect to what's depicted in this photograph as far as any damage that you observed to this taillight area on the rear passenger side, is that consistent with what you observed in the driveway at One of Meadows Ave when the defendant was showing?
Correct, minus the snow, etc.
That's how it looked.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit.
That's how it looked that night?
And again, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
And this is essentially a closer image of that same rear passenger side taillight area, correct?
Yes.
Again, what's depicted in this, is that consistent with what you observed minus sort of the caked-in snow when you were in the driveway of Mr. O'Keefe's house on the morning of the 29th?
Yes.
Thank you. Gentlemen, you can take that down. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish just a short portion of, actually, I'm sorry. If I could publish a portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 6, which is the Ring camera from the driveway.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have video number 154 from the driveway. Pause that just for a moment. Ms. McKay, direct your attention up to the screen. What's been marked as Exhibit 6, or video from Exhibit 6. Do you recognize what's depicted in this video?
I do.
And what do you recognize?
That's myself getting out of the car at Meadows Ave.
Is that essentially where you parked Ms. Reed's vehicle when you pulled in?
Yes.
If you could, just direct the jury's attention with the laser pointer as to where Ms. Reed's vehicle is that you parked and if you see Ms. Roberts' vehicle.
That is Miss Reed's, and that would be Miss Roberts.
And as far as the right garage door that you entered into the house, if you could direct the jury's attention to whereabouts that would, I know it's not on the video, but where would it be with respect to this image?
Walk straight.
Underneath me.
Someone, if you could run this in its entirety.
That's Karen Reed pointing out, look, I have a cracked taillight. I'm sorry, this is them arriving at John O'Keefe's house. This is John O'Keefe's security camera. The witness testified that Karen Reed, when they got to the house, got out and said, hey, come look at my taillight, it's cracked. Everyone gathered around, looked at it. This is the video of that incident. Nobody even glanced at it. This witness is either, well, now I think she's a liar.
Ms. McKay, what was depicted in that video, is that consistent with what you observed the weather conditions to be around the time that you arrived at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
And lastly, in this line, Your Honor, if I, with the court's permission, could publish just a very short portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 41.
Yeah.
She said it happened when they got to John's house, John O'Keefe's, and the lawyer clarified it immediately after. Dreama, welcome. Good to have you here. Good to see you
Gentlemen,
back.
if I could ask you to fast forward this to about 2 hours and 10 minutes.
What's this?
Maybe you could play it from there. Stop it there.
That's
And
John's
again, what's
house.
in this video, do you recognize that, Mr. Kidd?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that?
That is John's house.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play it from there. Ms. Gilman, if you could stop.
Stop. That looks broken.
Now, what's depicted in this video, sort of the screen directly in front of you, do you recognize where that is?
Yes,
And what do you recognize that to?
John's driveway.
And as far as what, if anything, do you observe in John's driveway?
John's car and Karen's car.
And where, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct your attention to where is defendant's car and where is Mr. O'Keefe's car?
It looks broken to me in this one.
Mr. O'Keefe's car and the defendant's.
And where you observe the defendant's car to be, is that essentially where you parked it at that time?
Yes.
Now, may I have a moment?
Okay.
Can we just hold me on?
Sure.
Are they going to approach sidebar?
I'll see counsel at sidebar for just a minute.
The judge is like, I want to know what's going on. Come talk to me. Okay. I think we're still on direct. I don't think direct is finished yet. But the witness told a story. And I'll have to tell you, this witness seems one of the most believable in her mannerisms of how she's telling the story. She's not volunteering extra information to explain something. She's very specific. The times she remembers specific times, she has a reference point. Like I remember it happened at this time because this is the last time I texted. She's to me the mannerisms she's using, the style she's testifying in seems very honest and believable. She testified that Karen Reed called her, or actually Kaylee called her and woke her up. Karen was in the background screaming, "Jan, Jan." And that's what woke up her husband. And that on that call, Karen said, "I left him at the waterfall and he didn't come home last night and I have a cracked taillight." The cracked taillight seems strange. It seems strange, yet I would say this is probably one of the most impactful witnesses for me against Karen Reed. But then she goes on to tell the story about what happens when they get to John O'Keefe's house, when they drive in, and Karen gets out and says, "Hey, everyone, look at my taillight. It's cracked." And then we see the video.
Jurors, I just want to tell, I appreciate counsel trying to work together for this. It's probably going to take too long, so we're just going to make do. We've had enough interruptions today. So.
Now, Mr. Cave, as far as what you observe from what you can on the screen right now, the condition of the passenger side taillight, is that consistent with what you observed when you parked the vehicle there sometime earlier that morning?
It's kind of hard to see from this distance.
Can you zoom in on the taillight?
If you could, lastly, just with the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where in the video you see the rear passenger side taillight.
It's the outside portion, not the horizontal portion, but the outside corner of the taillight that appears broken in that picture. To me, it looks broken.
Now, Ms. McCabe, you then, yourself, the defendant, and Ms. Roberts then get into Ms. Roberts' vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
Who was seated where within Ms. Roberts' vehicle as you're going from Meadows Ave? Or what was the plan and where were you going sort of first when you left Meadows Ave?
We were going to Fairview.
And why were you going to Fairview?
Because Karen kept screaming, "We need to go to Fairview."
Now, who was seated where within the vehicle when you did it?
Kerry was driving, I was in the passenger seat, and Karen was in the back.
And what were the lighting conditions at this point that you're driving over there?
It was hard to see out the window. You really had to be kind of staring out. It was dark. The snow was coming out the car.
And as you're making that drive, or as Ms. Roberts is making that drive from Meadows Ave to Fairview, about how long a drive is it?
Approximately 10 minutes. I mean, with the weather, the lights, you know, the street lights, I would say about 10 minutes, give or take.
And as far as during the drive from Meadows Ave to Fairview, what's going on inside the car over the course of that ride?
Karen is in between us, like from the back, kind of pushing up in between Carrie and myself. And she's just screaming, "Carrie! Carrie!" Her name over and over, my name over and over, and repeating certain phrases. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Carrie is yelling at her to shut up, to sit back, to buckle up, to look for John.
And while this is going on, what, if anything, are you and Ms. Roberts doing in the front seat of the car?
We're just, she's slowly driving and I'm just peering out the window looking for John. I mean, it was a crazy situation. She's screaming, he didn't come home. Could he be walking home? Where is he? So we're just looking out the window, looking for John.
Now, during the time that this is going on and Ms. Reed is sort of screaming in between you, was that continuous, or what, if anything else, did you see her doing in the back seat while you were going from Meadows Ave to Fairview?
I didn't see her doing anything. She just continuously screamed that. And then as we got by different landmarks, she then started, you know, screaming, asking if John could be at certain people's houses.
And whose houses was she asking if John could be at?
If she could be at Bella's house.
Referring to the directions that you had provided the night before?
Correct.
And so that would have been, Bella was a child who was around the age of Kaylee and your daughter, correct?
Yes.
And there have been some years in the past dating relationship between Mr. O'Keefe and Bella's mother, correct?
Yes.
And so Ms. Reed is saying that in the car that morning as you're driving over to Fairview?
Yes, she asked, could he have been with Ashley? And I looked at her and said no, because to me that was a crazy idea. And then Carrie had mentioned, oh, do you think he could have called somebody else that lived on a street over? And she started screaming, who's that? Who's she?
And you recall who Carrie referred to?
Yes.
And who was that?
A woman that John had previously dated.
And was that anywhere recent in time to when you're driving around on January 29th? When they had dated?
No.
So similar to Bella's mother would have been years before?
Correct.
And so when Ms. Roberts said that, what, if anything, did the defendant say?
She was just spiraling, yelling about Ashley, who was Bella's mom, and just talking what I thought was very irrational about John maybe being with her.
So you're looking around outside of the vehicle as the vehicle is going down towards Fairview, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall how it was that Ms. Roberts came about coming to Fairview similar to the night before? Did she come in from the Chapman side or from the Cedar Crest side?
Chapman.
And as the vehicle turns from Chapman onto Fairview, what, if any, conversation was going on at that point?
Well, Bella lives on that street, so that was when that conversation was being had. Also, just a continuation. It was just like continuous screaming of our names, Carrie screaming at her to sit back, and then sometimes she would sit back and almost like be quiet for a minute, and then it would start all over again.
Now, as you were coming down Fairview Road, what, if anything, were you saying to Ms. Roberts did Ms. Roberts know where she was going as far as where your sister lived?
No, I told her that my sister lived at the bottom, and then as we got closer, I said, you know, just past, see where those trees are? Just past the trees is my sister's house.
And as you got in that area, sort of the trees, from the residence of your sister at 34 Fairview Road, trees that you're talking about, where are they in relation to the property?
They're at the start of the property is the trees, and then their property begins.
And so the flagpole area and fire hydrant that you were talking about in earlier exhibits, is that in the same area as the trees?
Yes, it goes the trees and then the fire hydrant, then further up is the fire hydrant and the flagpole.
As you're coming down Fairview now, approaching 34 Fairview, the house would be on which side of the vehicle, on the driver's side or the passenger side?
The driver's side.
And as you approach that area where the trees and the flagpole and the fire hydrant were, what if anything happens then?
We drive past the flagpole area, and all of a sudden Karen starts screaming, there he is, and she's banging to get out.
And banging on the door in the back seat?
Yes.
And at the time that she's saying this, were you able to see anything outside of the vehicle?
I saw nothing.
And what, if anything, when she's banging and kicking the door, banging on the door, what did Miss Roberts do?
Miss Roberts unlocked the door. Karen got out. Miss Roberts looked at me and said something like, she's crazy or she's batshit crazy, something like that.
And when the defendant gets out of the vehicle, where is it that she goes?
She just runs.
And runs where?
Straight to John.
And again, when she's running, at this point in time, can you see what she's running toward or where she's going or anything that she's talking about seeing?
I was on the passenger side, so as I got out, she was already at John.
So she gets out and essentially makes a beeline over to where John was?
Correct.
And you're getting out of the passenger side, and by the time you come around the car, she's already there?
Yes.
And when she gets over there, what if anything could you see at that point?
She straddles John and she lifts up his shirt, and then she lifted up her shirt and went to lay on him. And Miss Roberts went over and she was removing the snow from his face.
Let me take a step back from that just for a moment. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish just a portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 12.
Okay.
For those not familiar with hypothermia, skin-to-skin contact is the best way of helping there.
Dave, I'm going to direct your attention up to the screen of what's been marked as Exhibit 12, and I know this is not something that pertains to your vehicle or anything else. But what I'm going to ask you as it plays through is if what you observed in this video is consistent with what you observed during the drive to Fairview Road that day. Ms. Gilman, if you could play.
These are bad wipers. The wipers need to be used more.
As this video is running, Mr. McCabe, if I could just ask, what you see in this video, is that consistent with sort of the lighting and the conditions weather-wise that you observed when Ms. Roberts is driving from Meadows Ave to Fairview Road?
Yes.
Runs the light.
Mr. McCabe, do you recognize whereabout in the town of Canton this perspective wise, as far as what street or where it is, any landmarks that you observed in the video?
Yes, that is Cassie. We just passed Cassie's Corner Store, and that is Chapman Street.
Okay, I'm going to have me off the screen so you can see that side of the road, because that's... House should be on the left, right?
Again, Ms. McCabe, do you recognize whereabouts in the town of Canton we are in this portion of the video?
Yes,
Where are we?
this is the top of Fairview.
So this will be from Chapman coming on to Fairview, is that correct?
Correct.
And prior to that, along that ride along Chapman, is that the period of time you're looking out the window and trying to see if you can see John on the side of the road?
Yes, but we didn't drive that way.
You came from the other direction?
Yes.
You would have been taking, instead of a right onto Fairview, you would have been taking a left onto Fairview?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you
Okay, so now we're on Fairview. So the house should be on the left now. Up here past the trees. Up the hill. Okay, here we come. Around the corner. I think those headlights are where they're at, right? I don't know Canton at all. I would be lost right now. Mike, point me back to the waterfall.
Now, what's up on the screen and what you've just observed as far as the drive down Fairview, is that fair and accurate portrayal consistent with what you observed and Ms. Roberts was driving down that morning?
Yes.
And at this point in time, as you're coming sort of down the hill from Fairview, is this the point that the conversation occurs as far as Bella's mother and prior dating relationships and things like that?
A little bit more towards the top of the street.
So Bella's mother lives more closer to the top by Chapman?
Midway down, yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. The vehicle in the roadway there, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Miss Roberts.
Just for clarification purposes, with the laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to where you see Ms. Roberts.
Oops.
Now, the area where you observed Mr. O'Keefe, do you see that in this particular pause frame of the video?
Not in this frame, I cannot. It's not clear.
Just come in if you could. You see that area now?
Yes.
Go ahead using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where that is. Just come in if you could play this for.
So I think they're using this to demonstrate how difficult it would have been to see his body just driving up. The police officer had the benefit of a side spotlight, but just driving by, they wouldn't have seen that. But the same thing. Does he have a foot problem? Does he do drugs?
Huh?
If you could, fast forward just about a minute. Right. Negative thoughts. Okay, do you recognize any of the individuals up on that screen?
Yes.
And if you could, with the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention. Who do you recognize and who do you recognize then?
Carrie Roberts, myself, Karen Reed.
Okay. Tell me you can take that. Excuse me. Now, Ms. McCabe, if I could just take you back to when you arrived there. You indicated Ms. Reed goes over to Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Roberts. What is it that you were doing at that time?
I got out of the car and I came around, and for a second or two, I completely just froze. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. And then Carrie and I made eye contact, and I called 911. And Carrie was asking me to go to the car and get, she was yelling to get towels or blankets or something out of the back of her car.
Is that why the back of the car is opened up in the video that we just saw in reference to Ms. Roberts' vehicle?
Yes.
Did she direct you sort of where to go within the vehicle to find the blankets or the towels, whatever it was?
Yes.
Now, you called 911, you spoke to the operator and told them essentially where you were, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that initial, what you saw, that you froze and couldn't believe what you saw, can you describe to the jury what it was that you saw?
I saw Carrie wiping the snow off of John's face, and I could not believe that that was John laying there.
And how was John positioned, or how was his body positioned when you saw him?
He was just laying flat on his back.
And as far as the snow Ms. Roberts was wiping off his face, was there any other snow on his body at that time?
Yes.
And if you know about how much?
There was enough that his body was covered in snow.
And could you tell at that point how far Mr. O'Keefe was from the roadway as far as Fairview Road was concerned?
I mean, I remember kind of a little ways in. I don't know exactly.
And so you make that call to 911, and what is sort of going on with respect to Ms. Roberts, the defendant, and Mr. O'Keefe while you're on that 911?
So I run the blankets over to Miss Roberts, and she's kind of lifts him up, put the blankets underneath him, and she's screaming at Miss Reed to get off of Mr. O'Keefe, and they're kind of yelling back and forth. Karen's screaming, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" I, at some points, walk over towards the car, Carrie's car, to get away because they're so loud. And I was trying to be calm and get help there for John as fast as possible. Carrie starts yelling about doing CPR. She tells Karen to do mouth to mouth. Karen's yelling because as they start, blood starts coming out of John's mouth.
As far as the CPR, that's what you're talking about?
Yes.
So during this time, the defendant's yelling and you're on the phone with 911, correct?
Yes.
So you're trying to back up or distance yourself a little bit so that you can hear what's going on with the 911 operator and they can hear you.
Yes.
And after you complete that 911 call, what's going on at that?
I go over, and at that point, Kerry asks if I can take over doing the compressions.
And did you do that?
I did, yes.
And at some point after you call 911, do either police or fire or someone responds and arrives on scene, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know about how much time it was in between when you hung up with 911 and when the first responders start to arrive?
From when I hung up, maybe a few minutes. I'm not exactly sure.
And do you recall whether or not it was police or fire or who showed up first?
Police.
And is that the officer that was in that video or that cruiser that was just up on the screen as the last to see?
I didn't see the officer in the video, but I know it was Officer Sarif was the first officer to arrive.
And so then, after the officer arrives, what happened then?
He was trying to figure out what had happened. Karen just ran around screaming my name, Kerry's name. Is he dead? Is he dead? It was on repeat. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? More officers started to arrive. The EMTs, they began to work on him.
And by him you mean Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And is Mr. O'Keefe still on the ground and they're working on him there, is that correct?
Yes.
And could you see anything about sort of what they were doing or what was going on with that?
No, I just saw a bunch of them around Mr. O'Keefe.
And then what happened then?
More officers began to arrive. Miss Reed just continued to run around screaming. As more officers and EMT arrived, they asked what happened. One EMT asked, I'll allow it. One EMT had asked, his name, his age, things like that. If she knew what happened, Miss Reed stated that she hit him. Besides running around saying, I hit him, did I hit him, could I have done this? Is he dead? Is he dead? At one point, one of the police officers put Miss Reed in the back of her cruiser, and he asked for myself to go over with her, and Kerry came over with us as well.
I'd like to just take you back to when the paramedic is asking for information, biographical information, things like that. You indicated that the defendant said, I hit him, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that something that she said once or more than once?
3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Now, before you had made reference to statements she made with sort of qualifiers or questions as far as could I have hit him or did I hit him? Is that what she said at that time when she was speaking to the paramedic?
No, she was earlier, it was could I, did I. When she spoke to the paramedic, it was crystal clear, I hit him.
Now, one of the officers takes her over to the back of a cruiser, is that right?
Yes.
And you were over in that area as well?
Yes.
And who, if anyone else, was over in that area?
Miss Roberts.
And while you were over in that area, what was going on over there?
We were in the back of the police cruiser. Karen was sitting in there. I kind of scooched myself in. Miss Roberts came over. Karen grabbed our hands. She asked us to pray. She looked at her hands and she had blood. She asked us if she could have gotten her period. We told her no, that was John's blood. Then she said, what if he's dead? Promise me you'll take care of the kids. Someone's going to take care of the kids. Then we prayed. Then at the end, they were moving John, and at that point, Karen told Kerry, go over, look, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Over and over. And Kerry said, I'll go over and check on him. And she was yelling, are they working on him? And then at that point, she grabbed my hands and she said, Google hypothermia, Google how long it takes to die in the cold. And so I had my phone out and it was cold and my hands were frozen and I have MS, and I took my phone out while she was screaming and shaking my arm, and I attempted to Google how long does it take to die in the cold.
And when you conducted that search, that was at the defendant's request on scene sometime after 6 a.m. on that day, correct?
Yes.
You recall whether or not that came up as far as your search in Google? Is it something that you typed once or more than once? If you
I believe I did it multiple times because as I was typing it, I don't know what else was coming up. She was screaming. My hands were shaking.
And do you recall anything as far as what the search results were, or did you click on anything, or did you get an answer to the question the defendant had posed to you?
I don't even think I got an answer because as I kept Googling and she kept yelling, and then they were moving John, and the next thing I knew we were kind of moving because she wanted to see if they were working on him.
And so you were moving along with the defendant over towards where Mr. O'Keefe had gone to the back of the ambulance?
Yes, we kind of just moved to see what was going on.
When you moved over, what did you see then?
They were just putting him in the back of the ambulance.
Now, after Mr. O'Keefe was put into the back of the ambulance, where did you go then? What did you do?
At that point, different police officers, I believe, were arriving, and they were asking questions about what happened.
And did you speak to those officers?
I did, yes.
And at that point, did you know what happened?
No, to be honest, it was like I was there, but everything was just going on, and I was completely just in a state of shock and disbelief.
And that sort of period there, how long did that go on?
So I talked to a few officers. We tried to just give them, he didn't come home. We went out looking for him, kind of just the brief overview. And then one of the police officers asked me to go into the house and to wake up my sister and my brother-in-law.
And at some point while you were outside, did you try to contact your sister and your brother-in-law?
I believe I called my sister, Nicole.
And when was that in relation to everything as far as medically that was going on with Mr. O'Keefe and all of that?
I think I might have called her right after I got off with 911 possibly, and then, she didn't answer, and that's when I was walking over, I believe, to John.
And she didn't answer the call when you called her initially?
No.
And you recall calling either your sister Nicole or your brother-in-law Brian Albert prior to going into the house?
I don't recall. I know I did call Nicole at one point. I'm not sure if I called Brian or not.
Regardless of if you called or you didn't call, do you recall having any sort of phone conversation with either Nicole or Brian Albert before you went in the house?
No.
So you at least called your sister Nicole, she didn't answer, and then one of the officers directed you to wake them up?
Yes.
Now, when you went up to the house at 34 Fairview, how did you get in?
The front door.
And the front door was unlocked?
Yes.
Is that typical from your experience at that residence?
Yes.
And so you went to the house, and where did you go?
I went up the stairs to their bedroom.
And the bedroom door, when you arrived there, was it open or closed or something?
Closed.
And you opened it?
Yes.
And when you opened it, who, if anyone, did you see in the room, and what were they doing?
I saw my sister and Brian, and they were both asleep.
And you familiar with a dog that they have?
Yes.
What was the dog's name?
Chloe?
Was Chloe in the bedroom as well at that time?
I don't recall.
You come in, they're both sleeping, and what happened then?
I go over to the bed and I'm calling out their names.
And how long were you calling out their names before you got any kind of response?
Brian responded first, and he was very, startled and looked at me like, what is going on? Nicole took a little, and, I think it took Nicole a little bit longer than Brian to wake up.
And what is it that you're telling them as you're coming into the room and they're waking up?
I'm telling them that we just found John out front, and I could have possibly said John has died. We just found John out front. They were very confused. At one point, I think Brian was like, "Who's John?" I mean, they had just woken up and they had no idea what I was talking about.
Now, as far as when they're first waking up and you're explaining to them, how would you describe sort of their demeanor as you're talking?
They were both shocked. I think they thought, like, why?
Objection.
Okay.
So what I'm asking them is just sort of when you observe them, how would you describe your physical observations of what they look like, their demeanor in that respect?
Shocked, confused, not understanding.
Objection, move to strike.
Strike the last one.
Now, as far as this conversation that you're having with your sister and your brother-in-law in their bedroom, how long was that going on for?
A few minutes, at least.
And then following that, where did you go?
They got up, got dressed, and then we walked down the stairs.
And when you got to the bottom of the stairs, what, if anything, did you see when you got?
There was a police officer at the bottom of the stairs.
And do you know who that police officer is?
Yes, Officer Lank.
At that time, did you know who that police officer was?
I did, yes.
How did you know?
He's from Canton. He was, 5 years older than me. I knew him kind of growing up, who he was, and met him through the years.
So you're aware of who he was?
Yes.
And were there any other officers with him initially?
No.
Now, before you go into the house, do you know where Ms. Roberts and the defendant were, or what they were doing when you went to the house?
I believe they put Karen in a car, and
Only if you know. Only if you.
Okay.
If you know. Do you know?
Karen was in a car. Kerry was walking all around.
Now, as far as the ambulance with Mr. O'Keefe, at the time that you go into the house, was that ambulance still there?
I'm not 100% sure, but I believe it had left.
And when you come downstairs with your sister and your brother-in-law, and the officer's there, you have a conversation, is that correct?
Yes.
Where did that first conversation occur?
In the hallway, and then into the kitchen.
And from there, you mentioned that there was Officer Lank at one point. Were there any other officers that joined that conversation at some point?
Hours later, yes.
And so during that initial conversation, you're talking to the officer, who, if anyone else, not what they said, but who, if anyone else, is speaking to the officer?
Brian and Nicole.
That conversation initially with the officer, do you know about how long that went on?
I don't. A few minutes.
And following that conversation, what did you do, or what happened?
My husband arrived.
And had you called him?
Yes.
And when had you called him?
I called him when I was walking in the house to wake up my sister and Brian.
So as you're walking in, you call your husband Matt, and then he arrives at some point after. Is it after you're done talking to the officer, or while you're talking to the officer?
The officer was still in the house, yes.
And so in that vein, as far as when your husband comes in, the officer's there, correct?
Yes.
Did you see your husband talking to the officer as well?
Yes, the officer asked him to step outside or step to the side, and they spoke.
And then what happened then?
The officer told me to stay.
I'll allow that. told her to stay.
The officer told me to stay, and that he said that the state police would be coming to talk to me.
And so you stayed at the house at 34 Fairview, is that right?
Yes.
You know where Ms. Roberts and the defendant were?
Yes, Carrie came up and she had told me that she...
Not what she told you. Next question, Mr. Miller.
At some point, did you see Ms. Roberts and the defendant go somewhere?
Yes, to pick up John's parents.
Actually moved to strike.
I'll strike that.
And as far as they left in Ms. Roberts' car, is that right?
Correct.
Ms. Roberts was again driving?
Correct.
And at some point, did you observe them come back to the house?
Yes.
And about how long was it between the time they left and the time they came back to the house?
5 minutes, approximately.
And after they came back to the house, what, if any, other activity did you see outside as far as first responders?
I was in the house, so I didn't see Miss Roberts pull back up.
You were in the house for most of the rest of the time that you were there, is that correct?
Correct.
And how long were you there that morning waiting for the state police?
I believe I left approximately 11:30.
During the time that you were there, you're there, your sister Nicole Albert's there, your brother-in-law Brian Albert's there, and your husband Matthew McCabe's there, correct?
Correct.
And was there anybody else that arrived at some point over the course of the morning while you were there at the house?
Yes.
And who was that? And if you know about what time was it that they arrived?
Julie Albert.
Now, with reference to when Julie Albert arrived, at some point around that time, did you have occasion to look out and see sort of what was going on outside?
No.
Were you aware whether or not there were any police or fire or anything that was still there at the time that Miss Julie Albert arrived?
There wasn't.
And she comes in the house, and at some point, I'm assuming she's informed of what had transpired there before her arrival, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And when she's informed of that, what, if anything, did you observe about her demeanor or how she reacted?
Shocked.
Now, in addition to Julie Albert, who, if anyone else, was at the house that morning while you were there?
Officer Lank and Gallagher were there. And Brian Higgins came that morning.
And do you know how Brian Higgins came to know or how Brian Higgins came to be there that morning? If you know.
I don't know.
Now, you mentioned that Officer Lank came back to the house, is that right?
Yes.
That was after some period of time when he had left?
Yes.
He came back with another officer named Gallagher, is that right?
Yes.
And why did they come back to the house if you know?
Because I called Officer Lank.
And did you have his number, or how did you get his number if you did?
Julie Albert gave it to me.
And so you called Officer Lank, he then comes back to the house on Fairview, is that right?
Yes.
And when he came back, why had you asked him to come back?
Well, as I was sitting there and I was waiting for the state police to come, I was slowly trying to piece together what had just happened in the last couple of hours. And he had told me, if there's anything that you remember, if you remember anything, please, give me a call.
And so there was something that you remembered and you gave him a call?
Yes.
And when he came back to the house, what was it that you told him?
I told him about the comments and the remarks that Karen Reed had been stating that morning.
And specifically, what type of remarks are you referring to that you told Officer Lank when he came back to the house?
I said that she told one of the EMTs that she hit him.
Now, at some point, you indicated that you left the house on Fairview, is that right?
Yes.
And with your husband, I presume?
Yes.
And where did the two of you go?
We went home.
And your children were still there without either you or your husband there, is that correct?
Yes.
And you arrive back home, what is it that you did at that point?
We went in the house, and Officer Proctor was coming over to speak with us.
And that Officer Proctor, is that someone that you knew previously or had ever met before?
I had never met Officer Proctor.
And did he come alone or was he with someone else?
He had another officer with him.
You know who that officer is?
Yes, Yuri Buchanan.
And had you ever met Yuri Buchanan before?
No.
When you get home, about how long was it at the time from when you arrived home with your husband to the time that the officers from the state police came by?
It was pretty quick.
Now, in addition to the officers from the state police, did anybody else come over to your house on that day, late morning, early afternoon?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian.
And do you know why he came over that?
Yes, he came over. I had asked him, he's like a big brother to me, and I was all shaken up and nervous and overwhelmed, and so I wanted his support.
And he obliged and he came over, correct?
Yes.
Now, at some point after the officers from the state police came over, you spoke to them, is that correct?
Yes,
And do you recall where in your home you spoke to them?
in my dining room.
Now, when you spoke to them, was it both of the officers that were present?
Yes.
And was there anybody else present in the dining room when you were talking?
No.
And as far as your husband or your brother-in-law, Brian, do you know where in the house they were when you were in the dining room?
Yes, they were in my bedroom.
And at some point later on that day, did those same officers talk to both your husband and your brother-in-law, Brian?
Yes.
And during each of those respective conversations or interviews, do you know where you were in the house when those were going on?
In my bedroom.
And when you were in your bedroom, could you hear anything that they were saying downstairs in the dining room?
No.
Oh, I have thoughts on this. I have thoughts.
Let me have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Is the state done? Still daggers from Karen.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Defense team is just waiting for their turn to get up. What is that big, tall, like, bottle opener thing in the middle of the table? Was that? Oh, that's the Elmo. That's a document cam, I think. It's a very cheap Elmo that's taped to the table. Is that, or is that a microphone? What is that?
I'm showing you two separate pages. Just ask you to look at each of them and then look at whenever you're finished.
Okay.
Mrs. Ari, yes, defense gets the back row, prosecution gets the front row, and then facing the prosecution is the court staff. And then you get theater in the rounds with like a U-shaped seating around. The close side where the camera is the side the jury's sitting on. 20 jurors. So we've got just a handful of alternates. Haven't lost any so far in this trial. And it's quite cozy. 10 spots for media. Basically, if you're not family,
Do you recognize each of
you're not
those
getting in.
documents and what the content is?
Yes.
And those are essentially, one contains text messages that morning of the 29th between yourself and Ms. Reed, correct?
Yes.
And the other one is sort of the list of phone calls between yourself and Ms. Reed from that morning as well.
Yes.
Now, before I get into those, as far as after you had gone inside the house and Ms. Reed had got into Ms. Roberts' car, what if any other communication or what if any other communication did you have with Ms. Reed that morning?
I texted her asking for Carrie's phone number because I didn't have it. And I also had a phone conversation with Karen when she was in the ambulance.
And that text communication that I placed before you essentially has one bubble on it, and that's you asking for Kerry Roberts' number.
Correct.
And the phone conversation that you had with the defendant, when was that, and you know where the defendant was at the time that you spoke?
Yes, she was in an ambulance.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of what, generally speaking, what was the content of that conversation? What did the two of you talk about?
She just was repeating, asking if he was dead. Is he dead? She brought up the kids, and then she also asked if I would visit her.
And how did you respond?
I said yes.
Now, following that phone conversation, did you have any further communication in any form that you can recall with the defendant?
No.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Commonwealth seeks to introduce and admit each of those as the next two exhibits.
Is there an objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection on it.
Any particular order?
Doesn't matter, whichever.
Text first, please.
Oh.
Judge has a preference. Text first, please. Wow. I really need to see Jen McCabe on cross, because right now she's giving star witness vibes. I mean, this is like Dr. Joe level vibes. She has all the details. She has all the facts. She has personal experience, personal witness of all these things. The things she gives timestamps for, she's got receipts for.
Just a couple more questions, ma'am.
I need to see what happens on cross.
The defendant, Ms. Reed, for Ms. Roberts' information because you didn't have it, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, did you receive that information from the defendant?
No.
And did you receive that information from any other source?
I must have, but I don't recall how.
That's only the second time she said she doesn't remember,
As far as
by my
asking
count.
for Ms. Roberts'
All of this, and this is
information, why were you
direct.
asking?
She was on the way to pick up John's parents and to bring him to the hospital. And I wanted to check in on them, and then further updates from Kerry about John and how he was.
You wanted to know how your friend was doing, correct?
Yes.
Jojo, congratulations on the 12 months. No further questions.
4 minutes of 4. I think we're way too much.
I don't think I can get it done in 4 minutes.
Oh my goodness.
All right, jurors.
4
going
minutes.
We're not in session on Monday, so you'll come back Tuesday morning.
Oh, we're going to be here
So
tomorrow.
Tuesday will be a half a day. Someday next week, I might ask you to think about maybe revising some of these Tuesday, Thursdays to longer days. But I'll give you plenty of notice of that. I need to make sure that I'm just asking you to think about it.
I'm ready for
All right,
full
so
days.
Please, those same cautions, do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. Again, leave everything here, literally, figuratively. Clear your heads, and we'll see you fresh Tuesday morning.
Okay, let me talk about this witness, about Jen McCabe. I have not got the vibe from her yet that she is trying to hide anything. The way she describes everything, she's using what I would say are her own words. Whereas previous witnesses tend to use words that were shared with everybody else. Like descriptions, terminologies, the order in which they told things, the emphasis they put on things.
All right, so I'll see counsel at sidebar about scheduling.
Quick scheduling sidebar. So to me, and this is like I'm so conflicted because we heard her give testimony about what happened when they drove to Karen Reed's house to run and check and see if John was somehow just in the house and they missed it. We heard what happened. She said, we got there. Karen jumped out and said, look, my taillight's cracked. We stood around. We looked at the taillight. I could see where it was cracked and everything. And then we watched the video, and it did not happen. Period. Did not. It wasn't like, oh, she recalls it a little bit differently. No, nobody looked at the taillight when she says it happened. It did not happen. So it did not happen the way she said it, which gives her serious credibility issues because we have video evidence that she was, not accurate in her testimony. In spite of that, I want to believe her because I get the vibe that she feels what she is saying is true. Now, it could be that she's repeated this story to herself so many times that it's become real in her head, but she has that that style of delivery, the way she answers her questions, other than that the yeses sound very robotic. Yes. That's just personal. I think that's just her personal style. But I like to see the best in it when I'm trying. I predict probably the most aggressive and the cross is going to be nuts. Cross is going to be absolutely nuts here. You've got her testimony. The problem is she is too credible about some things. She's just way too credible. She has facts. That was a compliment. Thank you, Melissa. She has the times where she says, I remember it happened at this time because of this. That's why. She's not adding extra facts. She's not like shaping the story or trying to hide facts. I will say the Alberts, I don't know if they were involved in any way in this, but there is something they are hiding from law enforcement, or that they as law enforcement are hiding, because of the connections there. There is something there that might not be related at all to this incident, but there is something they do not want out. Period. End of story. And it's apparent every single time we see somebody who knows testify. I don't know what it is, but that's I hear all that testimony. That is what I hear. There's something. I'm not saying it's criminal. I'm just saying there's something they don't want out. I've got to hear. Here's what I'm going to be watching for. When Jen McCabe is on cross, I need to see if she develops the cross-examnesia that everyone else had. That suddenly things become foggy, that details are brought to light that would indicate that there was some sort of cover-up or just strange behavior that obscured facts or made them difficult to retrieve, especially when it comes to digital stuff. Was she one that also replaced her phone, conveniently right before the grand jury or something like that? I need to know that. I need to know if she is just, I don't recall, or if she just sticks by her guns and tells the story the way she did here. Because honestly, if she sticks by her guns, I believe some of what she said. First of all, I don't think she was involved in a conspiracy. I have a very hard time believing that the conspiracy, for it to be like everybody was involved except for Karen Reed, that is a difficult thing for me to accept. Okay? Very difficult. Is it possible on the family level? Very, very much easier for me to accept. But all the law enforcement, all the family, all of everything, the prosecutor, every witness, that is a tough thing to do. That's really tough. I'm not there yet. Haven't ruled it out, but I'm just not there yet. What about all the underage drinking at a cop's house? That's not what they're hiding. They're all openly testifying about that, which would, to my untrained eye, would say that maybe what they're trying to hide is more damning than that, because they're all testifying about drinking and driving. We've got testimony all over the place about possibly providing alcohol to minors, and all that. That's not a big deal apparently. So there's something else. There's something else in there.
All rise for the court, please.
And she's gone. There we go.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. All right. Okay, so here's where I'm at. I a lot of times I don't share where I'm at in a case like this, especially early on. I am not ready to convict Karen Reed for this. First of all, we've seen almost no evidence that she did this. If in my mind that evidence does come in, I would be very surprised if they could get me past anything beyond maybe accident, like literally an accident. Nothing intentional seems to show up at all. There's just no evidence to support there was anything intentional here. I mean, a little argument about, hey, we argued about whether or not we should give the kids donuts, so I ran him over. Not buying that. It's just not there. Possible accidental. That's still an open thing in my head. The taillight for me, and I'll go in and try to fix this up. I've got some screenshots here. I want to zoom in and see what I see, but it does look like when they, let's see, 8:23 on the 29th, January 29th, at 8:23 in the morning, when the police car pulled into the O'Keefe driveway, it looks to me like her right taillight is broken out. Now, that could have been broken when she backed into the other car, but let's see. Let's finish cross today and court hop tomorrow. Let's see. What time is it today? It's 2. Your shoulder is cute. Oh, there we go. Why didn't you tell me? Oh, man. I gave you my rant without being able to look you in the eye and tell you this is what I really feel. She could have hit him without knowing. Yeah, I'm trying to put this through because I do believe that possibly that morning Karen Reed was saying something to the effect of, could I have hit him? As she's trying to piece this together. I think her behavior, her absolutely almost crazy reaction, yelling, screaming people's names over and over. I think this is a genuine response to a shock situation where she's not aware of what's going on. Is that likely the whole light that would be broken from hitting a person? I need to know, Mrs. Ari, I need to know a couple things. I need to know from the ME the extent of his injuries. Because according to the defense, they say it appears like he was beat to death. And if there's splotchy impact, bruising on his body that would indicate points of impact, like from a punch or a kick, that are different from a blunt force impact from a car, I don't know. You guys are trying to make me cave. My son says, no, not at that speed, and it might have cracked. Would not have shattered into 43 pieces. It was cold, and plastic in cold weather will crack differently than plastic in warmer weather. It can become more brittle. I'm aware of that, but it wasn't so cold. It wasn't like 20 below brittle. Emmy hasn't come in yet. How long is the next day? Hold tight. Let's see. We're on day 14. They're on day 16. That would bring us. We would have no more buffer if we did this. We'd have no more buffer. We could not go any further far forward. Let's see. My water bottle's in the way. I can't see what's going on. Let's see. We're on day 14. What does day 15 look like? How long to die in the cold? Day 15 is 4 hours long. think your wife was opting to enjoy the afternoon with you. Yeah, but does she want to? What did she say? Your full screen, no chat cluttering is also cute. I don't even know what you're talking about. Your full screen, no chat cluttering is also cute. Mrs. R.A., I know you're just around the corner. Come pop in the office just for a minute. Day 15 is a half day. You fixed the screen already. What are you guys talking about? Just finish the cross with Jen, then we'll stop tomorrow. I don't think, here's the thing. I think she talks for days. I think she's like still on the stand right now. Hey, Mrs. R.A. Do you want to put on a pair of headphones and talk for a minute? Let me give you some sound. Just one second. How's the sound there? Good. You can hear that? Yeah. Amber's calling, but what she doesn't know is that I can't hear her. Hang on just one second. Bluetooth. Hang on, Amber.
Oh, too loud.
Can you hear her? Or is that me?
No, you're too loud.
Which one are you in?
I cannot hear Amber.
Amber, hang on. We can't hear you yet. Need to find my settings, Amber. Just one second.
It's not plugged in.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay, there we go.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Which one are you?
I'm the number one always. I don't know.
I'm this one.
Okay, is that better? Yes. Okay, sorry, my wife is being deafened. All right. You want a mic?
Okay, so to clear this up, do I want a mic? I've got one.
No, sorry, just me.
Sorry.
Well, hello, Mrs. R.
Hey.
She's right. You could almost
So I'm
see
going
her.
to give you. So I'm going to give you the lowdown on how this testimony is broken up. So we just ended day 14 at the end of direct. So we have crossed. All of day 15, which is just a half day, is all crossed. And then part of this morning, she comes back for a smidge of cross and a little bit of redirect.
And when you say this morning, you mean live?
Day 16
Correct.
today.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
But really, all you really need to see is 15.
Which is...
There's some crazy stuff happening on day 16, too. But day 15 is mainly our cross.
That's the next bit to watch tomorrow. Is that right? Dude, this delayed thing is confusing.
Okay, we'll be one day. If we do this, we're one day behind.
No, I'm not pushing for anything.
We can't get any closer. So
You do you. It's good.
all right, here we go.
Wait, though, if you're going to, I have questions for RA.
Do they involve me getting lunch or dinner?
I fed you my lunch, actually. I came in here, I brought my lunch to him, and I was like, he's never going to want this, but I have to be like, here, I offered. And he was like, yeah, I'll take it. I was like, oh, all right.
Cheese, crackers, and chocolate.
Yeah, the chocolate should have tipped you off.
It was delicious. All right, let's do day 15.
No. I know everybody wants day 15, but I have a question first. Wait, me. I apologize to everybody, but could you just give me a quick summary because specifically about the truck, or I guess they're calling it a car, that she broke the taillight out of. What is the timeline on that thing? It was all healthy and well when they showed up at the house, and then it's broken in the morning, but she does or does not know about it. She hit two things. What?
The place where the defense is saying she could have broken the taillight is when she was leaving the house to go in her car first to go get her friends or go to Jen's house or pick up, to get Carrie or whoever. I think it was pick up Jen.
Carrie and Karen, two different people?
Yes.
Okay.
When she leaves, she backs out of the garage and hits John's car with that corner of the car. That's on video.
When she leaves her house.
By herself in her car, she leaves. And as she slowly backs out and just taps it, just ever so slightly.
I'm telling you, these cars, they're wussy.
Okay.
I mean,
and then she
may
leaves.
know from experience.
She picks up Jen, and Carrie follows her home, right? So they come in. We've got on video as well that Karen comes out of the car. Jen comes out of the car, goes around the back. That's when Jen said that they said, Karen showed me the taillight was broken and everything.
Whose home are they at?
At John's, so Karen's house where she lives with John.
Okay.
The car stayed there up until this, like what you see on the screen right here, up until that moment. This is when the police showed up at 8:30 that morning.
Yeah, that's why I am suspicious of that picture, because I'm looking at that picture and I'm like, there is not enough snow that has gone under those tires.
I would say yes, it's okay because you've got drifting snow there. You've got wind blowing and drifting, and it looks identical to the other car.
Yeah, it does. Yep. I was just thinking that when I was looking at them, like, except the other ones are the same.
Karina says there are two possible places she broke the taillight, hitting John and backing into John's car. Both are possible. She could have hit both.
Oh, okay. So so nobody is saying that they stole her car and broke it. It's just they're saying she either broke it by reversing into the car or she broke it by hitting John.
Well, we have heard testimony from one a police officer or investigator, I don't remember which one, who said that while the car was in the shop, in the Sally port, and they were taking it apart, part of it broke or cracked or something like that. But I don't know if that was the housing or if that was additional taillight pieces.
And is that post?
That was post.
Finding his body.
Yes, police had taken her car into custody at that point.
And is defense claiming that it was not broken at that point, or they're saying they just broke it more?
I think defense is saying a lot of things happened in that Sally port that shouldn't have.
But is that one of the things they're claiming? That it wasn't broken at all, somebody took a baseball bat to it, or whatever. Is that one of the things that they're saying?
I think they're insinuating that. We haven't heard from their side yet, really the whole bit there.
Okay, so defense's take on the taillight is that it was never broken until the Sally port. Is that correct? Is that correct?
No. Because I believe you can clearly see it broken in this picture at 8:30 in the morning. That's before the car was taken into custody.
I believe I never want to move somewhere that snows that much. I can't tell. The snow just makes it really hard to see.
Okay, so right here. That's what my phone sounds like on Bluetooth.
Yeah, that was weird.
Hello? Oh, they hung up.
That's what somebody who hung up on us sounds like. Okay, so offense. Oh, I did it again. What are they called? Prosecution. Prosecution is saying that she hit John with her and with a car, and that broke the taillight. And they're saying the EMT can verify that. The EMT says, yeah, she claimed that she hit him. Is that correct?
Hey, is somebody on the phone? Hello.
Dwayne is not available.
I can't hear who it is.
I can't either.
Headphones? No, we need a roadcaster. There we go. Hey,
can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Who's on the phone?
Hello?
Who's on the phone? Who's on the phone? Who is this?
It's R.A. How you doing? No, I'm kidding. It's Steve.
Hey, Steve, what's up?
Hey. So, what appears to have happened on the video is when she backed out of the garage, you can see her hit John's car. It cracks the taillight, but does not break it.
Okay.
and there's apparently a crack that goes into the body of the car as well.
I saw what looked
That
like
I
a
think
little
was
bit of
shown
a
previously.
It looks like a little scrape or something down.
It was shown previously.
Okay.
Yeah, so it cracked it, but it did not break it off. So that was done after John was gone missing.
Okay.
This was done the next morning when she left to go to Jen's.
Okay. And so playing devil's advocate, if I were prosecution, I would say that Karen realized she hit John or knew that she hit John the night before and then set up a scenario where you could explain why the taillight was broken by carefully backing into his car to say, oh, look, that's where it broke from.
Could be.
Which brings me
Could
up
be,
to,
but then how does, as we have heard previously, I think it was an opening, how does Jen explain searching for how long does it take somebody to die in the cold at 2:30 in the morning?
Yeah, okay, that was my question. Is there a timestamp on that question?
She testified that it was in the morning,
Yeah, she did.
almost 5 a.m. that she texted that.
That just seemed very
And
serendipitous.
I'm sorry, but there's going to be a log. Okay, that is a search you do on the computer. There's a report we can print off that'll have a date stamp on that.
It was done on her phone, I believe.
They'll still have it.
It's a Google search.
Not
Subpoena.
safe,
Yeah.
guys.
Many people have been convicted because of searches on their phones. We've learned all about these, so I'm looking forward to the timestamp.
Right. Yes.
It would
me too.
surprise me if the timestamp is that far off because her testimony has been so tight that it would surprise me if that part was off. And by tight, I don't necessarily mean honest. I mean
it's been cohesive. It's fit together.
Yes, and it's been very
with other things that she has said. It's
but
disagreed with
like
video evidence.
She's like the person who has all the evidence, and you just have to take her word for it. Is there any corroborating evidence on these highly implicating things? I don't know. I haven't watched the whole case.
Her story matches up with the timestamps of text messages back and forth. I think there's more text messages.
But one person out of 7, 8 giving that story.
Well, but if she was the only one...
When the other ones give the exact same story, almost word for word, of what happened that evening.
But this is why I want to believe
her. And then she gives her story.
I don't want to believe anyone else that is just parroting the same narrative, word for word. That, for me, that's not genuine. That's not real. That's somebody who's memorized an account and they're regurgitating it.
Does her... I apologize, guys. I haven't been watching this very much. You may all know this answer.
You don't watch my channel?
Sorry.
It's like you have school or something.
I know. We had to learn about the Constitution. Does her story disagree with the other witnesses' stories in a way that is demonstrable? That it's like, wait a second, you can't both have experienced that. Those are opposites.
She skips the parts where there's a lot of confusion, especially when it comes to the white Jeep and the truck that came to pick up Allie. She doesn't have much to offer in that area, so she's not really matching up with anyone else. She mirrors exactly her husband's account of the morning of waking up. The Jan. They both do the exact same thing. So her husband and her have their story like perfectly in sync as far as that goes.
How do those eggshells
I
feel
haven't
to walk
watched
on?
the head. I haven't watched the head, but I have a feeling that defense is going to try to bring some of those into play and say, well, what about this? That people have testified to this, or
they've got
this
to.
has been brought up.
They've got
Do you
to.
remember this?
Because I will tell you, I am not believing the witnesses most of the prosecution has brought. I have a hard time with their credibility. Okay. But this one, I'm sitting here thinking, I want to believe her. I've got video evidence that shows me that what she's telling me is not true, but I still feel like I want to believe her. And if the jury is believing her, this is somebody they have to attack. They have to discredit, and they've got to have something, and it's got to be good. Because I think she was probably one of the best witnesses the state has put on so far.
Because she uses her own words?
That's part of it.
But I mean, you're like, I want to believe her. How come?
She just her mannerism in testifying when she's asked a question, it's direct. She responds. She doesn't give too much information. Sometimes it's like, hey, tell us about who is Allie. Oh, there's this girl in high school. We were the same grade, I think, and we might have been on the same team. Oh, and we went to her bridal shower, and we went to the baby shower, and we vacationed together every summer. She's not like trying to hide something or like steer you away. Like, don't look over here, look over there. She's just direct in answering questions. And I get the feel that she believes what she's saying. Anyway, Steve, we're gonna watch
Okay.
Cross. So.
I did not push this.
Yes.
I want it on the record. I didn't push for it.
Okay, Cross coming up. Here we
Steve,
go.
good to talk to you.
Yes, thanks for the call, Steve.
Yeah, you too.
All right, we'll see you. Bye.
Wait, is there anything else I can do to delay? Just because I'm trying to understand this.
Did you just say, is there anything else I can do to delay?
No, I know. I was being a pain in the butt. But I'm
says
just
stop talking and play.
You guys told me to stop talking. No, but I'm trying to understand. Is my comprehension of the situation accurate when I say she is the sole witness who has convicting statements against Karen?
No.
Like, where's Carrie? Why is Carrie not saying?
We haven't
yes,
got
I
to
also
Carrie
heard
yet.
that?
I'm sure she's going to come in, but she has very definitive memories of Karen implicating herself in the crime and being a witness to another witness, like the EMT who says she said, I hit him, and she's corroborating that, and that's
Okay, you know what I think, guys? Unpopular opinion. Maybe it's super popular. I don't know. What if she's saying, I hit him with my hand? What if she's like, when she went to go protect him and try to warm him up, she's like, oh, I hit him. I mean, it could mean a lot of things. It doesn't mean I hit him with my car. It could mean a lot of things. That she just came up with, did I start my period? She's grasping. She's trying to comprehend a situation here. I don't know. My cousin Vinny.
Yeah, crazy stuff. Okay. All right. Jen, you've stalled long enough. I think I've got the video ready. Hold tight. Oh, there we go. Okay. Buckle up, because the spice meter is going to be in use today. And we're going to be here for a while. There we go. There's our fan. Fan is running.
All right, I got to go do other stuff.
Day 15, here we go. And I'll be on there as well. How about that? Thank you, Mrs. Ari.
Yeah, thanks for letting me
Love you.
Love you.
Don't forget to feed me. All right. You're muted right now.
Counsel, please identify yourselves for the record.
Why are we muted? I hope they fix this soon. Okay, it starts off with big audio issues. We're just going to try to work through this. If not, we're going to try to find a different feed that will provide the audio. It starts off with a sidebar. Hopefully the audio gets corrected here really quickly. And we're in this for the long haul. We're going to be one day behind now. And that's where we're going to stay. So no more, don't ask, because I don't want to be the mean guy and say no. Now we've got audio. Here we go. Jojo, by the way, congratulations on the 12 months. Yay for your Orange Courthouse. Love being part of this amazing and respectful group. Love it. Thanks for being here. And thanks for the 12 months of support. I could not do that without you. Don't leave. Oh my goodness. I've got goosebumps. I'm so excited for this to I need to hear this cross. And maybe this will completely spin my world around as far as this witness goes. But I'm like astounded at how much I believe her or want to. Adam, you're over there making things happen? On top mark? I think they're at lunch right now on the Chad Daybell trial. Okay, spicy meter starting off at the bottom. We will be adjusting that as needed. Quick pan around the courtroom. This is going to be the Karen Reed supporters sitting directly in back of Karen Reed. The people that sit in the background when we are viewing Karen Reed's position at the defense table are the O'Keefe family. Ivan, you just sent a... trying to see where it would be. What did I send you? You send it to Cash App? Let's turn that down just a tiny bit. It's super loud. By the way, Ivan, how's your lumber mill going? I'm curious about that. And are you going to have a channel just for your lumber mill? I only ask because I do follow people who set up cameras on their lumber mill and watch them just cut wood. That's for some reason that's very soothing for me. Mr. Yannetti drinking from his flip-top water bottle. Those are the expensive ones. Ooh, and leaves it open, very daring.
You know what? I'll be right back.
All right, please.
Judge is like, see ya. Okay, that was a short day. No, just kidding. It's not. Allison says, thank you, RA, for covering cross today. Y'all make my weekdays so much better. Love it, Allison. Glad that we can be here for you and make your weekdays better. By the way, let me just say, we've still had more and more crazy storms. Weather Watch can probably tell you more, and probably will talk about them a little bit more on the podcast tomorrow night. But just keep hearts and prayers. Have the people that have been affected by these storms and their families in your heart. And if you're able to help out in some way, please seek out a reputable organization where you can do that. It's terrifying to think that one day you go to bed and the next morning your house is gone.
This is before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Hey, good morning
Ask
again.
us about the three questions.
Again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I want to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday?
No.
Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. May we have Ms. McCabe, please?
Here we go, Miss McCabe. Weebug, welcome to the gallery. Love that yellow courthouse. Thank you for your support.
So again, just be mindful of the step up.
Raise your hand. You solemnly swear the evidence given in court and jury in the case on hand should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, this is going to be impactful for me. How does her demeanor change from one to the other?
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, family is important to you, is it not?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, it's probably fair to say that family is one of the most important things in your life.
Yes.
You indicated on Friday that you know John O'Keefe, or you knew John O'Keefe, and you considered him a friend.
Yes.
You also indicated that you know Miss Reed, and at some point you considered her a friend.
Yes.
But clearly, John O'Keefe was not family, was he?
No.
He was not a McCabe, correct?
No.
He was not an Albert.
No.
Karen Reed is not family, correct?
Correct.
Not a McCabe?
No.
She's not an Albert.
No.
Ms. McCabe, when you were at Waterfall on the evening of the 28th, going into the early morning hours of the 29th, you spent some time with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
Correct.
You didn't see any tension between the two of them at the time?
No.
Matter of fact, they seemed like a normal couple to you?
I didn't see them interact much.
They were both engaging with you, correct?
I had separate conversations with them.
So John O'Keefe, we've seen from several videos, I'm not going to play the video, John O'Keefe was situated for the most part over in that corner as the camera is looking, the right corner of the bar, along with you, the O'Keefe's, I think Matt McCabe was over there as well, correct?
I can't be sure, but I know I spoke to Karen in that corner.
And certainly you saw nothing to suggest that there was any tension or discord between and among those individuals, certainly between Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
When you left Fairview, were you among the first to leave or among the last to leave?
I left with, there was 4 of us that left total. It was myself, my husband Matt, Julie Nago, and Sarah Levinson.
When you walked out, Karina Kolakithis was close by, close in tow, correct?
Oh wait, are you talking about leaving the waterfall?
The waterfall.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was confused. I was talking about Fairview. Leaving the waterfall?
Correct.
Yes, we were one of the last to leave.
All right. And Miss Karina Kolakithis was sort of in tow right with you as you were walking out, correct?
Yes.
And Karen Reed, my client, was also heading that direction as well, correct?
Yes.
And you said something to Miss Reed, did you not? As you walked out.
We were in a conversation, yes.
Did you say specifically, you're coming with me to Karen?
No.
You didn't say that?
Not exactly those words.
What exactly were the words that you used?
I said, why don't you come with me?
And you even waited outside in what was ultimately freezing cold temperatures for Miss Reed, correct?
Yes.
If you could take a look, Your Honor, with the court's permission, Exhibit 53, I'd like to play about maybe a 15-second clip from that.
Okay.
Actually, it's a little bit longer than that. It may be a minute. Can we pause this, Mr. Biggs? For the record, Your Honor, this is about runtime 12:10 and 17 seconds or so. If you could move that up, Mr. Biggs, to 12:10 and about 45 seconds.
This is outside the waterfall.
That's close enough.
Close enough. That'll work.
Ms. McKay, do you recognize what's depicted in this portion of the video?
This is the flag cam.
I see a car. It's kind of hard to see. I don't know what the thing on the white thing is.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Let's see if you recognize any of this.
Ah, it's the flag. Yes, the flag cam. That pretty much makes this almost unusable.
Pause, please. Oh, that's a terrible place to pause.
The pause game was awful.
A little further.
A little more.
It's also not super clear. Can you see a person in that video?
From where I'm sitting, no.
It's a little tough.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play it forward. Well, actually, we can enhance that just a little bit. Did you see a person in the background right there?
Honestly, I don't.
Like
I can't make out what that is.
Let's play it forward and see if this helps. Okay. Now do you see a person?
Yes.
The lighting is terrible. I apologize. Not my video. Do you know who that person is?
I don't know.
That's you, isn't it?
I can't tell from that picture if that's me.
Okay, let's maybe play it a little bit further forward.
Yeah, anything could be happening.
Now, with the flag out of the way, do you recognize anybody in the foreground down at the bottom right?
That looks to be John.
Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Do you see someone to his right?
I do, yes.
And who is that person?
I cannot make it out in the photo.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it forward.
They're clearly purple, though.
And pause. You see the person with the sort of white shoes just above the car.
Yes.
Does that appear to be you?
I can't make that out that it's me, but I know I was there, and I know I spoke with them.
Okay, so you do recall walking outside and sort of waiting and hovering in about that area, correct?
I was talking with them.
Okay. Does it appear that you're talking with them in
No.
this frame?
It looks like they've walked away.
Right. As a matter of fact, it looked like they walked away without talking to you outside, correct?
Well, do you have video of moments before that when I was standing talking to them?
Well, see, this is the point where I get to ask the questions and you get to answer. So I'm asking you, do you see yourself standing in the parking lot after John and the person to his right had walked away?
Yes.
Okay. Let's play it for just a few more seconds. Apologize. Go ahead and pause. And what do you appear to be doing at that point?
Walking to my car.
What do you appear to
turned
be
around and left after Mr. O'Keefe and the person to his right walked away, correct?
Correct.
As you sit here, even though the video leaves a little to be desired, you know that John O'Keefe left with Karen, correct?
Yes.
So the person to his right, the more petite person with the long hair, that would be Karen.
I would assume.
Okay. So you waited out in the parking lot for a few minutes after you said or joked, "You're coming with me," or something like that, correct?
I wouldn't, no, I was speaking to them, and then I walked to my car.
You didn't say to Mr. O'Keefe, "You're coming with me." You said to Karen Reed, "You're coming with me," or something to that effect, correct?
Mr. O'Keefe was not outside when I said to Karen, "You're coming with me." I told Karen, "You're coming with me," because John was still in the bar with Matt.
So you asked Karen to come with you in your car?
Yes.
To give her a ride?
Yes.
Separate from John O'Keefe?
Yes, I figured he could go with Matt because they were still in the bar.
Was there a reason why you wanted to separate Miss Reed from Mr. O'Keefe at that moment?
No.
Why not just walk to your car with Matt and go where you're going to go?
Matt was still inside.
So you thought it was important enough to make the statement, "You're coming with me," or something to that effect, to my client, to separate her from John O'Keefe, even though your testimony is John O'Keefe was just inside the bar?
Objection.
Sustained as to that form. Ask it differently.
Sure. Did you believe it was important at that point to ask Miss Reed to come with you, which would separate her from John O'Keefe?
There was never any idea of separating them.
Except for the fact the idea was you're coming with me, not you two are coming with me, correct?
Incorrect.
By definition, if she came with you, you'd be separating her from John, wouldn't you?
We were standing outside talking.
Be answered yes or no. By definition, your statement to her, you come with me, would separate her from John, wouldn't it?
It would not, because we were all going back to Fairview Road.
But not at the same time, ma'am, correct? Your idea is to bring Karen with you, separate and apart from John.
We were waiting for John to come out, and I said, why don't you just come with me? It was innocent.
I'm not asking for your explanation. You'll get to that with Mr. Lowell. I'm asking for a yes or no question, or yes or no answer. By definition, your invitation would separate Karen from John, would it not?
Objection.
Sustained. Move on.
Would it or would it not separate John and Karen for the right over?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, when you arrived at Fairview, some folks were already there, correct?
Yes.
Who was already there?
Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, and Brian Albert Jr.
And then you arrived, as we saw, you walked through the parking lot, got in your car, you arrived, I presume, with your husband, Matt McCabe.
Yes, correct.
I want to ask a question about Mr. Higgins.
Mm-hmm.
You testified on Friday that you saw his vehicle when you got to the scene, correct?
Yes.
And you said that it was pulled up a little bit in front of the mailbox, correct?
Yes.
Can we have Exhibit 66 with the court's permission, please?
Okay.
This is a digital model of the location. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Does it appear to be a relative scale model of 34 Fairview?
Yes.
This would be the front door, correct?
Yes.
And where's the mailbox? If you can point to it with the laser pointer. Okay, so you're pointing to an area just in front of a car that's in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
And then the driveway's to the right?
Yes.
And then along this line is the front lawn area and property line of 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that that Jeep was just a little bit in front of the mailbox, meaning about there, correct?
Yes.
And the rear end of that Jeep would be butting up against the driveway.
Yes.
Or at least the line of the driveway, correct?
Yes.
That's quite a bit of detail about where that Jeep was. Would you agree?
No, because I drove down the street and I took a left into the driveway and there was a Jeep there.
Okay. What I'm asking is, you didn't just say, your memory was not just somewhere in front of a house. It's literally right in front of the mailbox, the front end of it, adjoining the line of the driveway, correct?
Yes.
That detail obviously stuck out in your mind.
It did, because I was wondering whose Jeep it was.
Did you discuss that detail with your husband at any point?
Not sure.
You're not sure? You might have?
I'm not sure if I said, whose Jeep is that?
No, I don't mean then. I mean between then and now, have you and Mr. McCabe ever discussed where that Jeep was, or your memories of where that Jeep was?
Who are you looking at?
Possibly.
You're aware that he put the Jeep in the exact same place that you did?
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am. Oh, wait, no. Excuse me. Repeat the question?
You're aware that he puts the Jeep in the exact same spot you just put the Jeep, right in front of that mailbox, right?
I know he knows where the Jeep was. I'm not aware what he said in here.
Does he know where the Jeep was because you told him what to say about the Jeep?
Absolutely not. It's because we drove together in the car, and I asked. I possibly could have asked.
One at a time, please, ma'am.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to step on your words. I thought you...
That's okay. You can continue.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I don't think we got your answer, though.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Madam Court Reporter was asking for your answer.
Can you repeat your answer?
To the question of, did he know where the Jeep was?
Whether or not you told him where the Jeep was.
I did not need to tell Matt where the Jeep was. He knew because we were in the car together.
But you two discussed it.
When are you asking?
At any time between January 29th and today.
I'm sure we have, yes.
You were also interviewed by Trooper Proctor on January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And you were asked a series of open-ended questions. What did you see and where did you see it, correct?
Yes.
Nobody put any words in your mouth?
No.
Nobody told you what to say at that time?
No.
And you told Trooper Proctor that when you arrived at the scene, after you got there, you, quote, first observed the vehicle, meaning Miss Reed's SUV, parked on the street by the driveway facing the direction of Chapman, correct?
Do you have something I can look at to refresh my memory?
Sure. Do you not have a memory of exactly what you told Trooper Proctor?
Well, I know what I'm...
Just yes or no? You need your memory refreshed?
I would like to see what the report says, please.
Permission? Yes. Thank you.
Wow, she's asking to have her memory refreshed.
I'm going to direct it to paragraph 3. This is the face page. You'll review that, especially the highlighted portion. Let me know after you've reviewed it. Just read it to yourself.
So she told Trooper Proctor that it was Karen Reed's car right there, and now she's testifying that it was a white Jeep.
Did you have that, does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, I know I told...
I'm asking you, I'm so sorry to do this. I don't mean to be rude. Yes. I'm just asking you, does that or does that not refresh your recollection?
Regarding?
What you said to Trooper Proctor on the 29th.
Well, I know what I said to Proctor Trooper on the 29th.
Okay. I have to do it this way, it's court rules. Does that help you with your recollection of what you told Trooper Proctor?
I didn't tell I told Trooper Proctor the car was outside when I looked at the front door, it was straight outside.
Okay. I can't quite get the answer I'm looking for. The court is going to require me to ask this question again. Does that refresh your recollection, yes or no, as to what you told Trooper Proctor? Yes.
I did not say this to Trooper Proctor, no.
It doesn't help you?
No.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
It doesn't
So
help.
you did speak to Trooper Proctor on the 29th, correct?
Correct.
Right. And Trooper Proctor asked you some very specific questions about where things were, correct?
Correct.
Focused on Miss Reed's SUV, didn't he? Asked you questions about where Miss Reed's SUV
If you
was.
can show me in the report.
Just read it.
So just off of what I just read, is that what you're going off of? Yes?
I'm asking for your memory. You're testifying.
Yes, so my memory is exactly where the car was.
Hold on. So it's very important that both of you, one person at a time, speaks.
Okay.
Madam Court Reporter has to do what you're both saying, and she can't do it simultaneously. So the best way to do that is, Ms. McCabe, just let counsel ask the question, and then you answer. And if it takes a lot more time than we expect it to take, it does. Okay, so just
thanks.
Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What's the new
I'll slow
book
it down.
up behind the judge's
Did
bench?
you talk to Trooper Proctor about where the SUV was?
Yes.
Thank you. And he asked you questions about where it was situated outside, correct?
Yes.
And you told him that you first observed it parked on the street by the driveway facing the direction of Chapman, correct?
I told him that when I looked out the front door, the car was straight ahead. And yes, it was facing up Chapman.
But you left out a little part by the driveway, correct?
That could have been his interpretation or an error on his part.
I see. So Trooper Proctor is wrong about what you said.
Objection.
No, I'll let him have it. Do you think he's wrong about what you said?
I 100% said it was straight out the front door.
Okay, next question, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. And during the course of that conversation, you never once, Ms. McCabe, not once, mentioned a several-ton Jeep with a snowplow attached to it, did you?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
Let's take another look at the report. Would that refresh your recollection to see the report?
Objection.
Do you think that will help you?
I'll take a look at it.
Okay.
May I?
Yes.
Direct your attention once again to paragraph 3. You've had an opportunity to review.
I have, yeah.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is tense.
That looks like a report from Trooper Proctor of your interview, correct?
Correct.
That interview was taken on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
That interview was taken just a few hours, not days or weeks, hours after the events in question, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked what you saw, what you observed in front of 34 Fairview on that morning, correct? I'm sorry, the night before, correct?
He asked specific questions about Miss Reed's vehicle.
Okay. And when you said where you remember Miss Reed's vehicle being, you placed it in the exact spot where you're now saying there was a Jeep with a snowplow on it, correct?
Incorrect. I never placed Miss Reed's car in the spot where Mr. Higgins' vehicle was.
So as Trooper Proctor was taking notes about what you were saying, he just got it wrong.
You'd have to ask Trooper Proctor.
I will. And you never mentioned, according to that report, not one word about a Jeep, right?
I may never have been asked about a Jeep.
So if you weren't asked about a Jeep, you also weren't asked about a Nissan Altima. Mention that?
No.
Right. Because what he asked you was, what did you observe in front of the house? Ma'am, that's what he asked you, wasn't it?
No.
And you said, I observed her car by the mailbox.
No.
And you never mentioned the Jeep, did you?
You are not portraying what the conversation was.
Did you or did you not mention a Jeep sitting on that, right by that driveway, Trooper Proctor? Yes or no?
It's not in the report. I don't recall if he asked me about a Jeep.
Now, following the events of January 28th, 29th, you spoke extensively to Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
What do you mean by extensively?
Did you speak at all?
Yes, we did.
Between then and now, to Chris and Julie Albert.
Do I speak to Chris and Julie Albert?
Have you spoken to them about these events between then and now?
About this case? Is that what you're asking?
Oh my goodness.
Yes, Ms. McCabe, I'm asking about this case.
Of course I speak to them all the time about the vicious harassment we are all receiving.
Okay, that wasn't my question. My question was, did you talk to them about this case, Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
I realize you want to give additional answers in the editorial. I'm asking you very specific questions.
Objection.
Okay, so objection as to the form. We've talked about this at sidebar, Mr. Jackson.
You've talked to them about the details of that night, correct? The 28th going into the morning of the 29th?
Yes.
You've talked to them about what happened at the bar, correct?
We've spoke about how we were all at the bar and Karen and John came in.
Is that yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You've spoken to them about your memory of what happened at the house at 34 Fairview that night, correct?
Yes.
You've spoken to them about who was at the bar, not just what happened, but who was there, correct?
Correct.
You talked to them about the timing of the night, correct?
I don't think specifically, no.
When people came to the bar, when they left, when people got to Fairview, when they left Fairview, things of that nature.
Well, they were at the bar, so they know who was there and when they left.
I didn't ask if you know what they know. I'm asking if you've ever spoken to them about these issues. Yes or no?
I can't be sure if we've spoken about the timeline.
And you've talked to them about when they got there and when they left.
I have no idea when they arrived at the waterfall.
Once again, Ms. McCabe, that's not what my question was. Did you understand my question? Have you spoken to them about their memory of that night and when they came and left?
They have not shared with me when they got there or when they left.
In the 2 years or 2.5 years since this event, you've had extensive conversations with your friends and family about this circumstance, correct?
Correct, yes.
You've told them your observations of your story, correct?
Correct.
Your observations of the night.
Correct.
And they've told you their observations of the night, correct?
Correct.
So y'all have compared and contrasted your perspectives of what happened that night, correct?
We've tried to figure out what happened to John, our friend.
And you've talked to them extensively about your observations and what your story or your version is. Is that right?
To be honest, not extensively. Speaking about it is very painful and difficult.
What does extensively mean? More than twice?
Well, you tell me.
I'm asking the questions, Ms. McCabe. That's how this works.
I understand, but extensively would mean almost every day.
Do you talk to them almost every day?
I do, but not about the case.
Subjects about this case come up every day?
The harassment of the case does, yes.
What about the specific facts of the case?
No, it's the facts aren't spoken as much as the vicious harassment is spoken about.
Understood. So you've told them your version of the events, correct? And they've told you their version of the events.
Correct.
And remind me, Chris and Julie Albert are, in fact, Colin's parents.
Correct.
At some point, you became aware that your daughter, Allie, was involved in this matter to some extent, correct?
Yes.
You became aware that there was an extraction of your phone that revealed some data about her whereabouts.
That's not how I became aware now.
Like 360?
Yes, I know what that is.
Okay, that's what I'm asking about. You became aware that you know your phone was extracted, correct?
I willingly handed over my phone.
Oh, we'll get to that.
Oh, okay.
You know that your phone was extracted.
Yes, I handed it over.
And you know that your daughter's whereabouts were revealed based on data on that phone, correct?
That is not how I became aware of my daughter's whereabouts.
You testified at the state grand jury, questioned by Mr. Lally, correct?
Yes.
You were asked about the Life 360.
Yes.
You answered those questions very fluidly.
Yes.
Yes, I know what Life 360 is. I use it all the time. It's an app, etc.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's go over that for a second. You admitted that it works as a, quote, GPS as far as where people go and everywhere that you go, correct?
Correct.
You indicated that it works as a reliable, quote unquote, tracking device, was your testimony.
Correct.
You indicated that you rely on it, quote, so you know where your kids are at all times. Is that right?
Correct.
And you even said that it's a quote unquote good parenting tool. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason you said that is because it's accurate in your experience and it's reliable. Is that right?
It's a good tool, but it is not always accurate.
But you said, when you testified in front of the great grand jury, that it's accurate and it works as a GPS as far as where you go and everywhere you go, correct?
Objection.
Did you say that?
Can I see it?
Sure.
Wow. This is straight fire back and forth. This is just. I'm surprised the judge hasn't asked people to calm down just a little bit and step back, but they're both holding their own. They're digging in. I'm surprised there also aren't more objections to the form of the question.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Lines 13 through 15.
You said 13 through 15?
Yes, ma'am.
the false politeness back and forth it just has it's barbed. There's teeth on it.
Okay.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection?
It does, yes.
Question and answer?
Well, I just don't see the word accurate on there. I don't know if I missed it.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to the question and answer about whether you said it works as sort of a GPS as far as where you go and everywhere that you go?
Correct.
And your answer was, yeah. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So where did Allie go after she supposedly dropped off Colin Albert?
She went nowhere.
Did you check her Life 360 app to verify that she went, quote, nowhere?
At that point, I had no reason to check her.
So the answer is no, you didn't.
No.
Okay. Did you ever verify through the 360 app that in fact Allie did not go home, but rather was out driving until after 1:30 a.m.? You ever check the app and see that?
Did I ever check Life 360 app for that?
Yep.
No.
Okay. But you believed her when she said she came home?
Yes.
And just like you believed her when she said she picked up Colin, dropped him off, and then came home?
Yes.
Okay. The Alberts had a dog, pardon me, correct?
Yes.
What's the dog's name?
Chloe.
You indicated that on the morning of January 29th, after 6 a.m., when it was still relatively dark out, you burst into the bedroom of Brian and Nicole Albert's home, correct?
Yes.
You did that specifically to wake up, according to you, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes.
Where was Chloe?
I don't know.
So you'll agree that, at least from their perspective, you walked in the front door unexpectedly, correct?
Yes.
You walked upstairs unexpectedly, correct?
Yes.
Still dark outside, right?
Yes.
You walked through their door, and you said you burst into the door into a dark room where they were sleeping, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Albert said that you were somewhat hysterical. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You were loud, right?
I was trying to wake them up.
You were somewhat chaotic.
Yes.
And you don't remember a 70-pound German Shepherd having any reaction?
No.
Matter of fact, you don't remember the dog being there at all, correct?
Correct.
You never saw that dog, correct?
I have no memory of seeing that dog.
Okay, so as you sit here today, you cannot say that the dog was here because you don't have a memory of ever seeing it.
I did not see it, no.
And remind me once again, when you were leaving that night, that early morning before, who was the last person to leave? It was Caitlin?
I believe she left after us.
We talked about this, and I want to get into a little bit more detail about it. You indicated that at some point you looked outside and you saw Karen Reed's SUV in front of the house. Safe to say, correct?
Correct.
About what time was that you first saw it?
I can just give you maybe approximates. I know I texted when I saw them, so whatever time that was.
All right, let's see if we can narrow that down just a little bit. You also indicated that you saw Ryan Nagel's vehicle outside.
Saw lights.
Okay. Lights belonging to the vehicle, right?
Yes, I knew there was another vehicle outside.
And where was that in relation to Miss Reed's vehicle?
It was behind it. I didn't pay much attention to it.
Okay, and where was the Jeep in relation to Ryan Nagel's vehicle and Karen Reed's SUV?
I remember seeing Karen Reed's SUV straight, and then I saw the lights of Ryan Nagel. I did not pay attention to where it was. I was just looking at Miss Reed's vehicle.
Was Ryan Nagel's vehicle and those lights that you remember, were they in front of the Jeep or behind the Jeep?
I am not certain.
Haven't you testified previously that you remember the Jeep being between Ryan Nagel's vehicle and the SUV?
I am not certain where Ryan Nagel's vehicle was.
So as you sit here now, you don't know if it was in front of the Jeep as you placed it by the mailbox?
It would be
behind the Jeep or somewhere in between?
It definitely was not in front of the Jeep.
Definitely was not in front of the Jeep?
No.
So it was definitely behind the Jeep?
Behind or to the side, I'm not sure.
Well, if it's parked on the street in front of the house, it's not going to be beside the Jeep, right? That's going to be in the middle of the road?
It would have been in the middle of the road, correct. So if it's pulled over, it's behind the Jeep.
Okay, so now we've narrowed that down. It's Karen Reed's SUV. As we're looking at the property, Karen Reed's SUV. To the right of that, as we're looking at from the street, at the property, to the right of that Jeep, behind that Ryan Nagel's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You sure about that?
If my memory serves right, yes.
If your memory serves you, okay. So, you were asked about the arrival of Mr. Nagel's car at the state grand jury. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
That was in April 26th, 2022.
Okay.
Okay. Does that sound about right? I don't expect you to surprise that date.
Yes.
You were asked what time did you see Ryan Nagel's vehicle arrive at the location, and you indicated that it was 12:23. You remember that?
Do you have it?
I do. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, the fact that she's had to reference the record over and over and over to remember what happened is sort of in conflict with how she testified earlier, where she remembered facts because certain things happened at certain times.
Lines 21 down the highlighted portion. Let me know when you're.
Okay.
May I interrupt?
Yes.
You were asked, do we know what time the brother came? Meaning Ryan Nagel, correct?
Correct.
And the question from Mr. Lally was, that was from a grand juror, the question from Mr. Lally was, if you know, correct?
Correct.
And your answer was, I believe he was out front at 12:23. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason you could be so precise with that time, Ms. McCabe, is because you had asked Julie Nagel to give you her text messages with Ryan for that night, and you would refresh your recollection about the time, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you've also testified that as soon as you saw
she got her information from
Ms. Reed's SUV, you texted John. Is that right?
Correct.
Here, exclamation point, question mark. That was the first text, right?
Correct.
But your text to John was at 12:27. You recall that?
Yes.
That's 4 minutes after you know Ryan Nagel arrived at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Since Karen Reed arrived before Ryan Nagel, she and John had to have been there 4 to 5 minutes before you ever saw her SUV. Right?
Objection.
I'll let him have it.
Is that right?
Ryan Nagel texted his sister at 12:23 here. And then he texted again that he was going to leave. Then Julie Nagel went outside and...
Okay, that's not my question.
I'm explaining what happened in the 4 minutes.
You can explain at another question. My question is very specific. given the fact that Karen Reed, by definition, arrived at the location before Ryan Nagel, and Ryan Nagel arrived at 12:23, that means, and you didn't notice the SUV until 12:27, that means her car was there for at least 4 minutes before you ever noticed it, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct? Can you answer that question?
Correct.
The snow condition. We've heard a lot about the snow condition. I'm not going to beat that dead horse. But it's safe to say that you would agree with me that it was a light dusting of snow, correct? I should be specific about the time. It was a light dusting of snow at or around 12 to 12:30, 12:45, something like that.
It was starting to accumulate.
Okay. And accumulate means stick to the ground, not just fall and melt, right?
Yes.
So it was starting to turn like a very thin blanket of white.
Yes.
You indicate that, or you indicated on Friday that you saw some sort of tire tracks. Is that right?
On Friday? I don't believe.
I thought in your testimony to Mr. Lally on Friday, you indicated that you saw some tire tracks. I could be wrong.
Yes, I don't remember that.
Okay, well, let me ask you, did you see any tire tracks?
At one point, yes.
Okay, when was that point?
I'm not sure.
Was it before Ms. Reed's vehicle got there? Was it after? Let's use that as a barometer first.
I believe it was after Miss Reed's vehicle was there, because that's why I was drawn to look outside.
And what did those tire tracks look like? How would you describe them?
Almost like as a wave went like this. So
like a half J?
to my recollection, it was almost like started, if Miss Reed's vehicle's here, let's pretend, it was kind of like that. Like a bit of a wave. So if you started on coming towards her, it'd be more of a wave.
Okay.
Like this in the road.
What it sounds like is, perhaps, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but perhaps what you're describing is tracks in the middle of the road. If someone is pulling off parallel, they would pull to the right and then stop. And those are the tracks that you saw? That's the wave that you saw?
It wasn't up to her car. It doesn't look like your description.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. I'm just trying here. So if it didn't go up to her car, those tracks belong to somebody else.
Well, when I saw her car, it had already moved up.
Well, wait a minute. You already said that when you saw her car, it was directly in front of you.
And then it moved at one point.
Right, that's not what I'm asking about. Let's just take the point at which you first saw the car. Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. When you first saw the car, that's when you saw the tire tracks. You just said that.
No, I did not say when I first saw the car, I saw the tire tracks.
I thought you just said a couple of questions ago that you saw the tire tracks because your attention was drawn to her car. That would be the first time you saw her car, correct?
I'm saying I saw the tire tracks because I was looking out at her car. I never said when I saw the tire tracks or where her car was when I saw the tire tracks.
Well, I thought you just said, because I asked, when did you see the tire tracks? You said, I saw the tire tracks when I looked and saw her car because my attention was drawn to her car. And I saw the tire tracks. That would be the first time you looked at her car, correct?
Doesn't have to be the first time I looked at her car. I looked out multiple times.
Did you see the tire tracks the second time?
Well, I'm not exactly sure.
Did you see them the third time?
Again, I'm not sure.
Okay, so it could have been the first time.
Could have been.
But they didn't lead to the back tires of her car, did they?
No.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Wow. Wow. Let's cool down from the eruption.
In addition to Mr.
Maybe not.
I'm sorry, Trooper Proctor interviewing you on the 29th, you also gave extensive testimony on April 26th, 2022 in front of a state court grand jury, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked about the location of Miss Reed's vehicle. I'm still staying with that for just a quick second, if you don't mind. Is that right?
Oh, she might.
Correct.
You were asked where that SUV was in relation to Ryan Nagel's car, is that right?
Would I be able to look at it to refresh my memory, please?
Well, let's start with this. Do you remember being asked about Karen Reed's SUV and Ryan Nagel's truck?
To be honest, I've had a few grand juries, so if you could show me what you're talking about, I would greatly appreciate it.
Got a few grand juries.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach, please?
Yes.
Try to speed things up, Your Honor, if I can have just a moment.
Okay, take your time.
Take your time. Take your time. No rush. We're going to dial it back just a little bit.
The entire grand jury, direct your attention to 182 to 187.
It's the entire grand jury.
Thank you.
That's the entirety of your state court grand jury.
Okay.
200 and
I'm
something
going to direct
pages.
your attention to pages 182 to 187. You can probably scan those pretty quickly and just let me know after you scan those.
Okay.
Those pages, I should say.
Just some light reading for a minute. We'll dial it down. Oops. There we go. That was some intense questioning. The back and forth. Love it. Next level lawyering, I'll say. She's speed reading her own grand jury testimony here. I think she knows what's coming. She said okay, but now she's going through it again. If she starts getting really flustered, we're going to see if Mr. Lally jumps up to make objections to sort of give her some space, let her catch her breath.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Jackson's waiting to pounce.
Thank you. Did you have an opportunity to glance at those pages?
I did, yes.
As you glance at those pages, my question is a relatively simple one. I wanted you to have an opportunity. At no point, when you were describing the vehicles that were out front, in front of 34 Fairview on that night, at no point under oath in front of that grand jury, did you ever mention a Jeep? Did you?
I was not asked about any other vehicles out front.
So when you were talking about the vehicles that you saw in front in some painstaking detail, talking about the black SUV and Ryan Nagel's truck, you just left out the Jeep because nobody asked you about it.
I didn't read anything in that about Ryan Nagel's vehicle.
Did you miss it?
I must have.
Okay.
Is it in there?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, what?
In fact, asked about Ryan Nagel's Jeep, weren't you?
If you want to show me.
Well, I don't want to sit here and... Did you review your transcript?
Just read it all. I didn't see it.
Ms. McCabe,
Objection.
you can't interrupt when I'm talking.
Okay.
I will do the same courtesy for you. Okay? As you reviewed those pages, you were asked about the cars that you saw in front. Did you not?
I was asked about Miss Reed's vehicle.
Okay. And at no point did you mention a Jeep being behind Miss Reed's vehicle, as you testified today, correct?
The questions were all about Miss Reed's vehicle.
At no point, my question is this, it's yes or no. You did or you didn't. Did you mention, ever, in that grand jury, that there was a Jeep behind Miss Reed's vehicle? Yes or no?
I'm not sure. I'd have to read it all.
As you sit here, do you recall mentioning the Jeep?
I was asked about Miss Reed's vehicle, and those were the questions I answered.
I can't, you need to keep your voice up, please.
Sorry.
Let's try this again. As you sit here, do you recall mentioning the Jeep, ma'am?
I would have to reread the transcript.
You don't have to reread the transcript to answer that question. Do you recall mentioning the Jeep? If you don't, you don't.
I may not have been asked about the Jeep, so I did not mention the Jeep.
Fair enough. Did you and Mr. Higgins, between then and now, between the date of the incident and now, have you ever had a conversation with Mr. Higgins about where his Jeep was parked?
No.
Have you ever had a conversation with Mr. Higgins about anything having to do with this case?
I do not believe so.
Did anyone, leaving Mr. Higgins aside, did anyone tell you anything about Mr. Higgins' Jeep and what he testified to?
No.
Were you ever asked by anybody to mention a Jeep being behind Ms. Reed's SUV in this trial?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Were you ever asked by anybody to make sure you mention a Jeep being parked behind Ms. Reed's SUV in this trial?
Not that I recall, no.
A qualifier. A
After
qualifier.
you arrived and you noticed this SUV outside, you started paying somewhat close attention to it, did you not?
I went to the front door and looked out the window at the vehicle, yes.
As a matter of fact, you texted as soon as you saw the vehicle, that 12:27 here, correct?
Correct.
And then a few minutes later, at 12:31, you texted, "Pull behind me," to John. Is that right?
Correct.
And then at 12:40, you texted, "Hello," correct?
Correct.
And at 12:42, you texted, "Where are you?"
Correct.
And at 12:45, you texted, "Hello," correct?
Correct.
So that's 5 text messages, and each time you texted him, you were walking to the door and looking out at the vehicle as you're texting, correct?
I know for the first 2 I was.
You testified at another hearing, another proceeding, on June 8th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
In that other proceeding, did you testify that you got up and sat down and got up and sat down every time you were texting?
Possibly.
Okay. So if you got up and walked over to the door and you see the SUV and you text, and then you walk away from the door and sit down for a second, that would be one text and one view of the SUV, correct?
Yes.
So if you did that at 12:27, 12:31, 12:40, 12:42, and 12:45, you'd agree that's 5 times that you were up and down looking at the SUV, correct?
I'm not sure if I did it 5 times.
How many times do you think you did do it?
I know I definitely did it the first when I said here. I know I definitely did it when I said pull behind me, because that's when the vehicle had moved up a little bit.
And then did you see the vehicle move up again? A second time?
Yes, that's when I told him to pull behind me.
Okay, so that's the first time. So just so we're clear, when you first saw the SUV, it was stationary, correct?
When I first saw the vehicle, it was straight ahead, out the front door, stationary.
And you texted here.
Correct.
Then you walked back over to the window, or, I'm sorry, to the door, to the storm door, and you said, pull behind me, correct, at 12:31?
Correct.
All right, at that point, you saw that it had moved up a little bit, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so if you saw it move up a second time, which you just said you did, then that would be a third time that you had to have seen it and texted, correct?
Why would that be third time?
Because it only moved once so far. You saw it move twice.
So the first time I saw it, it was here, and I said here, and then the next time I texted, I said pull behind me. So that was one time, two times.
Keep going. You said you saw it pull up again, a second time. You said you saw it move twice.
From one place to the flagpole to further up.
Right, so that's 3 times that you're up to the door.
Okay.
Is that yes?
I'm telling you, my memory is twice to the door.
Mr. McCabe, it's not a trick question. You just testified that you saw the car move twice. By definition, that has to be, you looked at it 3 times. Stationary, move once, move twice.
Maybe I used the wrong wording.
Maybe.
Careful. Careful, counselor. You might get an objection here that's sustained.
I'm gonna have just a moment, Your Honor. Sure.
Oh my goodness! Congratulations, Matthew Harris. 16 months. One of my great mods. One of the first lawyers on the channel. Honestly, appreciate you, Matthew. Everything I know about law, I learned from Matthew Harris Law. Got to check out his channel. It's amazing. New video drops every Thursday.
So
the last one was about how much lawsuits actually cost, right? Good stuff.
When you testified in front of this other proceeding, didn't you testify that you walked up and sat back down 5 different times, watching that car and texting every single time?
Would you be able to show me that?
It's gonna take a minute.
Okay, so here's what I'm getting. As we have just a brief pause here. With her saying, we'll be able to show me that, it shows me that she is just a good, polished witness. If she has the facts in memory, she can recount her story very well, which is what she did. But now she's being challenged and doesn't recall a ton of stuff that she said before. And she has to see it. And I do believe she's holding her own. She's dug in. She's not giving any ground here, but she is being forced to admit sometimes when she said things that don't quite match up with what she said before. Which is the whole point of the defense. They're trying to discredit her testimony because it's quite detrimental to Karen Reed. Little gulping ASMR there from somebody. Her admission that she's talked to everybody and that everyone talks about this case a ton, like a lot excessive would be every day for her. But just talking about this with other witnesses, that is a problem. That is a problem. It presents a problem because some of the other witnesses have been like, no, we don't talk about it. It's never comes up.
Yes.
It's a phantom Jeep. Only some people saw it.
Take a look at those 4 pages. For the record, that's pages 780 to 784.
Okay.
Bait stamped. After you've had a chance to review that, just look up and let me know.
Give her some time to read, cool off a bit. I can't believe they're sticking with this intensity. It's like a straight half day of this. I realize that the trial may be, or the day may be over for the Daybell case, but the judge hasn't killed the live stream yet, so we're going to keep it going just in case he does come back. It was sort of a weird dismissal. The public was dismissed for them to do stuff. They might open it up to the public again, so I'm going to keep it going as long as the judge has his live stream up. What happens? We just had a lull in the live stream, a break like that, and YouTube, the algorithm figures out that's a great time to put insert an ad. It's nothing I can do about that. I've told it that I want the fewest ads possible, but it still does it.
Yes.
Hello, Confused Squirrel. Welcome.
You had an opportunity, Ms. McCabe, to review those few pages from your testimony in June of 2023.
Yes.
Did you talk about, you were asked about getting up and sitting down and looking at the SUV several different times and texting?
Yes.
In fact, you indicated that you got up and looked outside through that storm door several times, correct?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, you looked every single time that you texted. You indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something, correct?
Correct.
And then after the last time, which would be 5 times, 5 texts, 5 looks, after the last time you texted, you got back up, which would be a 6th time, and the SUV was gone. Just chronologically.
Correct. My husband and I were both getting up and looking, so...
I didn't ask you about your husband.
Okay.
Just about you. The answer is correct.
Yes.
Okay. So you're indicating that you were trying to communicate with the occupant of the SUV that was sitting, what would you say, 30 feet outside the front door?
I'm not good with distance.
It's further than you and I are from each other, correct?
Correct.
At least double that, right?
Correct.
Okay, so could you give me, maybe yards are easier, like 10 yards, 15 yards?
Again, I'm not good with measurements.
Okay. Just right outside the front door, though.
Straight outside, yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, straight outside until it moved.
To the front door. Of the front door is where it was.
Ms. McCabe, straight outside until it moved, according to you, correct?
Yes, and then it moved, correct.
And then moved a second time, correct?
Correct. It moved to the flagpole, and then it moved up again.
Okay. Then you indicated that you had an absolutely clear view of the SUV. You were asked those questions, correct?
If I had a clear view?
Clear view.
I could see the car out front, yes.
You were asked, you were looking out the front door of the house. Your answer was, uh-huh. You were asked, and there's a window in that door, right?
Thank you, Julie.
Answer, it was opened. Yeah. Question, so you had a clear view outside. Answer, a clear view outside. Yes. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And is that your memory? You had a clear view?
I had a clear view of Karen's vehicle outside, correct.
And then you reiterated that with the following exchange. Question, was the amount of snow coming down sufficient?
So let's hear the question.
Was the amount of snow coming down sufficient to obstruct your view of the vehicle, or did you have a clear view of it? Answer, I had a good view of it.
Objection.
The objection is as to the form of the question and the reading.
No, that's okay. I'm going to allow the question.
Was that your testimony?
Yes.
So not only did you have a clear view, you indicated in your words you had a good view of it, right?
Correct.
Then you noticed that the SUV was gone after the 12:45 text, right?
Correct.
So you're looking at that SUV over the course of between the beginning text and the end text. It's about 19 minutes, right? 12:27 or so to 12:45, 18, 19 minutes, something like that, correct?
Correct.
Maybe add a minute because you got back up and didn't text, and the SUV was gone, right?
Correct.
So you would agree, we just do some basic math, you're looking at that SUV on average about every 3.5 minutes.
I guess I'm. If you want to pull out the times and you can look at them.
Well, we talked about the times, and you agreed that you were texting between 12:27 and 12:45.
Correct.
Right? So if you were just to divide that by 5 times, getting up and looking, I don't know, I do the math in my head, maybe it's every 3 minutes or so?
Correct.
Thank you, Lenova, for the gift
At
of
no
membership.
time did you hear any noise or sound outside that was unusual?
No.
You didn't hear any squealing of tires or squealing of brakes?
No.
You didn't hear any screaming or yelling?
No.
You didn't hear any loud voices or foul language or doors slammed?
No.
You didn't hear any verbal argument or the revving of an engine, anything like that?
No.
As a matter of fact, you didn't hear any collision or crash, did you?
No.
As a matter of fact, the entire time that you looked out at that vehicle with that clear and that good view, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary, did you?
No.
And you would agree with me, as you looked at the SUV, you're looking over the lawn to the SUV out at the street, correct?
Correct.
There was no obstruction between you and the SUV. You've already testified to that, is that right?
Correct.
And you could see everything in your field of view.
Correct.
And then you saw the SUV gone. It had driven away after 12:45.
Correct.
So I have a question, Ms. McCabe.
Mm-hmm.
Where was the body?
I have no idea. I'm assuming the body was on the front lawn.
The problem with that is you were looking at the front lawn, weren't you?
I was looking at the vehicle and where it had moved.
Do you know what field of view is?
Would you like to explain it?
You had a clear and good view across that lawn to the SUV, didn't you?
When it was straight out, I did, yes.
You had a clear and good view of that SUV the entire time until it left, didn't you?
I could see the black SUV, correct.
Nothing was obstructing your vision.
I wasn't looking at the ground.
I didn't ask you about the ground yet. We'll get to the ground. Nothing was obstructing your vision, was it?
No.
So you had a clear and good, your words, not mine, a clear and good view of the SUV.
Yes.
And everything in front of it.
I never said everything in front of it. I saw the SUV. It's black. It has lights on. And as it moved, I could see it with its lights.
And you had a clear view of everything between you and the SUV. All the things closer to you and the SUV.
I wouldn't say that.
So your view was obstructed on what was between you and the SUV, but not obstructed on the SUV?
That's not what I was saying.
No, of course not. Because if you had a clear field of view to the SUV, you could see everything in front of it as well, meaning between you and the SUV as well.
If I'm looking straight out at an SUV, I'm not looking down at the ground.
Let me ask you a question about that. You're focusing right now on my face.
Yes.
As you're answering these questions. You think you'd see, I don't know, an alligator sitting in front of me if it was there?
Objection, Your Honor.
You think you would see something? Can you clearly see that there is nothing between you and me except a podium?
Yes. Well, there's a table.
And you don't have to look down to see that, right?
Correct.
You're looking directly in my face, but you can see things that are between you and me because you have a field of vision, right?
Objection.
So I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute.
Okay, the judge might be telling Mr. Jackson to cool it just a little bit, to cool it off. Maybe to go from lava to just a casual fire like this. I think that's what she's saying. Dial it back. Dial back the heat. What's with the alligator? They just pulled that out of nowhere. If there was an alligator between us, do you think you'd see that? Yeah, I would be looking at the alligator. I'm just telling you, I do not trust those things at all. Zero. An alligator is always trying to eat you. Always. Doesn't matter. Even the little ones, they're just waiting until they're big enough. They are always trying to eat you. I mean, that's your advice for the day. Don't trust alligators. Was a little beyond the scope. Dark clothing. And here's the thing, Mrs. Ari, as soon as John's body is on the lawn, snow has already started to accumulate. It started to accumulate on the grass first and then on the road. That's how it works, okay? Grass first, then the road. And so you've got a white floor with a dark object on top of it. But nobody saw it except for the drunk girl who was driving around.
Ms. McCabe, as you looked over that flat lawn with that good and clear view of the SUV, you could see the SUV and everything between you and the SUV, correct?
When I looked out the front window, I could see the SUV clearly, like I'm looking at you right now, and it was further away than you are.
And you did it not once, not twice, not 3 times. You did it 5 times, and then a 6th after it was gone, correct?
Correct.
And after that SUV was gone, and you looked out that window with that clear and good view, there was no body, was there?
I never saw a body.
Thank you.
I wish I had.
Sounds like that's a little rehearsed.
Not at all. It's not at all.
I'll let the answer stand.
I'll let it stand, says the judge. Sounds a little rehearsed. So we've heard that at least three times from Mr. Albert, from Mr. I think Mr. McCabe, and now from
You
Miss
left
McCabe.
the location about 1:45. Is that right?
Yes.
You didn't see anything out of the ordinary as you got in. Was it your car or Mr. McCabe's car?
It was my car.
When you got in that SUV of yours, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary outside, correct?
I wasn't looking outside.
Okay. I know that is the answer that you want to give to every question. My question is yes or no. Did you see anything out of the ordinary?
No.
Thank you. You didn't see anything out of the ordinary when you got in the vehicle?
No.
You didn't see anything out of the ordinary when the vehicle backed up?
No.
When that vehicle turned to the, I guess it would be to the right, to leave toward Chapman, and the headlights illuminated the area in front of you? Didn't see anything out of the ordinary then either?
I wasn't looking out the front window.
Again, there's that question. There's that answer. My question is, did you see anything out of the ordinary?
Well, you were asking about the headlights out the front. That's why I said I didn't see anything out there front.
Oh, you didn't see the headlights turned on?
I was turned to the back.
Right. Did you see that the headlights came on in the car?
Yes, in the driveway, the headlights came on.
Right. And you're seated in the front passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
So, according to you, you got in the car and immediately twisted yourself, looking directly to the rear, and never turned back around and never looked outside the windows.
Correct.
Got it. Is that normal for you?
Yeah, I'm a very chatty person, so I turned to talk to the girls.
So you made sure that you didn't look out the window?
Nope, that's not it at all.
You also didn't hear anybody, you did hear some girls in the back, since they were so chatty, talking about bread and sandwiches or something, right?
Correct.
But you never heard anybody say anything about noticing anything out of the ordinary, correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear Julie Nagel say that she saw a black object in the yard.
Never heard that.
But you were turned around looking right at it, according to you, correct?
Correct.
Indeed, engaging them in conversation, according to you.
Correct.
So that you could make sure that you weren't looking out the front or right windows.
Objection.
Can you answer that? Is that why you did it?
No, that's not why I did it. I was talking to the two girls.
When you got home, what did you do?
But she didn't. She was talking
went
to
up
them,
to
and she
bed.
didn't hear them say that.
What time do you think you got home?
Somewhere after approximately, between 2 and 2:15.
It took you a few minutes to drop the girls off?
Correct.
When you got home, you got on your phone, correct?
Yes.
Before you got on your phone, you went upstairs to your bedroom.
Yes.
Did you use any applications? Well, let me ask it this way first. Did you make any phone calls, just using your phone, any phone calls after you got home, either downstairs or upstairs?
I do not believe so.
Did you use any applications to communicate with anybody through Wi-Fi? Do you know what I mean by that? Like FaceTime audio or WhatsApp, phone calls, things like that?
A text message?
No, actually, and you may not use these, but I'm asking, did you use any kind of third-party app that uses Wi-Fi, VoIP calls, other than just a phone call?
No.
Okay. Sounds like you don't even know what that is.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Fair enough. So it's safe to say that you didn't use or you don't use any multimedia to communicate. You don't use FaceTime or Snapchat or Signal or anything like that.
I've used FaceTime with my children, yes.
Not for phone calls.
No.
Like FaceTime audio is a way that you can make a call. No?
I've FaceTimed with my kids at school, but...
That's videos, right?
Oh, okay, so yeah, I guess not.
You didn't do that night either?
Not that I recall.
Did you, now I'm going to get back to your question. Did you text anybody?
I did, yes.
Who did you text?
I texted my sisters, and I texted my husband and a friend in a group chat.
Who's the friend?
You texted your husband and a friend in a group chat? Mm-hmm. Is that yes?
Yes.
Your husband was home?
Yes.
Okay.
So it was mostly the friend.
I want to switch gears for a second. And ask you real quick about later that morning when you went to John O'Keefe's house. You mentioned on Friday that you went into his house and began to look around for him when you first got there with Carrie Roberts and my client, Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that you looked in his bedroom and saw that the bed was made, correct?
Yes.
You also you indicated that you looked around other parts of the house looking for him, searching for him. Is that right?
Yes.
Jessica, you obviously saw the blankets and pillows on the couch downstairs in the living room, correct?
I peeked over at the couch.
And you're aware that Karen Reed stayed on the couch that night to wait for John to come home?
I'm not aware of that, no.
You testified on Friday that my client said at the scene, when you got back to the scene, 34 Fairview, just after 6 a.m., that she said, "I hit him 3 times." She declared it, correct?
Correct.
Not once, not twice, 3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
You have a very specific memory of that event, do you not?
I do.
Obviously, that's an incredibly impactful thing for you to remember. Is that right?
It was an impactful statement, yes.
And you remember it today as well as you remembered it the day she did it?
Yes.
Here comes the trap.
may have just a moment. Thank you.
For all those who just joined us from Nick's stream, welcome. Great to have you here. We're a day behind. That's how we roll here. Day behind with Jennifer McCabe's testimony, and it has been straight fire. It has been hot, spicy, some of the best lawyering I've seen. She rolled her eyes. We got an eye roll. This is incredible.
I'm going to hand you a document.
It's like this thick.
Did you, before I ask you about that specific document,
Nick, welcome.
Did you review anything before you testified in preparation for your testimony today or Friday?
Yes.
Did you review your grand jury testimony?
I did, yes.
Grand jury testimony. Got to review that. Keep it consistent with what you said prior. Nick, it's great to have you here. Thanks for aiding us. Appreciate that.
You did review your grand jury testimony, correct?
Yes.
So the document in front of you, you recognize it?
Yes.
That is, in fact, a true and correct copy of your grand jury testimony that you gave on April 26th, 2022. Is that right?
Correct.
Hope she doesn't have to read it all. It's huge. It's like a ream of paper.
You'll agree that your testimony in that case, in that hearing, rather, April of 2022, that was just a few months after the events in question, right?
Yes.
You were under oath at the time that you gave that testimony?
Yes.
And you were subject to the penalty of perjury.
It's a trap.
When you were answering those questions, correct?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, I'd like you to turn to the page, since you've reviewed this, turn to the page of that document where you ever said in your testimony that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Was I asked what she said?
I get to ask the questions.
Well, I'd like you to direct me where to look.
I want you to look at the entire grand jury testimony if you need to, and turn to the page where you ever said that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
If you say that, it's not in
I'm
there.
not sure if it's in this document, but I can tell you today with 100% clarity, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him on that morning.
So it's not in that document, is it?
I'm not sure if I could take the time, and do you want me to read over 200 pages?
May I approach?
Yes.
No, I don't want to take the time. Because you just indicated that you reviewed this document in anticipation of your testimony, right?
Correct.
So you've gone over it recently.
A few weeks back.
So we don't need to read it. You know that you never testified to that in the grand jury in April of 2022, don't you?
I don't know that as a fact. I would have to reread 222 pages, or however long it is.
You think you might have missed it when you reviewed your testimony in anticipation for, I'm sorry, when you reviewed your transcript in anticipation for your testimony?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I read it a few weeks ago.
It's probably the most powerful part of your testimony, ma'am.
And I will never forget it.
Objection.
Okay, so that's
stricken.
Would you agree? Do you think that's a powerful part of your testimony?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
It is, yes.
Did you see it in the transcript?
I cannot recall. It's over 200 pages.
May I approach you?
Yes.
So here's the problem. He can't refresh your recollection because it's not there. If she never said that in the grand jury, she never said that Karen Reed said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. You can't say, look at this page. She would have to read the entire thing, which the judge is not going to allow.
Yes. These are select pages out of your grand jury testimony. Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that you were asked when you testified no fewer than 12 times what my client said, either at the scene or on the way to the scene?
They're highlighted. She's looking desperately for.
At the scene, I was asked twice, according to this.
My question is, isn't it true that in April of 2022, you testified no fewer than 12 times, 12 separate statements you gave about what my client's statements were, either at the scene or in the car ride on the, leading up to go into the scene? You remember that?
I do.
Okay, so on page 190 of what you're looking at,
It's front page.
these should all be highlighted.
It is.
You testified that my client said to you over the phone at 4:53 a.m., she asked the question, did I hit him? You see that?
I do.
Number two, on page 192, talking about when y'all were in the car on the way to the scene, Karen asked the question, could I have hit him? You see that?
Yes.
Page 193, lines 1 through 2.
Pulling teeth to get these answers.
You testified that in the car, once again, she asked the question, could she have hit him? You were relaying that, meaning could I have hit him, correct?
Correct.
Page 193, line 23. In John's driveway, she asked the question, quote, and she is asking if she could have hit him.
Yes.
Page 201, driving to Fairview. She asked the question, what if I hit him? And could I have hit him? Correct?
Correct.
Page 202, lines 1 through 2. While driving to Fairview, she asked the question, could I have hit him?
Correct.
Page 208, lines 24 through 25, outside at Fairview, she asked the question, did I hit him? And went on to ask, could I have hit him? Correct?
Correct.
And your testimony was also on page 208 that Karen was yelling nonstop in front of the female EMT, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Correct?
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
Did the witness say yes? Did she just say yes? May I approach? Yes.
That's 12 times that you reiterated under oath, under penalty of perjury, in April of 2022, what my client's statements were, either at the scene or leading up to getting to the scene. Correct?
Correct.
Every single one of those, 12 separate times, you indicated that she asked a question, something like, could I have hit him or did I hit him? Correct?
Correct.
Not one time in that testimony did you say she declared, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Did you?
The questions that were asked, when she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, that was at the scene in response to an officer asking questions. What I just read was us when she first called me, or when we were driving in the car, or when we were at John's house. So I was answering the question that I was asked.
So you believe that you weren't asked the question, did she say to an officer, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? And if you're not asked the question, did she say to an officer, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? You're not going to volunteer that she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. That's your testimony.
No, that's not. My testimony is, an officer was asking her what his name was and different things about him. And at that point, she was saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Which officer?
I do not recall.
Well, you recall the I hit him. You just told me that was the most impactful thing in the morning.
It was shocking.
So what officer did she say this to, supposedly?
I was more focused on her and her hysteria than which officer was asking the question.
So you have no idea who the officer was even, correct?
I'm not sure which officer was asking her. It could have been an EMT. Someone said, what is his name? Does he have medical conditions? How old is he?
But you were asked that question, ma'am. On page 208, you were asked what she said in front of the female EMT who was asking her questions. And her answer was, I'm sorry, your answer was, she said, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is that right?
That is correct.
That might have been a good time to offer up that she confessed, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, right?
Objection.
Sustained as to that form.
Ms. McCabe, the truth of the matter is you've manufactured this new story for this jury because you think it helps you out.
Absolutely not.
You called 911 at 6:04 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, Exhibit 36 has already been marked and entered. I would ask to play a portion of that 911 tape, not the entirety of it.
Okay.
This witness has been rocked. She is very upset.
With the court's permission, I'd ask to play about runtime 1:30 to 1:45.
15 seconds.
2 seconds and pause it. Yes. Do you recognize the voice on that tape?
Yes, that's mine.
That appear to be a true and accurate, at least that portion, a true and accurate recording of the 911 call that you made that morning?
It was a very brief clip. I'd have to hear more.
Go ahead and play, starting at runtime 1:30 to about runtime 1:45.
46 years old. 46, how long has he been outside? I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and...
Stop. Was that you?
Yes, that was.
Is that the 911 call?
Yes, it was.
And what did you just say?
I said, I don't know. He got out of the car.
He got out of the car, is what you said, correct?
Yes.
And this was at 6:03 in the morning, correct?
Correct.
This is before you ever talked to Brian Albert?
Correct.
Before you ever talked to your sister Nicole Albert?
Correct.
Before you ever talked to Chris Albert?
Correct.
Before you ever talked to Julie Albert?
Correct.
You hadn't talked to anybody at this point other than Carrie Roberts, correct?
And Karen Reed.
And my client.
Correct.
And in that 911 call, you said he got out of the car, didn't you?
I did, because Karen Reed had told me that she had left him there.
Your words were, he got out of the car, correct?
Correct.
Did you make any other calls other than to 911?
I called my sister.
What time was that?
I believe it was after the 911, but I'm not sure.
You claim that your sister didn't answer. Is that right?
She did not answer.
But you do know that your phone extraction shows that that was an answered call at 6:07?
If that's what it shows, but I can tell you she did not answer the phone.
And you
Whoa, the phone
are
extraction
sure about that, as you are, my client said, I hit him 3 times, right?
I certainly am, yes.
Perfect. You also called her at 6:08.
I might have called her twice, yes.
Your Honor, I have an exhibit. This may be as good a time as any to take a break. If you wish, I just have to cue it up. It's up to you. I don't mind.
Folks, we'll take the morning.
We're going to skip that break. We're going to skip that break. I cannot stop this.
All rise, jury, please.
Let's give him a minute to make sure there's no business outside of the jury's presence. Okay, he started laying a trap involving the phone, her going to bed, and then he jumped to something else. Completely knocked her off her script. I say script because he rattled her. And now I think he's going back to that foundation he laid again. Let's see what happens here. Just 1 second.
May be seated.
So, Mr. Jackson, when you said it's an exhibit, is it in evidence?
It's not.
Okay.
I'm going to ask to mark it. It's a digital recording of a 4-minute voicemail on John O'Keefe's phone. It does include the 911 call. I don't want to play the entirety of the 911 call, but I do want to play the entirety of this particular 4-minute voicemail.
Okay, do you know what it is, Mr. Lally?
I do.
Okay, so is there an agreement that it's coming in?
There's no objection to it.
Okay, all right. I just needed to know
Can't
if
find a reason to
it
keep
would
it
make
out.
sense for me to review it if there was an objection.
All rise for the court, please.
Okay, so hold tight. We're gonna skip the break and get right back into the action. Not even letting the spice meter cool down. Quick break. We're already through halfway through the day. Man, this is crazy. Okay, boom, 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 boom. Back up, back up, back up, and there. Okay. All right, back in court. Here we go. Angela, I've made a promise. I have to stick to it. We're not going to do this one live. Who's calling on my phone? Hang on. Hello? Amber. Amber, is that you? Take it offline.
You are unmuted.
Thanks, maybe see you close session.
So, Mr. Jackson, is it all queued up, or do we need we need the witness, but were there any questions first, or were you just going to the video?
The questions, and then
Okay.
I'll ask them.
All right, let's bring Ms. McCabe in. Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, I want to go back very briefly to something you said just before we broke, and that was in respect of the statements that you attribute to my client out of the scene. You said, well, there was an officer possibly asking questions, or it could have been a female EMT, and I wasn't answering questions about that, correct?
Just cooling off from this spicy meter.
Hence, you didn't say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Can you be clear on your question?
Let me rephrase that. Before we broke a few minutes ago, you had said, the reason I didn't say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, is because I was never asked. And the subject never came up about what an officer asked her when she declared that. So I just didn't offer it. And then you said, or it could have been an EMT.
Yes, I'm unclear who was there.
Isn't it true that at the grand jury, the question that was posed to you, and this is counsel page 208 of the grand jury, the question that was posed to you is, quote, so what happens next with yourself, Ms. Roberts, and Ms. Reed? And your answer was, so there are different, police officers getting statements from us. At one point, I'm standing with Ms. Reed, and she's saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And there was, I believe, an EMT, a female, standing right next to me and listening to her yelling, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Was pretty much nonstop. Remember that testimony?
I do.
So in point of fact, you were answering the direct question about what happened in front of the police officer and the EMT, correct?
There were multiple police officers and multiple EMTs present.
So now this is another police officer and a different EMT.
I'm not saying that.
Okay. But nowhere in this did you say that she declared the words, I hit him. Correct? We'll agree on that.
Correct.
Your Honor, I have an item I would like to have marked as next in order.
Okay.
Question. May I approach?
Yes.
By agreement, Your Honor, that will be Exhibit 96.
Thank you.
With the court permission, I would like to play a portion of this and then stop it.
Okay.
And ask the witness a couple of questions about it. Okay? It's audio only. You saw that? Ms. McCabe, I've paused the audio tape just to ask you a couple of foundational questions. Do you recognize what's on that audio tape?
Yes, that is my voice.
Okay. You recognize you starting a 911 call, correct?
Correct.
Similar to the call we just listened to a few minutes ago, which was the actual 911 call, correct?
What's the difference between the two of them?
I'm about to explain it. It's a confusing question, and I apologize. This appears to be an open voicemail overhearing your 911 call. Do you recognize that?
Now that you explain it, okay.
You hear a rhythmic boom, 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 boom.
The windshield wipers.
Okay, so that was my next question. That would have been an open voicemail that was recorded inside the cab of the SUV that you were seated in, correct?
Correct.
Overhearing you call 911 and overhearing whatever else was going on, ambient noise at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Does that sound like a true and correct copy of at least the portion of the 911 call that you heard?
I have to listen to it again, but...
Well, why don't we continue listening to it and see if you recognize it?
Okay.
With the board's permission?
The judge hates replaying stuff.
It's about 4 minutes in total, Your Honor.
Okay.
Where's my head? I don't keep letting it carry.
Did you pause it? Do you hear a person in the background screaming?
Yes.
Who is that?
Miss Reed.
I'll go ahead and play this. Did you hear the audio recording that we just marked into evidence?
I did. It was very muffled, and some parts were very hard to understand.
Understood. The person on the phone, who was that person?
I called 911.
And the person that was, for the most part, the person's voice that you could hear screaming, sounding sort of hysterical, who was that?
Karen.
Could you also hear Carrie Roberts' voice at various times in the background?
Yes.
And she was, for lack of a better word, trying to calm Karen down?
Yes.
At some point telling her to just shut up, you're not helping.
Yes, exactly.
Because she was so hysterical and so upset.
Erratic.
I want to play the rest of this. It appears that this recording is longer than your 911 call. You would agree with that?
Well, I'd have to see.
Well, the 911 call's already ended, correct?
I'm not sure how long was the 911 call.
Okay, this is about 3.5 minutes into a 4-minute recording. My only question is, would you agree that the 911 call is subsumed within this full 4-minute recording?
I couldn't make that from that muffled.
You couldn't tell?
I couldn't tell. So if you have my phone record, you could, I'm assuming, tell when the 911 call ended, because I know the 911 call was long because there were multiple, they had transferred me multiple times.
Right. My question to you is, I'd like you to listen very, very closely, and I know that it is a muffled recording by definition. I'm not going to do that. From this point forward, I want you to pay very close attention. I want to ask you if you hear a voice, very muffled, toward the end of this recording. We can play it with your permission.
Yes.
Stop. Did you hear a muffled voice in the foreground after you heard Ms. Reed scream or yell?
I heard two people talking.
Okay. And one of those was a very muffled voice on this recording, correct?
Most of the recording was muffled.
The one I'm talking about is, I just played the voice that was muffled in the foreground of the audio recording, for want of a better phrase.
Yes, I heard that, yes.
Was that you?
I don't know if that was me.
There was nobody else in the cab of the car with you, was there?
I was standing at the trunk of the car, outside of the car.
Carrie Roberts was over by Mr. O'Keefe?
Agree, yes, they were kind of running back and forth at times.
And Karen was over by Mr. O'Keefe for most of that?
Yes.
But you were the one by the car?
Back and forth, mm-hmm.
What did it
You
say?
called Nicole, your sister. By the way, did we finish playing this just for... Okay, thank you. Okay, that appears to be the end of the tape.
Okay.
Okay. You called your sister at 6:07 and 42 seconds, correct?
I don't have my phone record in front of me.
Does that sound about right?
Approximately.
And you made a second phone call at 6:08 and 17 seconds. Does that sound about right?
I did call her twice, yes.
And both of those calls show in your extraction that they were answered phone calls, correct?
I don't have my extraction in front of me.
Well, you've been asked this question a bunch of times, right? You were asked this question at the other proceeding, is that right?
Yes.
And you were shown phone records?
Well, if you have them, I could see them here.
You were shown phone records then?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, you were confronted with the fact that the phone records show a 7-second call for 6:07, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to strike the word confronted. Go ahead and ask.
I'll pick another
Go
word.
ahead and ask the
You
question.
were shown evidence that the 6:07 call lasted 7 seconds?
My sister never answered the phone.
Okay. I know you want to answer your own questions.
Yeah.
I'd like it if you'd answer my question. Were you shown records that showed the call lasted 7 seconds?
I cannot recall the exact record I was shown,
There's
but
a
I was
qualifier.
shown a phone record.
Okay, and you were shown, the same phone record showed that the 608 call lasted 8 seconds, right?
Again, I don't have it in front of me.
Does that sound about right?
About right, and there were a number of other calls that showed answered that weren't answered.
Well, we'll get to those in a minute. So the 2 calls at 607 and 608, at least the records indicate about 15 seconds worth of open line time, talk time. 7 seconds, 8 seconds, right?
You have the record in front of you, I don't.
I'm just asking if you were confronted, there's that word again, if you were shown records that established that based on your own phone extraction and your phone records, that the 607 call was a 7-second call, the 608 call was an 8-second call, right?
I was shown records, but I don't know exactly what they were, how long the call said, because she never answered the phone regardless.
You also made another phone call at 6:23, did you not? To Brian Albert?
If you could share my phone record, it would be very helpful.
Do you recall it?
I know I called my sister and I called my brother-in-law in the house. I do not know the exact times.
That's all I'm asking. You made a phone call to Brian Albert as well, right?
I believe so.
That was around 6:23. It was a few minutes after you had called Nicole twice, right?
Correct.
And that call was not answered.
None of them were answered.
Okay. But the record showed that call was not answered, as opposed to Nicole's 2 calls, right?
Right.
Okay. The calls to Nicole were deleted from your phone before you turned that phone into law enforcement, weren't they?
Not by me.
By somebody else?
I never deleted any calls when I willingly handed my phone over.
You claim that you didn't delete calls, but you do know that your phone was forensically analyzed and those calls were in the deleted file folder, correct?
I have seen that, but there were 20 calls, all in a group that were all deleted. So cherry picking a few makes it look a different way.
Okay, so we'll get to those. I'm not cherry picking anything, okay? I'm asking you questions about the records.
Which I would love a copy of if I could see.
We'll get to that in a second. I'm just going by your memory. You've seen these records a bunch of times. You've been questioned about these records a bunch of times, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, we know that you called at 6:07, 6:08, or thereabouts, and about 6:23. 2 to Nicole, 1 to Brian, correct?
Correct.
And you'll agree with me that notwithstanding those phone calls, by the way, did you leave voicemails?
No.
When did you hang up? Before it went to voicemail, or was it into voicemail before you hung up?
So it was a bit of a hysterical scene that morning, and I was in a state of shock, and I was just calling my sister and my brother-in-law. They did not answer the phone. I cannot tell you when I hung up because it was a hysterical scene. I was in a state of shock. Everyone was running around, and what seems to be forgotten is that my friend was lying there on the ground.
Oh, I don't think anybody's forgotten that. You, in fact, did not leave voicemails for any of those 3 calls, did you?
Again, I don't have my phone record in front of me.
And that's because Nicole didn't get any voicemails, because the calls were answered, right?
The calls were not answered.
You do agree with me that Brian Albert being a police officer, never came out of the house, right?
Correct. Neither did any neighbor.
I know you'd like to continue editorializing after the fact. There's probably a time and a place for it. This isn't it. If you can answer my question, I'd ask that you do that. Did Brian Albert come out of the house?
No.
Did Nicole Albert come out of the house?
No.
Thank you.
Wow.
How many of the initial police officers from Canton Police Department who responded to the scene were you friends with?
I would say I am friendly with Mike Lank. He was 5 years older than me. I knew him.
Wait, friendly?
I knew him growing up. If I saw him around town, I would say, hey, how are you? Pretty much that's the extent.
Anybody else other than Mike Lank that you're friends with?
Not that I am friends with. I knew of Officer Sean Good, but I wouldn't say I was friends with him. I just knew who he was.
And you also knew that Officer Lank was very good friends with the Albert family.
Good friends, yes.
You knew that Mike Lank and Chris Albert had a long-standing friendship, correct?
Correct.
You had just indicated you also knew Officer Good, is that right?
Didn't know him. I said I knew of him.
Okay. With regard to names like Sarah, Delaney, not so much.
Sarif has a sister that's the same age as my sister, but I had never, to my knowledge, met Sarif.
And of all the officers who responded to the scene, the two who actually went inside the Albert home to talk to Brian Albert and others was, in fact, Mike Lank and Officer Good.
I don't remember Officer Good in the house. I only remember Officer Lank.
The reason you know that, the reason you have a memory of what was happening inside the house is because you were allowed to actually go into that home, correct?
Correct.
And you went into that home before any of the officers went into the home. Is that right?
Correct.
You were allowed to have private conversations with Brian Albert?
I woke Brian Albert up.
Were you allowed to have private conversations with Brian Albert?
Yes.
And you were allowed to have private conversations with your sister, Nicole?
Yes.
And that was before the police ever went in to do any formal interviews of you, Brian, or Nicole, correct?
Correct.
Did you discuss in these private conversations how you three were going to answer any questions for the police when you were asked?
No.
Did you talk about what you were going to say in any respect?
We were in shock. There was no.
Did you talk about what Brian and Nicole were going to say in their interviews with the police?
No.
Did Brian Albert give you any advice as a police detective what you should do or say when you were interviewed?
No.
Did he give you any advice as a police detective what you should do with your cell phone?
No.
Did he tell you that the police might want to get a hold of your cell phone at some point?
No.
Did you two discuss the calls that you made to Nicole Albert at 6:07 and 6:08 and the call that you made to Brian Albert at 6:23?
No.
Did you ever discuss the idea of potentially deleting any of those calls that were made that early morning?
Absolutely not.
Would you tell us if you did?
Yes, because I'm an honest and truthful person.
Is this now would
Did
be
you
a
tell
good
them
time
which officers were outside?
to transition?
I don't recall.
Did you tell them that Officer Lank, specifically, friend of the Alberts, was outside?
I don't recall.
And then your husband, Matt McCabe, arrived at the scene, correct?
Correct.
He was allowed to come in the house as well, right?
I believe Officer Lank was in the house before Matt came into the house.
And a little bit later that morning, Julie Albert came over, correct?
Correct.
And by the way, Officer Lank, after just a few minutes, then left the house, correct?
Correct.
Leaving all the witnesses inside together.
Correct.
And I can't remember if I asked this question or just thought it out loud. Did Julie Albert come over?
She did.
And then Chris came over.
Yes.
Even Brian Higgins came over.
Correct.
These are all friends and family of yours, correct?
Not Brian Higgins. I had only met a handful of times.
But you consider him a friend.
A friend of Brian Albert's is how I would reference him.
Fair enough. So these are friends and family of Brian Albert.
Correct.
And everyone was permitted to discuss the circumstances of the evening before going into the early morning hours with each other with no police there, correct?
I sat with my family in shock and horror.
Were you allowed to discuss the circumstances of the night before, going into the early morning hours, amongst yourselves without any police presence? Yes or no?
There was no reason for us to be allowed or not allowed. We did nothing wrong.
Understand my question? Did you get it?
Yes, I understand your question.
Can you answer it, yes or no? Were you allowed, that group of folks, were you allowed to discuss the case without a police presence?
Yes.
Okay. So you listened during that friends and family gathering, you listened to what Brian Albert had to say, correct?
He didn't really say much.
He was able to listen to what you had to say?
Again, you're creating a scene that didn't happen.
Anything, Ms. McCabe, I'm asking some questions that you don't seem to want to answer.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so let's ask a question and let's get an answer, okay?
Yes or no? Was Brian Albert there within earshot when you discussed your version of what had happened?
I didn't discuss much. I sat there in shock and horror, so I spoke very little, to be honest with you.
But what little you did speak, he could hear.
Yes.
And Nicole could hear.
Yes.
And Chris Albert could hear.
Chris came much later.
And your husband, Matt McCabe, he could hear.
Yes.
Okay. And then when Chris is talking about what happened at Waterfall, you could hear and Brian could hear. In other words, everybody could hear everybody.
Chris came much later. When Chris came, I was almost about to leave.
I'm guessing that the topic of what had happened was still on everybody's mind.
Everybody was trying to figure out what had happened.
And you're discussing it amongst yourselves. That's my point.
With my sister and my brother-in-law and my husband. Correct.
Before you left, you said you were about to leave. Before you left, another Albert came over to the house, correct?
I don't recall seeing him.
Who's him?
Kevin Albert.
How'd you know I was talking about Kevin Albert?
Because you said another Albert came over, and I was...
6 brothers.
I was told later it was Kevin.
I see. So you believe that Kevin was not there when you were still there?
I was in a state of shock. He may have walked in.
I'm asking, do you remember?
I don't remember it, no.
He could have been.
He could have been, absolutely.
And you knew he was a Canton police officer?
Yes.
You had already gotten a call from Michael Proctor, hadn't you?
Yes.
He told you he wanted to speak with you.
Correct.
So you knew at that point that the Massachusetts State Police troopers had taken over the investigation of the case, correct?
Correct.
Did Michael Proctor tell you that the Canton Police Department had been recused from the case?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let me ask it a different way. Did you have knowledge in any way, shape, form, or fashion, at that point, that Canton Police Department was not supposed to be involved in the case?
Objection.
Sustained.
Speaking of Trooper Proctor, when you first interviewed with him, that was January 29th, 2022. We've already discussed that a little bit today, correct?
Correct.
And he was taking notes while you were interviewing with him, is that right?
I believe so.
You mentioned on Friday your observations of the taillight that day. Is that right?
Correct.
You told Mr. Lally that you indicated that the taillight looked, when you saw it, just like the photograph that he showed you, correct?
I told him it was hard to make out and with the snow on it, but it looked, and the picture that he showed.
He showed you a second photo, a close-up, basically, of the SUV and a sally port. Is that right?
Yes.
And you said, yeah, that's the condition of the taillight, correct?
Yes.
You also told Trooper Proctor about your observations of the taillight on that same day, the 29th, right?
Correct.
That's literally the same day that you saw the taillight, correct?
Correct.
Just a few hours later, is that right?
Correct.
And what you told Trooper Proctor that day was that you, quote, saw a crack in it, end quote, correct?
I told him that the taillight was cracked.
Matter of fact, the words that you used were that you saw, and I'm not fighting you on those words. You saw that it was cracked. You actually said, I saw a crack in it, correct?
That's what he said, I said. I'm telling you, I said the taillight was cracked.
So this is another example of him screwing up your words.
Objection.
Correct?
You'd have to ask Trooper Proctor.
So I'm asking you, did you say, I saw a crack in it?
I said the taillight was cracked.
So you didn't say, I saw a crack in it, right?
I said the taillight was cracked.
The photograph that you were shown, with the court's permission, it's Exhibit 92, I believe, from Friday.
Okay.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
You see that photograph? You were shown this photograph on Friday. Does that look like, does it look like it has a crack in it?
It's cracked, yes.
It's actually completely missing.
Yeah. And I believe in one of the reports, one of the many reports, it will say that I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
Right. Does that look like it's cracked and missing pieces, or does that look like the entirety of the taillight is basically gone?
Again, in that picture, there are the red pieces, there are some of it still there. So it was cracked and missing. In a state of shock, that was my description.
Got it. So in a state of shock, you said there was a crack in it.
No.
Hours after?
I said it was cracked. I never said there was a crack in it.
So if Trooper Proctor wrote that down, that would be an example of him getting your words wrong yet again.
Objection.
Correct?
That's been answered. Let's move along, please.
That's okay for that. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Lynn, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much. Love the
I want to get back to
recordings.
January 29th, that interview with Trooper Proctor. After this interview with Michael Lank, you eventually made your way back to your house. Is that right?
Yes.
You went with your husband, Matt?
Yes.
And you knew that Trooper Proctor was going to show up and interview you and Matt, Mr. McCabe, correct?
On the phone, he wanted to speak with me.
Is that a yes?
So I wasn't aware. He asked to speak with me. I wasn't aware if he was going to speak with Matt.
Okay. You were at least aware that you were going to be interviewed.
Correct.
You told Brian Albert that Trooper Proctor was planning on interviewing you as well.
Correct.
Before Trooper Proctor showed up to conduct that interview at your house, Brian Albert actually showed up at your house, correct?
Correct.
So Brian Albert made sure that he was in your home before Trooper Proctor made it to your house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Brian Albert was in your home before Trooper Proctor was in your home. Is that right?
I am not sure who arrived first.
But he was there when you were interviewed, wasn't he?
He was upstairs, yes.
And you believe, of course, with that statement, he didn't hear anything about what was going to happen, right? He didn't hear anything about the interview.
No, I don't think he could hear it from where he was.
But you knew he was just a few feet away.
I knew he was up in my bedroom.
We've talked a little bit about your call records.
How did you know where he
I want
was?
to pivot for a second and ask you about those call records. This is Exhibit 90. Donna, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you recognize that document?
I do, yes.
You were shown this document last week, is that right?
Correct.
This is a forensic extraction report of John O'Keefe's cell phone that you were shown on Friday, right?
Correct.
You acknowledge that it's an accurate report of calls found on John's phone between you and him. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and this shows calls that you made to John's phone or you received from John's phone on or between, or at or between 12:14 a.m. and 12:50 a.m. I want to direct your attention to those time frames, correct?
Correct.
All right, I want to start at the bottom, and it may go in reverse chronological order. Okay. I think it does. At 12:14, it shows that you called John O'Keefe and that call was answered. Is that right?
Yeah, correct.
At 12:18 a.m., it shows that John O'Keefe called your phone and that was answered as well.
Correct.
And then at 12:29 a.m., you also called John O'Keefe's phone, and y'all had a short conversation as well. Is that right?
No.
That the record shows. I think it shows.
Cellbright's just screwing up now.
Unknown, correct? In terms of whether it was missed or answered?
Excuse me, can you repeat that?
Sure. The 12:29, I want to concentrate on the 12:29 a.m. call.
Okay.
That one, in the Celebrite extraction, it shows in terms of whether the call was answered or not, the status is unknown, correct? It's on the last page.
Yeah.
Second row from the top.
At 12:29. Unknown, yes.
Unknown. However, you've already acknowledged that y'all did have a short conversation on that 2:29
No.
call, correct?
We didn't speak at 2:29. We spoke at 12:14 and we spoke at 12:18. We never spoke at 12:29.
So you're indicating that 12:29 call was either missed or
Is that Lally?
Otherwise.
Choking on something.
Went to voicemail, something.
The 12:29, yes.
Okay. I want to show you a document. Well, let me ask it this way. According to this, there were 6 more calls between your phone and John O'Keefe's phone.
Correct.
Counting, correct? 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. And that's before, or that's up to 12:50 a.m. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. I'd like to show you another document. Or if I could approach briefly. May I?
Yes. Thank you.
I'll take, so we don't get mixed up, I'll take exhibit 90 back.
Okay, thank you.
Nice and civil now. Talking to each other. All polite. I think there was a judge
I
sign
want to show
there.
you one more document that you weren't shown on Friday. Do you recognize this one?
No.
Okay. If you look.
Thank you,
where it
Jojo Lynn.
indicates on the left column, I'm just putting my thumb here, the left column, the MSISDN user, there's a number that ends there. 0142, sorry, 0142.
You want me to approach?
Yes.
So I'm going to answer this question before we approach.
I have no idea what we're approaching about. This document?
Yes.
So
Why don't you
approach
just go
first.
up there?
Sure.
May I have that, please? I know you need to look at it.
I know you need to look at it. Give me your copy. We're going to talk it over. All right. The fire, we're going to turn the heat down just for a minute as we go into, I think we're down to about a 3. We're down to a 3 right now. This has been absolutely incredible. Yes, I told you I wanted to see how she would respond under cross-examination, and it definitely is different than how she responded under direct examination. Jennifer McCabe is, I would say, very well practiced on what she said on the direct examination. I'm blown away with the stark difference that we have here, and that she's using the documents, like the transcript. She always wants them in front of her so she can use her, she can sort of shape her testimony to make sure it's in compliance with or explain. And Mr. Jackson is doing a very good job at heading this off, but explain or sort of reshape the answer she gave previously. And when I think it's just next level when he asks the exact same question word for word. When she doesn't answer, she sort of misdirects and gives the answer she wants to give to the question she wishes she was asked, which she admitted. She wishes she was asking the question she wanted. And he asks the question again, and the judge is letting this happen. Okay, and this tells me a couple things. Probably this judge, knowing what happened pre-trial, knows that there's some issues with this witness, that the defense has some serious credibility issues and would be challenging the testimony and the credibility of this witness. And the judge probably also sees those credibility issues because she's allowed so much with this witness, which has not been allowed with other witnesses. So when there's some spiciness and some there's some heat on some of these questions he's asking. And she's like, I'll allow it. Because she can see, in my opinion, she can see that there's some consistency issues between these two things. And the way that this witness is answering, if you just let it stand without this deeper introspection, won't raise that to the surface for the jury. So I think that's why she's allowing this. And I love it. I'm here for it. This is amazing. I live here now.
Your Honor, just for ease of maintenance, may I approach and handle
Yes.
this an unredacted version?
Yes.
Same thing.
Thank you.
You're welcome. If you look on the left column, Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
You'll see something that says Apple ID.
Yes.
Look to the right of it. Do you recognize that unredacted portion? I don't want you to read it out or anything. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Whose Apple ID is that?
That's mine.
Okay, if you look 6 lines below that, there's a full phone number. Again, don't read the phone number out. Just tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
Whose is that?
That's mine.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll take the unredacted copy back.
Okay.
So we don't get it mixed up.
Unredacted for verification.
Does this appear to be Cellbrite extraction of your phone records, your Apple ID?
Yes.
Okay. And you recognize, without telling me what it is, you recognize that phone number as your phone number back at the time and the Apple ID back at the time?
Yes.
Associated with the phone that you then turned in to law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you, LA Frack.
You've
Appreciate
just
it.
looked at the extraction report for John O'Keefe's phone, and you saw those calls between your phone and John O'Keefe's phone after going from 1214, after that all the way up to 1250, correct?
Correct.
Take a look at the last couple of pages, page 3 and 4 of your own cell phone extraction report. And tell me if you see a single call listed between you and John O'Keefe for January 29th between 12:14 and 12:50.
Compare these two documents. One of these documents is not like the other. We're taking two documents that should match up, that should have the perfect yin to the yang corresponding information.
There are calls to a number that I'm assuming is John.
What
I'm
time?
just not sure. I see a call at... Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. What do I see here?
This report has times everywhere.
Right. It's chronological except for the calls that were deleted. You see a call at 5:52 to John O'Keefe's phone.
I see a call at 5:52, yes.
But there's not a single call before 5:52 a.m. between 12:14 and 12:50 a.m. Is that right? Not one.
It's very hard to... This report jumps time-wise.
We can look at every single time on the report. There's not that many.
I'm just trying to say that it goes from 7:21 to 5:52 to 7:33 to 7:49. There's no order. They're out of order.
I understand that, Mr. McCabe, but if you look at every one of the entries, there's not a single entry for 12:14, 12:18, or any of the subsequent 12:29, any of the subsequent phone calls that are all shown on John O'Keefe's phone extraction. Would you agree with that?
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I would move for the admission of NN as an exhibit.
Okay, is there an objection?
No, Your Honor.
No objection. You're going to have to face this. You've got to either have an explanation or just accept that that's what it is.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Fact of the matter is, according to those Celebrite records and that extraction from your own phone, every one of the calls that you made to John O'Keefe's phone between 12:29 and, I'm sorry, between 12:14 and 12:50 a.m. was deleted and unrecovered, correct?
I didn't understand that report, and I'm not an expert.
When you compare the two, you saw a bunch of calls on John O'Keefe's phone, right? You know he couldn't have deleted them. He passed away, right?
Correct.
You saw your cell phone extraction, which is the handshake for John O'Keefe's phone, and all your calls are missing, right?
Objection.
Can you answer that question?
I'm confused. That paper, I don't understand it. It was vague. There were numbers. There were calls everywhere. There was a number of missing calls.
There's a bunch of missing calls, right? You didn't see any of the calls that were reflected on John O'Keefe's phone. Is that right? Yes or no? They're not there.
A lot of calls are missing. I'm not really even sure what's there because the numbers are all, it's all redacted.
So you were not seeing any redacted calls, Ms.
The page you just had in front of me was redacted.
It's now an exhibit.
It's now an exhibit. Your personal information was redacted. None of the calls were redacted now.
The numbers, I don't know people's phone numbers. I just have them as contacts.
Ms. McCabe, you just said a second ago, and we can do this all day long, or we can just make it simple. The fact of the matter is that report did not show any of the calls that John O'Keefe's phone report showed, correct? From 12:14 to 12:50.
I believe there was one on there.
5:52. That's the next morning, ma'am. Right?
Were there other calls in that time period on the Celebrate?
You just said there weren't. You just looked at them.
I've told you that that Celebrate report was extremely hard to read.
Right. Fact is, there are no calls on your own phone extraction between you and John O'Keefe between 12:14 and 12:50. Could you just agree with that, at least on that report?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
The fact is that you deleted your call records before you turned your phone in, didn't you, Ms. McCabe? That's what that report shows.
Absolutely not.
You sanitized your phone because you didn't want the police to know who you had been calling or the fact that you had been calling John O'Keefe's phone incessantly, correct?
Incorrect. I willingly turned over my phone.
After you deleted your phone call logs, correct?
Absolutely not.
What date did you turn your phone over?
Possibly February 3rd.
How many days after this incident was that?
4 or 5.
So you had plenty of time to talk to that friends and family group and ultimately decide to delete your phone calls, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever have any group chats with family members who are witnesses in this case?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Flip through those.
Lally's not impressed.
While Mr. Lally is looking through that packet, can I just ask to make sure the record is clear, did you delete any of your calls before you turned your phone into law enforcement?
I spoke with the 2 officers that I handed my phone over to, and I asked if I could delete the personal conversations with my daughters, and they said absolutely yes, that I could.
So other than calls with your daughters that you deleted, did you delete any other calls on your phone at all?
There were text messages. It was actually text messages with my daughters that I deleted, and that was all I deleted.
Did you delete any phone calls?
I do not recall deleting any phone
Qualifier.
calls at all. I would have
Qualifier.
no reason to delete anything.
So that's very different than I didn't delete any phone calls. I do not remember deleting phone calls means you might have.
In day-to-day life, people delete things, but I do not recall deleting any phone calls.
In day-to-day life, did you delete any of the calls to John O'Keefe?
No.
Did you delete any of your calls with Nicole Albert?
No.
Did you delete any of your calls with Brian Albert?
No.
With Chris Albert?
No.
With Julie Albert?
No.
Colin Albert?
No.
With any of the witnesses in this case, did you delete any calls before you turned that phone over?
No. No.
May I approach that?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, I'm handing you a packet of documents. Appears to be about 10 pages long. Do you recognize what's in those documents?
Yes.
You indicated already that you were part of a group chat with certain members of your family and friends.
Correct.
Did that group chat, I'm most interested in the group chat between yourself, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Matt McCabe, on or around, that group chat starting on or around February 1st, 2022.
Okay.
Does that look like a true and accurate reflection of the text messages between, or certain of the text messages between and among that group?
Yes, the ones I've seen, yes.
On February
Can you just
1st
tell me what page you're on? I'm sorry.
Of course, Your Honor.
The Bates stamp number?
2148.
Okay,
where
thank
I'm
you.
going to start.
Thank you.
And they should go relatively chronologically, Your Honor, page by
Okay.
page. On February 1st, 2022, around 2:15 in the afternoon on this group chat, did you receive a message from your husband on the group? This is on page 2148, and it should be the middle bubble, the middle and the bottom bubble. Quote, Julie said channel 4 is in DE. You see that?
Yes.
And the response from Matt McCabe is eating, I assume, quote, ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went in the house, end quote. You see that?
Ah, we get
Yes.
the
Look at the next
context
page.
of that conversation.
The top, 149. There's a one-word answer from Brian Albert. What is that answer?
Exactly.
Does it appear to you from this chat that Matt McCabe was directing witnesses, specifically Chris Albert, what to say to the news media?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Is that what you're seeing?
That is not how I would understand this.
He never went in that, tell them he never went in the house was the story that had been concocted between and among this group of people on this chat, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No. John never went in the house. It wasn't a story. It was the truth. And it is the truth.
Just like she said, I hit him.
Correct.
Mr. Jackson is so good at that.
So according to this chat, at least, at the very base level, this is one witness telling another witness to give certain information to the media that could be useful to the group, correct? Tell them the guy never went in the house, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Matt McCabe was directing Chris Albert. Chris Albert wasn't even at the house, was he?
Chris Albert was not at the house, no.
But this chat is Matt McCabe, your husband, telling Chris Albert, who was never at the house and would have no personal knowledge of what happened at the house, to specifically say, the guy never came in the house. The guy, by the way, being John O'Keefe. Right?
That's what he wrote.
Does that sound to you a little bit like collusion?
Objection.
Sustained.
At some point, you sought out Carrie Roberts' cell phone number shortly after the 29th, or maybe not, maybe on the 29th, correct?
Correct.
You didn't have her cell number in your phone?
No.
One of your primary concerns was to make sure that you got in contact with Carrie Roberts before the day's end, right?
I wanted to speak to Carrie as she was on her way to the hospital, and I wanted to check in on John.
One of your primary concerns, Ms. McCabe, was that you wanted to make sure you got a hold of Carrie Roberts and had communication with her before the end of the day.
It had nothing to do with getting in touch with her by the end of the day. It was a friend reaching out, wondering how her friend was doing, who was just taken off the front lawn.
On the 29th?
Yes.
So before the end of the day, Ms. McCabe, you can do this all day long. Before the end of the day, you were trying to get a hold of Carrie Roberts, correct?
Immediately in the morning, I wanted to get in touch with her.
Right. So you sought out her phone number. First you tried my client, Karen Reed, correct?
Correct.
But then you found another source for that information. Is that right?
Correct.
And you said just a second ago you were claimed that you needed that information because you knew that she was on the way to see John O'Keefe's parents.
She was picking them up.
And you wanted to check on them.
Correct.
You've been friends with the O'Keefe family for years, haven't you?
Correct.
So you didn't have a need to get Carrie Roberts' phone number, did you?
I wanted to speak with Carrie, see how she was doing. I was not going to call Peg.
You had her phone number, didn't you?
I do, yes.
So if you wanted to check on somebody, you could have just called her.
I was not going to call Peg O'Keefe on the way to see her son at the hospital.
To check on your friend? That was just too much?
I wanted to ask Carrie. I'm sure she was boggled down and probably did not want to speak with anyone.
She's in the
It
corner
was a
right now
simple
watching.
thing. I made sure I got Carrie Roberts' number so I could check in and see how John was doing. Also, we had just been through an extremely traumatic event together. There's nothing evil here.
Carrie Roberts' number, Ms. McCabe, is because you wanted to make sure that you controlled her story as she left your site, correct?
Absolutely not.
Did you take any steps whatsoever, to influence Carrie Roberts' statements?
No.
Because that would be collusion, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you write a text to the group, including Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, where you informed them that, quote, and this is, Your Honor, on page 2158, where you informed them, quote, Carrie is here going over timeline, end quote.
Correct.
So you reported back to Brian, Nicole, and Matt that Carrie was where?
She came over my house.
And you two sat down and went over a, quote, timeline together.
Peggy spoke to Carrie.
Yes or no? I didn't ask about Peggy.
Well, that's where the timeline started at.
Did you ask Carrie, or did Carrie show up at your house and, quote unquote, go over a timeline with you?
Carrie showed up asking to sit down with me to do a timeline so we would remember everything that had happened.
And you wanted to be super helpful about that, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
Sure. You wanted to be helpful to Carrie Roberts.
The two of us were trying to figure out what had happened to our friend.
And so you made sure that you created and drafted with Carrie Roberts a timeline for her, correct?
I didn't make sure of anything. She was the one that asked me to do it.
And not only did you create a timeline, you then reported back to your group, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matt McCabe, that she was creating this timeline with you on February 1st, 2022. Isn't that right?
Yes.
After you created or drafted this timeline with Carrie, she actually sat for an interview with the police, did she not? That's not in the chats. I'm just asking you. She sat down for an interview with the police, didn't she?
When?
You tell me. That's my question.
I'm not sure of when you're talking about.
Okay, let's start over.
Yes.
After this timeline was created on February 1st,
Same question.
at some point thereafter, Carrie Roberts conducted a formal interview with the police about this case, correct?
Do you have the report of that date?
She's avoiding.
We're sort of burying the lead. She did the interview in your living room, ma'am. Right?
There was, on Tuesday, 2 officers came to the house and she sat in the other room and spoke with them.
So,
She's sort of burying the
my
lead.
question, she did the interview at your house.
Oh, they came to my house to interview me, and she happened to be there, so they asked if they could speak with her also.
Okay. Did she or did she not do an interview at your house?
Did, yes.
That wasn't that hard.
Objection.
You were present for that interview, weren't you?
I was eating dinner.
You were present for the interview, Ms. McCabe.
I was in the house, yes.
And you listened to that interview, didn't you?
No, I did not.
You made sure you gave Carrie Roberts everything she needed for that interview, correct? Quote, everything she might need for that interview, didn't you?
And where is this that you're quoting from?
I'm asking you.
Oh, I'm sorry. When you quoted, I thought it was in here. I apologize.
It sounded like
We'll get to it in a
PSA.
second. Did you tell her everything that you wanted her to say?
No, I did not.
Did you in any way attempt to influence her testimony before she gave that interview in your living room?
Absolutely not. Carrie is her own person.
But then you did report her progress to the Albert and McCabe group in that group chat, didn't you?
Can you show me where, please?
Sure.
Sure.
Isn't it true that in a group text with Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matt McCabe, you wrote, and this is on page 2159, quote, and we handed handed phone to Carrie. You remember that?
I see that, yes.
And the very next text is from you telling the group she's telling him everything in all caps, 2 exclamation points.
Yes.
And then you went on to say at 2:55 p.m., at basically the same moment, quote, all this stuff, end quote. Correct?
Correct.
So when you said a couple of minutes ago that you weren't listening to what she was saying, that was a lie, wasn't it?
We're talking about 2 different interviews. I'm talking about when the officers came to my house and spoke to her there. You're saying that I handed the phone over, so that would be a different interview.
McCabe, this is on February 1st at 2:55. I wasn't there. You were there. She was in your house on February 1st giving an interview to the police, wasn't she?
One day she was there giving an interview to the police.
And while she was there...
But I do not believe it was at 2:55. It was later in the evening. So I think you might have 2 events confused.
So either way, whether she was on the phone with the police or sitting there in your living room with the police, you were listening to her and reporting back to the group, she's telling them everything.
No, it's not correct. The one that she did with the police, she did in the other room. And the one she did on the phone, I said, she's telling them everything.
I know.
Because Carrie is an extremely blunt person, and she was giving personal feelings about the situation, and I was horrified by it.
To the police.
To the police.
And you're listening.
I heard a statement she said that horrified me.
And then you're reporting it back to the group, weren't you?
That one thing she stated, I reported back to the group, yes.
So you're listening in on a police interview, correct?
It was a phone call.
One side of it, right?
It was a phone call.
You're listening in on a police interview, one side of it, correct?
Correct.
You're eavesdropping on that interview, correct?
I'm sitting with her and she's taking the call.
And then you're reporting that interview back, or her success in that interview, in your mind, back to the group involving Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe. Isn't that what you're doing?
Objection.
I'll allow it. I absolutely not. That is not how it went. I was horrified because Carrie's a blunt person, not like me. And she had made a comment about Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe's relationship. And I was shocked and horrified that she said it the way that she did.
You're so shocked and horrified that
I said, oh my God, she's telling them everything. Yes.
you decided it was so important that you needed to report that back to Brian Albert and his friends.
I was horrified.
So you reported that back?
Yes, I said she told them everything.
When you were first confronted with these messages at a separate proceeding in June of 2023, you claimed that you couldn't remember what that exchange was about, correct?
Correct.
And now you just all of a sudden have this newfound memory of exactly what that text message was referring to, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Yes, because Carrie Roberts said a statement and it jogged. I said, oh my God, that's what I meant when I said she said everything.
When did she say this statement?
Probably in the fall. She has made this statement a few times in reference to Karen.
You and Carrie Roberts are still coordinating your statements together.
Oh no, we're not. It's just an opinion she has of Miss Reed.
And all of a sudden that became your, quote, everything, all the stuff.
It didn't just become it. I forgot that I had written it, and one day Carrie made the statement, and I'm sure it happens to everyone. You forget something, and then you're like, oh my God, that's what it was.
I'm not sure that happens to everyone.
Objection.
Sustained.
Let me ask you a different question. When you were asked under oath a year ago, when things were fresher in your mind, you were asked specifically what you were referring to, and your answer was, I have no idea, correct?
Correct.
Because you didn't want to tell them that you had coordinated your statement with Carrie Roberts. Isn't that right?
No, that is not right. I did not remember what it was.
Went on to be asked specifically, do you know who you were referring to? And you said, maybe Carrie, maybe. I'm talking to Carrie. And the question was, but you don't recall this text? And your answer was, I don't remember. That's what you testified to a year ago, correct?
Correct.
But now you're talking about some memory of a disparaging comment that Carrie Roberts has about my client. And that's the everything in your mind.
Yes, the things that she was saying.
Quite obviously, what you were referring to in that text in real time, Ms. McCabe, was that Carrie Roberts was telling the police, quote, everything that you had laid out for her in this timeline meeting you had with her, correct?
Objection.
So it's sustained as to that form. You can ask that question in a proper way.
Everything you referred to in that text in real time was what you had worked out with Carrie in that timeline meeting, wasn't it? That was the everything you were referring to, correct?
Incorrect. We never worked together to come up with the story. We have the facts, and the everything was a comment about your client.
You went on in your group chat with Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe to give running updates about whether or not Carrie Roberts was actually following the script, correct?
Incorrect. There was no script.
167. Matt McCabe texted the group, Brian, comma, sitting separate, end quote, correct?
Yes.
Sounds like Matt McCabe is reporting back to Brian Albert, following your instructions, we're sitting separately.
Objection.
Sustained.
One minute later, Brian Albert had a one-word response to the Brian sitting separate, correct?
Yes.
What was that one-word response?
Okay.
So it sounded like he was giving his approval for where people were situated in that meeting, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Speculation.
At page 2168, 515.
It's very hard to just look at two texts and try to understand what the context is.
Ms. McCabe, if you don't understand a question that I have, just let me know, but otherwise let me ask a question. On page 2168, at 515, you wrote the group, quote, "You listening?" Correct?
Yes.
And at the same time, 515, you then wrote, "Cops here again," end quote, correct?
Correct.
That was in reference to the police coming over to your house to further interview Carrie Roberts, wasn't it?
That was when they came to talk to me.
And Carrie Roberts was there.
Was
correct?
at my house, correct.
And a few minutes later at 5:23, Nicole Albert texts, "Call us after," correct?
Correct.
And a few minutes after that, Matt McCabe texts, quote, "This girl could write a book, ... nonstop," correct?
Correct.
So obviously Matt McCabe, along with you, was listening to Carrie Roberts give her interview.
We were sitting in the kitchen eating dinner with our children, and Carrie Roberts was in a different room, but she was going on and on and on, as she does. Because they were in the other room.
And you could listen.
I could hear voices.
You could hear her interview with the police.
Did not hear her interview. I could hear them talking, but I was sitting at a table with my children eating dinner, getting ready to go to a basketball game.
You then responded to Matt McCabe, "I love it."
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And then you responded about this interview you just testified under oath and under penalty of perjury, not hearing anything about, just hearing voices. Your next text was, quote, "She is telling them everything."
Yes.
End quote. Correct?
Yes.
So what you said just a few minutes ago about not knowing what she was saying, I could just hear voices, that was a lie.
It was.
Okay.
Objection.
Sustained.
And a couple of seconds later, Nicole Albert responds, one word. What was her response?
Good.
So in order, those texts say, "You listening?" You say, "You listening?"
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
At the end of the day,
You can't read
you
them.
were eavesdropping on an interview that Carrie Roberts was having with law enforcement in their official capacity, weren't you?
No, I was sitting eating dinner, and some of the things, obviously, I overheard, but I was not eavesdropping. I'm saying there's a possibility, if I'm sitting in this room eating dinner and someone's in another room talking, you can hear bits and pieces. Was I eavesdropping? No. Is there some big cover-up story? No.
Well, why, Ms. McCabe, does your testimony keep evolving? A second ago, you said, you told this jury, you said, I couldn't hear a thing. All I could hear was voices, like muffled voices from the other room. She was going on and on about something.
Yeah.
And then when I confronted you with a text message where you said, she's telling them everything, now it's, well, I may have heard a couple of things. Which is it?
No, she was going on and on and on like she does.
And you were listening on and on and on like you do.
I was probably hearing bits and pieces.
Wow. AJ.
Why was it so important to report back to the group that you were happy that Carrie Roberts was saying, quote, everything?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Judge has a front row seat to this show, and she's loving it too.
We had both lost our friend. Carrie Roberts was in shock, as was I in shock. The two of us had all this information that just kept coming back to us and back to us. And it's terrifying when you go through an experience and you're in shock. And Kerry was remembering things. I was remembering things. So I was happy for her that she was piecing it all together, and I had pieced it all together, because at the end of the day, our friend was dead, and we were trying to figure out what had happened to him together. There was no direction. We were all trying to figure out what had happened, because that's what you do when you lose somebody you love.
Were you happy for her, or were you happy for you and Brian and Matt and Nicole?
For me and for her, because we were going through this together. There was no conversation.
You got the story out that you're trying to get out through Kerry Roberts. Right?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
There is no story. There's facts and truth on this side. There's no story. The story that you've created is not the truth.
Did I create I hit him, or did you?
That's fact.
A fact that conveniently you didn't mention in your report to Lank, grand jury,
Judge say.
Right? That kind of fact.
Objection.
That's actually Langley.
Is that right?
Lanny.
That is the fact I mentioned. So in some reports, it's there.
Got to take that one away because that was Lanny. Before he objects, he makes a huge sign.
The fact is, you wanted to keep very close tabs on Kerry Roberts, didn't you?
No.
On January 29th, if you look on page 2223, did you text the group, quote, Kerry talked to cops and kept it simple, end quote?
Yes.
Okay, it's becoming a habit for you to keep tabs on Kerry Roberts, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
You'll agree that over and over and over and over again, you're reporting to this tight group, Nicole, Brian Albert, your husband, how Kerry's doing in her stories to the police, aren't you? Over and over and over.
I am telling them what is going on. I wouldn't say it. Well, let's count them. Was there 4 of them? You're saying over and over and over and over. It's a bit extreme.
I see. So you take issue with the way that I phrased over and over and over.
Well, it's misleading, I believe.
I see. Okay. Well, let me see if I can try this in a non-misleading way, Ms. McCabe.
Okay.
So at least one of us, I'll withdraw.
Oh yeah, that was going to be stricken by the judge without an
You
objection.
consistently reported back to the group how Kerry Roberts was doing with the police, didn't you?
I would update them after Kerry saw and spoke to the police. Again, we were all trying to figure out what had happened to John.
There's yet another text from Brian's wife, Nicole, on January 29th, and this is on page 2226. And she says, quote, we'll get more info tomorrow, don't want to text about it, end quote. And then you texted, right, correct?
Correct.
What's that about?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
We decided that we would talk on the phone. My children look on my phone. Her children look on her phone. We were working with the police. I was sharing information and everything that had happened. We didn't want it to leave our little circle because we were trying to figure out what happened, and we're not going to go running around letting people see, oh my gosh, they think this might have happened or that might have happened. It was nothing more than, let's not text about it.
So you wanted to keep it, in your words, in your little circle, correct?
Correct. I didn't want it all out there, what we had thought had happened. I was going to let the police do their job.
So by definition, the info that Nicole Albert was talking about, that needed to be kept very tight, very secret, correct?
We needed the police to do their job, so we weren't going.
Texts, and Nicole wanted her texts, and the group wanted their texts to be kept secret and private. Isn't that right?
Not secret and private. We just weren't going to communicate certain things over text.
Did you give, or did anybody give you any private information the next day on January 30th?
Didn't even give me private information.
So let me put it in context. That text from Nicole Albert, we'll get more info tomorrow. I don't want to text about it. That was on the 29th, right?
Okay.
So, did you get additional info on the 30th, the next day?
I have no idea.
Did anything significant happen on January 30th in connection with this case? Any meetings, any get-togethers, anything that you can think of?
I went to the O'Keefe's house.
Other than that, anything else?
On the way home, Kerry Roberts' daughter is good friends with Michael Lank. So we dropped her off at Michael Lank's house, and Mike's wife came out of the house. Him and Kerry are friends, and she, jumped in the car and was consoling Kerry and asks how the O'Keefes were doing, and, we talked to her.
So you pulled up to Michael Lank's house on the 30th. That's never been reported, has it?
I guess I never thought much of it.
Never thought about reporting the fact that one of the first responding officers on the case, working for Canton PD, which is conflicted off the case, you had a meeting with that was unreported the next day?
I didn't meet with Michael Lank.
I see. So you pulled up in the car. Tell me about that again. You pulled up in the car, and what happened?
And Lex, her daughter, went into the house.
Okay. And then you just drove away?
No. Michael's wife came out of the house.
Okay. And y'all had a conversation about what?
She got in the car, and her and Kerry are friends, and she was checking on Kerry and, just saying, oh my God, this is so crazy, just checking in on the O'Keefes.
How long did that take?
Well, Kerry's a talker, so could have been an hour.
Could have been an hour standing outside?
Sitting in the car.
Sitting in the car on February 30th. Never came in the house?
Not February 30th.
I said February 30th. January 30th. Never went in the house?
I might have ran in to go to the bathroom.
It's the back end of a blizzard. It's freezing cold outside.
Mm-hmm.
Sitting in the car for an hour?
The car was running, Kerry, and they were talking. It's her friend.
Did you have any conversation before your testimony today with anybody about you going to Michael Lank's house on January 30th? Anybody?
Yes.
Tell me about that. Who was it and when?
It was a couple of weeks ago at the DA's office.
The DA's office had an interview with you, correct?
Not an interview. They just explained this process.
I mean, a conversation? How about that?
Yeah. Yes.
You met with folks at the DA's office. Who'd you meet with?
Mr. Lally, Miss McLaughlin, Steve Nelson, Trooper Brian Tully.
Thank you, Red Pen, for 10 gifted members.
I believe, and another woman, I can't remember her name, unfortunately.
Someone from the DA's office?
Yes.
Beelan?
No.
Lynn Beelan?
No, she's here today. She works with Steve Nelson.
Ah, but an employee of the DA's office?
Yes.
That sounds like a pretty big meeting.
I wouldn't call it a big meeting. There was, 5 of them?
How long did you, 5 of them and then you, right?
My daughter Allie came with me also.
The meeting's getting bigger. Anybody else?
No, we both went.
Was Allie in the room when you were, I was going to say interviewed, but you take issue with every word I use. When you were talked to by the DA?
Allie and I were both in the room when they went over everything, how this all works, because this is all brand new to us. And then they asked me to leave the room.
You were about to say, and I lost the end of that sentence, when they received what?
I didn't mean the word received.
Did you receive anything?
No, I looked at my grand jury notes.
Now, at this meeting, was anybody taking notes?
No.
You have a bunch of lawyers and DAs, and nobody has a notepad in front of them? Like notes?
I believe Mr. Lally had a number of folders on the table.
You taking notes?
I do not believe anyone was taking notes. It was a casual meeting to explain this process.
Was that meeting recorded in any way that you're aware of?
No.
How long did the meeting last?
Allie and I were probably in the room, I don't know, approximately 20 minutes. Then I left and they spoke with her, and then I went back in and they spoke with me.
How long did they speak with you?
Honestly, maybe a half hour.
And during that half hour to an hour, did they go over with you what they expected your testimony to be?
They never spoke about what they expected my testimony to be. They just showed me some pictures that might be shown. I listened to the 911.
What pictures?
Just of the house and how I'd be asked to, show. Okay, we're going to put a picture of the house and you'll have a laser.
Mr. Cade, when we started this conversation, it was because you said, in answer to my question, was anything ever brought up to you about this meeting at Lank's house?
Mm-hmm.
You said yes.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously they did talk to you about your testimony. It wasn't just about the process, correct?
I asked what discovery had been turned in regard to me.
So you wanted to prepare to make sure that you knew what you might be asked on cross-examination, correct?
I wanted to know what was coming, yes.
And you knew that one of the things was coming after this meet. Well, let me ask it a different way. During this meeting, did Mr. Lally tell you one of the things that's going to be coming is you had an off-the-books meeting at Lank's house for 45 minutes? Did he tell you that?
No, that's not how I was told.
Did he tell you that the defense had uncovered a report that established that you were actually at Michael Lank's house for 45 minutes that had never been reported to the defense or the prosecution before the phone extraction had been done? Did he tell you that?
I was asked, were you at Michael Lank's on the 30th?
So you've had a lot of time to come up with a story about why you were at Michael Lank's, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. I didn't need time to make up a story because I have the truth of why we went.
And the truth, according to you, is you pulled up at Michael Lank's house. The first responding officer and friends of the Alberts had a meeting with him the next day that was never reported to anybody for any purpose.
I
just met with his wife out in the car while the car was running for 45 minutes to an hour. That's your story.
It's not a story, it's the truth. Carrie dropped her daughter off. The wife came out. Carrie is a talker. They started talking. A tragedy had happened the day before.
It is interesting, would you not agree, that the day before you had this off-the-books meeting at Michael Lank's house, Nicole Albert says, we'll get more info tomorrow, meaning the very day you show up at Lank's house.
Again, I never spoke with Mike Lank at his house. It was not an off-the-books meeting. It was Carrie dropping her daughter at one of her good friends' house, whose husband happens to be a Canton cop. That is what it is. That is the truth.
A lot of coincidences. Do you agree?
Objection.
Christine.
Scott, thanks for the 5 months.
Yes.
Congratulations. This is unbelievable.
By the way, what did Mr. Lally show you in respect of this issue about this meeting at Michael Lake's house?
He showed me nothing.
He just told you about it.
Brian Tully told me.
Okay, what did Mr. Tully tell you, Trooper Tully? What exactly did he tell you at this meeting about this Michael Lank issue?
He said, did you go to Michael Lank's on January 30th? And at first I said, no, I've never been to his house. And then I thought about it and I said, oh my gosh, yes, I did go there. And that was the extent of the conversation.
You said, yeah, I did go there, and he didn't ask a follow-up, like, what the heck were you doing at Michael Lake's house the day after this issue?
Objection.
Incident?
I'll allow it.
He didn't ask a follow-up like that?
I do not believe he did.
So, Trooper Tully, had you come down for an interview, he confronted you with a fact that had never been disclosed before, to wit, you showed up at Michael Lank's house, and when you said, yeah, oh yeah, hang on, I think your words were, oh my gosh, yeah, I think I did go there. And he didn't ask a follow-up question?
He was there. You're spinning all of this.
Ma'am, I do a lot of things.
Yeah.
I don't spin. There's a judge here to make sure that I don't spin. I'm asking you a question. It's very direct.
I do not believe he asked me a follow-up question.
So that was the end of that conversation about Michael Lank, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Lally didn't have any follow-up questions?
I don't believe Mr. Lally was in the room.
Who else? I thought you said Mr. Lally, Ms. McLaughlin.
They were. They might not have been in the room at that time.
I see. So Mr. Lally just happened to, just saunter out?
It was a different time.
So Mr. Lally was in and out of the conversation?
Mr. Lally was not there when this conversation happened.
Well, why is that?
Thank you, Tamara.
Because I met with Brian Tully and he was not there.
Is Brian Tully taking notes?
No.
He's a state trooper interviewing a witness, and
he was.
Objection.
Sustained.
The same report that has you at Michael Lank's house also has you picking up Nicole Albert going by 34 Fairview just before you went to Michael Lank's house. You aware of that?
We did not pick up Nicole Albert.
So you went by 34 Fairview, then diverted, and right after you went by 34 Fairview, went directly over to Michael Lank's house. What was the reason that you stopped by 34 Fairview first?
We didn't stop by. Maybe Carrie slowed down, but we did not stop by 34.
So you did a drive-by 34 Fairview for giggles? What?
No, that's how we get to Michael Lank's house.
If the report shows that you actually stopped at 34 Fairview and then went to Michael Lank's house, would we have another oh my gosh moment?
Nope, no oh my gosh moment. We did not pick up Nicole Albert.
Did anybody else go with you over to Michael Lank's house?
No, it was Carrie, myself, and her daughter.
Your Honor, maybe approach briefly.
Okay.
Oh. May we approach? This is because they do this every time they've got impeachment material. There might be something out there that can be presented here. There's Mr. O'Keefe's mom. I don't see his dad. She looks disgusted, but I'm not sure who she's disgusted with. You guys, this is unbelievable. You don't see this much drama in many trials put together, and we've got this all with one witness. Incredible.
Jurors, we're going to try and go right up to 1 o'clock, okay?
All right. Here we go. Dad walked out of court during this cross?
Ms. McCabe, we've talked in some detail about your calls with John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th. Do you recall that conversation? Yes. I want to focus your attention on or at 12:14 a.m., moving up to about 12:50 a.m. You have that time in mind?
Yes.
You've seen the Celebrite extraction from John O'Keefe's phone, which Mr. Lally showed you the other day, correct?
Correct.
And you went through the series of phone calls that were made and that appear on his extraction report, correct?
Correct.
I just want to run through those time-wise very quickly just to orient you, if I can, and then I'll ask you some specific questions about it. There was a call at 12:14 a.m., correct?
Correct.
That was a call that you indicated was answered. You had a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe.
Correct.
There was a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds. That call also was answered by you. John O'Keefe made that phone call, correct?
Correct.
Then there's the 12:29 and 44 second call that you indicated was not answered.
Correct.
And that was a call to you, from you to him.
Correct.
There was a 12:41 call from you to John O'Keefe, correct? That was
correct.
There was a 12:41 and 54 second call from you to him. Is that right?
Correct.
There was a 12:43 and 19 second call from you to him.
Correct.
12:46 a.m. and 16 seconds from you to him.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds from you to him.
Correct.
And 12:50 and 37 seconds from you to him, correct?
Correct.
You saw in his extraction report that all of those calls after 12:18 were missed calls, correct?
In his report that you showed me?
Correct. In other words, the only two calls that were answered were the 12:14 and 12:18. Everything else was a missed call.
I believe so. I would have to refer to it again because I've seen so many reports.
And Ms. McCabe, according to the extraction reports that you've seen this morning, comparing yours to his, every single one of those calls was deleted off your phone. Correct? According to the reports.
According to that report, yes.
Let me ask you another question.
I have a lot of faith in.
Have you ever misplaced your phone?
Yes.
Just in life. Everybody does it, right?
Yes.
What's one of the first things you do if you're with your daughter or your husband or a friend and you're in your house and you misplace your phone? What do you do?
Oh, I'll ask them to call my phone.
Right. Even over and over and over, right?
Correct.
Could be as many as 5, 6, 7 times.
Usually I hear it the first or second time.
You're looking for a buzz or a ring, isn't that right?
Correct.
And you might do that if you're searching for a missing phone, correct?
Correct.
With regard to the calls that were deleted from your phone, you were asked about this under oath at another proceeding, weren't you?
Correct.
And you claimed at another proceeding that you had an explanation for all these missed calls, starting at 12:29, 12:41, 12:41, 12:43, 12:46, 12:47, 12:50. You have an explanation for that, right?
Can I see the report?
I'm asking you about your prior testimony.
And I'm asking
about these calls.
Yes, I'm asking, can I see it, please?
I'm asking you a different question. At this other proceeding, which were under oath.
Yes.
Right? You explained that these calls were what? These missed calls, incessant missed calls. What were they? You used a word. Matter of fact, it's 2 words.
I believe I used the word butt dials.
Butt dials. Butt dials are in, guys.
You claimed that every one of these calls was a butt dial.
Stephanie.
Is that right?
Yes.
So according to you, you literally butt dialed John O'Keefe's phone 6 times in the span of 19 minutes. Is that right?
I don't remember making any of those calls, so my assumption is I put my phone in my back pocket.
It started flexing.
And that was it.
How do you butt dial that?
When you
same
dial
person
someone
every
by
time?
mistake, you hit a button, set your phone down, the phone has to be open. You'll agree with that, right?
Correct.
Can't be locked. Because it takes several iterations of movement to get a phone open. Face ID or password, right?
Correct.
So when you hit the button by mistake, walk away, that's a butt dial. People call butt dials. What happens with the call?
I assume it goes to voicemail.
It's a good assumption, because that's exactly what it does, isn't it? You've had a phone for a lot of years, right?
Yes,
It rings and rings and rings until it goes to voicemail.
correct.
So in order to hang up that butt dial,
You got to use the other
you
cheek.
have to interact with that phone yet again, don't you?
Yes.
So if you had 6 butt dials, 7, I think it's 7 butt dials, you'd not only have to interact with the phone once to butt dial John, you'd then have to interact with it every single time to turn off that phone ringer so it doesn't go to voicemail, wouldn't you?
I suppose.
Which makes 14 interfaces with that phone over the course of 19 minutes.
That's a workout.
Is that right?
That's like a Thigh Master workout.
I mean, I guess I don't have it all right in front of me, but there were
was
also
behind you.
text messages I was sending. So again, maybe I said, oh, shoot, I called him, and then I turned it off.
But your claim is you don't remember those incessant butt dials and those incessant hang-ups at all, correct?
I honestly don't.
So you would have had to forget that you interacted with, by the way, you'll agree that the phone extraction showed that John O'Keefe got no voicemails from you, right?
I didn't look, but
So that means you would have had to interact with that phone 14 times over the course of 19 minutes at the exact time frame that the Commonwealth suggests John O'Keefe lost his life.
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask that differently, and this will be your last question for today, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The period between 12:29 and 12:50, which is the exact period that you were, quote, butt dialing John multiple times, that's also the exact period that John O'Keefe was rendered incapacitated. Isn't that right?
Objection.
That's sustained. We'll start up again tomorrow, okay?
Thank you.
All right, folks, so I'm going to want to stay there and walk out with him. Thank you.
thank you.
All right, so jurors, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it. Now, tomorrow will be a full day. The forecast is going to be very hot. You'll see this courtroom fluctuates. It could be really cold in here. It could be really hot in here. So maybe bring a sweater or something. All right, let's meet tomorrow. Thank you.
Jury closing and leaving your notebooks if you would all rise.
Jury out. That was a full day.
Mr. Jackson, I don't know if this is yours.
May I approach?
Okay.
I've never seen a court where the judge is so strict on approaching, where they ask every single time. Let's see if there's anything left today.
May be seated.
Mr. Lally, who else might you have tomorrow?
So Ms. Roberts would be next. Laura Sullivan, Marietta Sullivan.
Done with the Sullivans.
And then I think it would be Mr. Higgins after that.
Okay. All
Brian
right.
Higgins.
It's not likely we'll get through all of those, correct?
Probably not.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow.
All rise for the court, please.
Jim, I'll see you too if you like.
Sure. All right. Wow. Wow. That was the spiciest stuff I've ever seen in court. I mean, this goes beyond the spice meters we've seen and everything else. I have never seen an exchange that heated for that long with a witness before. That is unbelievable. Okay, and yes, I'm changing my opinion a little bit. I think that the manner in which Jen McCabe testified during... Oh, Mrs. R.A.'s here. Mrs. R.A.'s here. You ready to listen or talk?
Mostly listen. I gotta go.
Okay. The manner in which she testified in cross was very different than how she testified on direct.
Can I just say though?
No, wait, hang on.
Just kidding. I'm here to talk. It didn't surprise me. Like Scott you were saying that you got a certain read off of her. with the first stuff when it was all prosecution. I did not get that read off of her. I got the read that happened today. I was like, yeah, that's what I got. The first time through, I was like, this did not surprise me. That's what I felt she was.
I honestly try to believe. I try to sit in somebody else's seat and look at life through their eyes, right? Wear their shoes for a little while, walk a mile in their shoes and try to see where they're coming from and give people the benefit of the doubt. Maybe it's too trusting.
No, you're good at that.
But I'm sitting there and initially I was like, I want to believe her. I really do. When on direct, I wanted to believe her. She's telling this story. She's not filling in extra details. She's not hedging or trying to not answer questions, and she's just stating it as it is. Every time there's like a solid fact of when did that happen, she says, "Well, it was after this, and that was the time frame." It just made sense. I'm like, how? And even her mannerisms, her style, it was like, I'm with her.
That's where I disagree with you.
I was there. I'm like, I can see it from her point of view.
Can I just say that?
and then Cross happened.
Yeah, that was wild. I feel like it didn't shock me, her personality coming across. However, I did feel like she sort of opened my eyes a little bit to what it would be like to have her experience. And I think they have had a really rough go of it, that people have been very mean to them. It can be true that people are being unfairly mean to Karen Reed, and it can also be true that they're being unfairly mean to these guys. And I think that is really what I realized.
I don't like it. I don't think that helps any of us.
I do it, but I don't like it.
I don't think it helps. But I'll tell you, this might not be popular. I loved watching the drama in the courtroom. This is the type of courtroom drama I love. Okay, this good lawyering, the spicy, the next level chess, the laying the trap, drawing somebody in, setting it, springing it. That I love watching that go down. I would never want to be there in the hot seat. I never want to have AJ questioning me about anything. But sitting there and watching that happen, I also got the feel that maybe he did that in a few situations that probably weren't
fair.
That weren't fair, right?
Yeah.
That he took it too far. That he took a situation and did spin it and made something out of it that it wasn't.
Yeah,
and he knows that.
I felt that a couple times. I mean, not most of the times, but every once in a while, I was like, I think I'm on her side on this one. I feel like that is a justifiable reason to respond the way that she did.
Angela says, "Answer the phone."
Oh,
okay. Try one more time. I saw it ringing. I'll turn the volume up so I'll hear it.
But I mean, this is me playing devil's advocate. For the most part, I think it didn't surprise me to see the anger coming out of there. I feel like her need to be in control of every little thing came across there. Like when he said, "Can I approach the desk or the thing?" and she goes, "Yes."
I heard that. The witness gave permission. Angela, thanks for joining us. You got Mrs. R.A. with us as well.
You actually don't. I have somewhere to be. I'm so sorry, but I just wanted
to talk to you, Angela.
That is not true. I just have some kids who are waiting on me to come manage an activity for them tonight. So I got to go. But Angela, good to see you, and have fun, guys.
Angela, you there? Angela, can you hear us? How about now? Why can I not? Oh, hang on. We need to say broadcaster Bluetooth. Angela, hang on.
Yeah, so that's by Mrs. R.A.
Okay, now I can hear you.
Yeah, good. Well, by Mrs. R.A., that was she should also be included, but never mind. What a day! That was. I don't know if you saw my message, but this was like third time me watching this cross.
This is something I would rewatch. I will rewatch this day. This is insane. There's things I want to go back and watch, knowing where it went now, to see where I can so I can pick up where he's laying the foundation and the breadcrumbs that are leading up to the big trap. He is an artful cross-examiner. The judge is quite strict on some of the spice that we've seen. You want keys? Like keys to the car? I think I have them in my pocket. Hang on. Here you go. Love you, bye. He's very artful. The judge is very strict. We've seen other judges that allow some of this, the jabs, like the confrontational questions, right? That have a little bit of heat and a jab and a little bit of elbow with it. We've seen that before, and I like some of that, but at the same time, it's also not very fair to a witness who has never been in the courtroom before to receive that nonstop. So I do like that the judge is reining him in every time he gets like the isn't that right type thing. You know, she's like, hey, form of the question. Dial it back a little bit, re-ask the question. She's like, most of the time she's like, I'll allow it, but you know, not the way you said it. This is something I want to rewatch. I've got homework, that 911 call. We've got to clean that up because all I heard was wah, 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 during that 911 call. And apparently, if you watch Jen McCabe, she knows better what was happening. Like she can hear the words. Maybe it's because she said them and she remembers what she said, but when she hears that, she knows what's going on. So we're going to see if we can clean it up and get a little better what happened there because I've got to hear what's going on there. See if we can take the windshield wiper sound out of that. Anyway, what are your thoughts after watching this for the third time?
I have to say something. I ate a whole bag of chips the first time. Tonight I ate fries, which I offered, but nobody wanted. Did you guys miss my message in the chat? Apparently you did, because no one
offered, no one took
yes.
you up on it.
No one, but maybe tomorrow or next time we. Well, I mean, seriously, this is like from the start. I expected it will be spicy because of everything pre-trial, but this spicy. And without spoiling, let me put it this way: can you find something that is stronger than lava? Because what's coming up next is like
it's better. We have to get hotter. We've got to get like the surface of the sun video, or maybe a nuclear explosion or something like that. We'll see if we can find something bigger than lava.
It gets back, and when Proctor is on, you're gonna need something that is bigger than lava, especially when Proctor is on.
Let me tell you a little. Is Proctor going to come on? I don't know. I assume he is. But anyway.
The defense said if you don't call him, we will.
Okay, so he's coming one way or another.
Had no other choice.
That's going to be awesome.
One way or another, he will be on the.
If I were the Commonwealth and I was dreading that, I would not call him. I know it looks terrible to not call the lead investigator, but at the same time, if they call him, then the defense gets to lead. If defense calls him, they don't get to lead. And that's much harder, especially with I guess he's going to be a hostile witness, so the judge might grant them that ability anyway. But that'll be interesting. Let me tell you what I saw today. That I thought I saw a bug. But it was a reflection. You know how I am with bugs. I don't like bugs. I liked on direct. I liked Jen. The way she was able to tell the story, and it seemed like everything was her words. I wasn't hearing the story repeated with the same descriptive words as acquaintance, and we have common a friend of a friend type thing. We've heard several things described by many different people, word for word, exactly how it happened. I was 10 and 2, not just those phrases, but there have been certain situations that it sounds like everyone is reading the same paragraph as to what happened at a set time. They're like, we've agreed that these are the words we're going to say about it. And Jen sounded different to me. She sounded like she was, speaking more extemporaneously, where it was just on the tip of the tongue, this is how it was, instead of a rehearsed answer until cross. And then when she came in at the end, when Mr. Jackson was doing sort of one of the many mic drop moments, and said, "And you didn't see a body on the lawn, did you?" And she said, "No, but I wish I did." And I'm like, really? That's going to be the go-to line, because it's been used over and over, and the more it's used, the less impact it has. But
I looked up on Google Maps how big the yard is from the street view, and it is approximately the same yard, the same size as mine. My yard is on the corner of the street, so the one that is like the longer side of my yard. Yeah, it's approximately the same, maybe bigger. It's a little bit bigger than 34 Fairview. And I tried looking, and although mine is like there is no like uphill or downhill or like 34 Fairview, I still like can see that far, no matter. And there is street lighting. Although no, I don't remember there was, because it was pretty dark when they showed the camera footage from the
I don't remember streetlights out there.
Police car.
Yeah.
No, but there was some light in the house, right? I would guess. I mean, no, snow is white, and you will see something big black. I mean, it's impossible to not see it.
This is what I'll say. I don't believe the testimony where this is a nice neighborhood, okay? And in nice neighborhoods like this, people's houses look nice. You're competing with the neighbors. You don't want to be that house on the street that isn't nice. This isn't a rundown area where everything's sort of dilapidated. And so to hear that like the porch lights weren't used or weren't, especially when people are invited, we're throwing a party, people are going to be coming, they need address, they need to find out where the house is. In my head, there is like 99% chance those porch lights were working and were on that night. And that would give it extra ability to view, especially if you've got a snow-covered landscape in front of you. I can't see that they just, our lights don't work. We don't repair them, and you don't use, if they were working, we don't use them a lot. They were to that door so many times.
Especially if you're going to drive by with a car, they walked by his body and they drove by his body.
Yeah.
Seriously. I mean, how do you not see it?
They backed out with the headlights that would go across the lawn. Every single driver that backed out and drove past the flagpole, there was a time when the headlights drove passed across the lawn, and they would have at one point shown right where Mr. O'Keefe was laying.
Yeah, but on the other hand, they left like 2:00 in the morning, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we have that snowplow driver. He drove past Fairview. He did not testify yet. I'm not spoiling, just so you know, so I don't get no spoilers in the chat because I'm...
Angela, hold tight. Brandy Churchwell's in chat. She is amazing following this. If you guys, let me just say this one more time. I caught some of one of the latest episodes of Brandy's podcast about this case, and she's following everything. So if you want to know particularly about the drama that was happening in, say, like the media, outside the courtroom as they're trying to jostle for position getting in, she's done a great job following that. If you haven't followed that, please go give that a listen. It is amazing. She's done an incredible job. It is this is pro quality work, Brandy. Absolutely amazing. And by the way, congratulations on your awesome news this week. That is really neat. And Brandy is following this live. So if you want live coverage on this trial, Brandy's channel is the place to go. We're always going to be a little bit delayed, but appreciate it.
Yeah, since Brandy is here and is listening, congrats, Brandy, once again on the phenomenal, on the great news.
Yeah.
I'm really, really happy, especially because of the history. I'm not going to go into details, but let's just say there is a history of cancer in my family. So, yeah, that's about it. So I'm really, really happy about it. Yeah. Back to, what? I have a problem. So everyone left around, again, no spoilers. This is not yet because this is something from the pre-trial. We know that snowplow driver drove past around 2 a.m. and then 3 a.m. or something along that around that time.
Mm-hmm.
He did not saw a body both times. So if that's true, which is true, since he is like complete, he has zero connections to anybody. I think he even came forward or something like that. I don't know how he got involved, but he did say what he saw.
I heard that,
and
I've lived in an area where snowplows are a regular thing, right?
Yeah.
I don't know anything about pretrial. I really don't. But I will say this: when it comes to snowplow drivers, I would not expect a snowplow driver to notice a body in the lawn, even if it was not covered with snow.
A parent,
because
apparently,
you go first.
Apparently, this snowplow truck, or however you call it, is Frankenstein, and like all the trucks and parts are added and so on, and the nickname was Frankenstein. So he had to be extra careful when driving around. That's exactly what he said. What his testimony is saying. Well, the eyewitness testimony, I mean, in the report or whatever. So he said that I need to drive carefully and be aware of my surroundings. And I would have noticed if anything was in my way, such as body, a car, or something like that. That's how he said it.
I agree. But because snowplows, they don't want to hit a couple things. They don't want to hit fire hydrants. They don't want to hit fences. They don't want to hit people. They don't want to hit pets. They don't want to hit any cars, and they want to look for obstructions like branches and things in the road. But really, it's them in the road. As far as like what lights are on at houses or what people are doing in the yard, as long as it's outside of that path they're going, I wouldn't expect them to really be like, I don't remember anything in that yard as I drove by. No, he's looking. He's almost got tunnel vision with a little peripheral going on. And yes, that would have been in there, but I don't think it would have been like, oh, look, there's no body in that yard. I've got to, notch that one up for tomorrow when I find out about it.
But here comes he saw a car at that one, which is right what you said. But he said that there was a car in the place where later John's body was discovered. And the only reason why he remembered it is because he decided to take another route where he does not snow in the car. So he did not drive through Ferry. He took another, right to whatever street. Around 3 a.m.
Around 3 a.m. there was a car right there in that, and so he went
where the body was found later. What?
Yeah.
I
don't know. I want to hear that. I'll wait for that testimony. I know he's coming in, but I'll have to listen to that.
Yeah, it's coming.
This is what I'll say. I'm not
convinced.
I'm not convinced of any of the conspiracy theories right now. Okay, and I'm calling them conspiracy theories because I don't know what else to call them. We don't really have enough evidence.
Word.
It is. It's the right word. I don't have enough evidence to convict Karen Reed. I would, at this point, I would definitely, as a juror, I would vote not guilty. I also don't have enough evidence to convict Colin or Brian or Alberts. I don't have anything that shows me what happened. And I realize a lot of times it's not a juror's job to figure out what happened. This is the juror's job to figure out if is what the state says happened. What happened? And right now the answer is no. And until we get evidence that convinces me otherwise, it's going to stay that way. But I'm loving every bit of this trial. Oh, it's good.
I love it too. The guy that I am sort of dating right now, he is like, he works on animations, and I am tempting to ask him to maybe do something.
Tell him to go to work
because
and
I really would love.
Build us a mock-up.
Yeah, I mean we just started, so it maybe be too much to ask him right off the bat.
Well, what I'd love is if we have a mock-up with actual size, like measurements. I'm not sure if you could do this with a Hot Wheels. How much? I'll have to probably ask 2IO Toys. But if you could get a Hot Wheels car that's exactly scale replica of the GX570 Lexus, and then get the model of the car that Mr. John O'Keefe had, and just see if things match up. Do they do the bumpers hit in the right place where the taillight hit? Is that a possibility to break the taillight? I'd like to see that without actually using, without crashing cars, because I can't afford that part. But I'd like to see some of those mock-ups.
You know what people can afford? Watching Bones, which I know is a fiction, but it's actually based on the true stuff, and which I might have rewatched quite a few times. But I have a few of my own favorite TV shows, episodes, which I rewatched, and there is, I mean, there, I guess they did X-rays, and there would be broken ribs or broken bones, or cracked ribs or cracked bones or something, which I don't remember. I mean, I can't wait for Emmy to be on the stand.
That's going to be amazing. Because we realized when the body was first discovered, because of the cold, because of everything else, it's not going to show necessarily the bruising that might show up 24, even 48 hours later on the body once it's, it's still cold, but once it's had time to thaw, literally. So if there's impact, if there's punch marks, kick, bruising that way, that just doesn't match up with an impact with the car. I mean, that's. I mean, what are we doing here at that point? Emmy's going to be fantastic.
I just want to remind everyone, which I think someone said, I don't know if this person is still in the chat, but most of the, at least by my count, 20 people from the prosecution are also called by the defense. Does not mean everybody will be called by the defense when it's defense's case in chief. But based on social media that I saw just now, just before I called you,
the witness list.
You know what I said? There is a bombshell which I think that the defense is waiting to, which I also believe they are because they called someone from the Canton PD. They just hinted what this person is going to say, but there is, I told you before when I called, that, there is an article saying that John O'Keefe reported some drug using. I don't know who was.
This goes to motive as to why someone would want to get rid of him, right?
Yeah, and now it's revealed who is the drug user that he wanted to report. It was Colin Albert. It is Colin Albert.
See, I don't know anything. I can't comment. I don't know if there's any factuality behind that. So we'll have to wait and see if that comes in testimony. It seems, just saying right now, it seems to me that would be something the judge might say that's outside the scope of relevance. Even though, but this would be why, this would be motive. I don't think motive is something that needs to be proven in Massachusetts. I'll have to check, but I don't think motive has to be proven. And she might rule that just outside the realm. We might not get to hear about that in court.
But I have I said also that when the first this case started, I was like something smelled badly, but the only reason why I'm saying not guilty and I'm not being moved at all by Commonwealth is physics. Basic physics, guys. It's just impossible, physically impossible for him to get those injuries based on just looking in the car, Just no, does not match. Sorry, no way.
It's gonna be interesting. I'm waiting for that Emmy to testify so we can really match it up with the car. But I'll say this again. Here's where I'm at. Here's where I'm at, Angela.
Yeah.
Karen still might have hit him with the car. In my mind, that is still a possibility. I have not ruled that out. It's possible, although I would say not probable, that the Alberts are involved in some sort of conspiracy cover-up. That still, to me, is a stretch. As far as involvement in John O'Keefe's death, it's much more possible for me that the Alberts are covering something up that might come to light if this got investigated at the time, that is unrelated. Okay, and I'm not saying a crime. I'm not alleging there was a crime. I'm just saying there might have been something that might not have looked good on the family at the time that they didn't want out. It could have been something like that. And because they're trying to work, by my perspective, because they're trying to hide that, it looks like they're guilty on this other thing. That's all I can come to, because right now I can't find evidence of how John O'Keefe got there on the lawn. There's nothing. And I'm confused, and we might not ever know. But I'm hoping that we can crack the case at some point.
This is public knowledge by now, so no spoilers. Nor did this person testify yet. There is a unofficial confirmation that Higgins did a federal proffer. And even the judge hinted something. I missed it. I don't know. I was getting up and I just went. As soon as
he did a
said,
proffer
"We are
for the
done
grand
today."
jury?
Yep, federal grand jury.
Okay, so who would he do the proffer for?
No.
Because a proffer is out of the presence of the jury. But
well, I don't know if he did it. I don't know where, when, or what happened exactly, but it happened for the feds. He did a proffer for the feds. It might have also been like Queen for the day, I think is the right to say. Like, if I tell you what I did criminally, I won't be charged. But anything else out of that, you may charge me if you find, if you go look further, find like
so
anything else that I did
deal
wrong.
to testify?
It's not confirmed. We know he did a proffer, but beyond that, we do not know what happened. But it's a speculative.
Yeah.
We will hopefully find out more on whenever he's on the.
Can I say this?
Yeah,
I know
Brandon
this is
yeah.
a little off the topic, but if I had as many subscribers as Mr. Beast, I would definitely use that to my advantage to run for office. And my sole goal would be to open up the federal courts so the public can see what goes on in there. That's the one thing I want to do.
Yeah, I agree.
I want so badly to know what happened there.
Yeah, me too. Speaking of, I have news, which I might, sorry, off the topic, but you just reminded me.
Mm-hmm.
There might be a trial here in Sweden soon, or at least hearing here in Sweden soon, that people, at least in Europe, might be interested in. Because there was a scandal at the event I was working on. And as the last thing I heard that the prosecution is going for, that the police is going forward with the prosecution, which means that they sent the case to the prosecution. One of the singers who was disqualified because of his actions might be prosecuted for the assault, or at least charged. He's charged for the assault. Will he be prosecuted? That's a question. And the hearing will be, this first hearing should be sometime this summer.
Cool. That'd be cool.
So,
speaking of hearings,
yeah.
Can I change the subject again? Tomorrow, Brian
Yes.
Kohberger hearing may or may not be public. It's happening tomorrow afternoon. I just retweeted. I think Brian Anton is up there in person. And I think that's really smart, obviously, to be in person, because we're going to have to be sitting watching the moment that feed becomes available to take it over on Topmark. How are we going to do that? Well, we might have to run 2 simultaneous streams on Topmark. We might be running 3 streams at the same time tomorrow, because we're watching for BK's hearing. It might be open, might be closed. But that's going to be another fun one. Anyway,
yeah,
Angela, I'm going to say it's been a long day.
Yeah.
It's like 7 p.m. here.
Yeah, it has been, and I actually have to wake up, in like.
You have to go to work and do real stuff at your job, so go to sleep, get some sleep.
More physics experiments, which I will do have very happily.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wonderful, Angela. It's always good to talk to you.
No more.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, and thank you so much. And yeah, bye-bye.
Yeah, thanks, Angela. We'll see you. Bye.
Good night.
I love it. Angela's wonderful. Thank you very much. Love the calls. Ashley, you're going to be at Brian Kohberger, or are you going to be at which one in Idaho are you going to be at? Are you going to be at Chad Daybell or Brian Kohberger? Curious. We've got a little contingency up there at the Daybell trial. Oh, you'll be at Topmark, not at the hearing. Okay, wonderful. Good to have you back. You do such a great job over there. You're wonderful. All right. Let's see. You all can still send a super chat to RA for coverage, even $1 helps. So thank you, Tamara Jane. I appreciate your super chat. I saw it earlier. If I didn't put it up on the screen, let me do that. That is right here. Boom. Buck up for RA spending time away from his family, bringing this coverage. Tamara Jane, I call you Tammy. Tamara Jane, I love what I do. I honestly do. This is fun. You are my family away from my current family. My kids even are starting to get involved and enjoy following cases and asking, hey, what happened with this case? What's going on here? So it's not that I'm just like away from my family. They're often participating or watching in the other room. But thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. Maggie Carr says, there's no court tomorrow, so you'll be all cut up by Friday. Well, that means tomorrow we were going to be following other cases and probably Brian Koberger on the main channel. We'll court hop. Yeah, because we can't catch up. So we'll be following Brian Koberger's case in the afternoon on the main channel. We'll have Chad Daybell on Top Mark Media. And probably a couple, well, there's another trial, Mr. McDurney, I can't remember his name, in his court that we're looking for, but it's the one that has butt. It has butt in it. And I'm not talking butt dials. It has just butt. A lot of butt, and I've talked it over with my mods. I might have to do some editing or find a way to blur the screen sufficiently when butt comes up, because nobody needs to see that. And also, I don't think it's very respectful to the victim just to present them like that. So I'll figure out what to do with that one. Lenova, thank you very much for the super sticker. Big thanks. Thank you. Groovy Cheryl says, thanks for keeping us thrilled with this coverage. Groovy Cheryl, this is, I might go back in bed and just watch today's coverage again one more time just to pick up all the things I missed. Oh, it's good. It's good. And but I also have to get the sound fixed for this 911 call. I'll start editing the 911 call and see if we can clean it up a little bit. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But thank you all. All right. Very speculative, yes. Let's see. Queen of the Day meaning in U.S. law. Letter sending forth the terms under which the informant will provide information to a federal prosecutor in exchange for limited immunity. This is the best place to watch true crime. You guys are absolutely amazing. Thank you, Pickles and Zoe. Thanks for the kind words. Thanks for our amazing mods who work hard here. Brandy, thanks for the incredible work you do on this trial. I wish I could be watching it live with you. Of course, that would spoil it for me when we watch it, 24, 48 hours later. But keep up the good work. If you do want to watch this live, and I can't see why you wouldn't want to. Honestly, Brandy Churchwell's doing an amazing job. Please go check out her channel. She's following us live. She's done the homework. Check out the podcast. She's got, oh my goodness, all the info, all the details, and put together just professionally as good as any professional podcast you're ever going to listen to. She's done it right there. So I know that's hard work, Brandy. I know there's very long hours early in the morning that you put that together, recording that. Thank you for doing that, and congratulations. Good work. All right, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again tomorrow with a little bit of court hopping. We're not going to catch up. Sorry, you can beg all you want. It's not going to happen. A little court hopping tomorrow. Maybe cross your fingers for Brian Koberger. We might have a hearing that will be, it's leading up to the venue hearing. So lots of fun stuff still to come. You guys be good to each other. We'll see you later. Bye. Wait for it. Oh, man, I screwed it up again. That one off. There we go. All right, bye.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
Now let Murdoch stole it.
Because he's the guy!
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.